Right, we're just going live now. I don't know why your name's not coming up. Right. It'll come up in a while, I reckon. Anyway, do you know how to get the names up, John?
It should be on the settings. I don't know why it's not coming up with the names. It should be. It should do.
Avatar. Blah, blah, blah. Layouts. Hang on. Camera layout. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, fuck it. I can't.
They've added a load of new features, haven't they?
Yeah, God. Because I've been using. Oh, look. Everybody knows who you are, so I'll sort it out later. Right. There's 18 in the place so far, but I don't know where everybody is. Must have lurkers, right? The haters. Right, here we go. So, John, thanks for coming, mate. And I think people will be in the chat very soon. Maybe because I'm on time for a change, they might think because I'm going to be late. So there's 18 people actually going to be listening. So I think they will be coming in the chat in a row. So what are you doing? What changes you're going to do in Oldham, John? And how you going to make it better? Because how I see Oldham, our transporters here. Hello. You know transporter, don't you, John?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
What I've gathered, like little towns like Oldham, especially in Lancashire and Yorkshire, you've got some nice historic buildings that have just been left, and I think people will think, oh, these places are derelict and it's a dump, but actually your town, places like your town and places like Burnley and that have actually got some nice places, actually, Victorian places. So are you working on that where they're going to be restored and put money into it to spruce up the town? Because I think it's a waste.
Well, I mean, it's a big thing. I want to do that, yeah. But first of all, we've got to get rid of the mainstream party politics. We've got to get rid of the Tories, Labour, Reform. Any of these parties, got to get rid of them.
Yeah.
With more local independents and independent parties. Now, the UK is at a record for small little parties like mine. Fails with Independence, another one in my town. Pride of Alderman Saddle. Every town now has a little party in them, and we're at a record of these little parties. Have never been so many because people are divided in politics. As soon as we get the old guard out, we can start looking after the UK. Remember, we're sending billions to Ukraine. There's loads of money going into Palestine and Israel. Nothing to do with the UK, any of these places. I'm so against it. I'm against Israel. I'm against Palestine. Right? It's nothing to do with us. We're sent all that money we're sending over. We can use over here.
Yeah.
It's what? It's 8 million per day in just hotel bills for illegals. So that's comes to something like 3.5 billion a year in hotel bills, and it's going on now 2 years, and they expect it to go on another 5 years. So all our money's being wasted, and if the UK, when the UK was the UK, we did think about Britain. We didn't think about other countries around the world, but all our money and time is spent on other countries. If it's not shown people that they don't care about working class people like you in the chat, all they do is care about Israel and Palestine. It's nothing to do with 90% of the United Kingdom.
Do you know what? I do agree. Even I've got my thoughts on the war, but I just think the country's being designed to hate on one certain group. Like when I mean, I don't know how old you are, John. I'm in my 50s, but we grew up to hate Russia. So. And it's the same thing, and I just think it's all fake outrage with a lot of these demonstrators. And really, I think we've got to concentrate on ourselves, to be fair. You know?
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? If it weren't for Russia, Europe would be a lot different now. If it weren't for Russia fighting against the Germans would still had a big army. They could have caused untold devastation across Europe, but they didn't because of the Russians, not because of the Americans, not because of the Brits, because of the Russians. And you know, I'm not into socialism or communism.
No,
whatever
or
works,
am I?
No, whatever works for whatever place, and no protest for Ukraine. I just can't believe how corrupt that Ukraine war is and stuff like that. And
I just think it's a game. I reckon they're just sitting around the table thinking, "Oh, I'm raking in the money and blah blah blah." And to me personally, I think it's two alt-right Nazis fighting each other. That's how I see it. Yeah, they've both got a problem, haven't they? They're both saying that, but they've both got a problem, haven't they?
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, like, I just want to focus on the UK. No politician at the moment is. They're all bothered about Israel or Palestine. That should show everybody that they shouldn't be voting for them people. You shouldn't be voting Tory or Labour. You shouldn't be voting Green. You shouldn't even be voting Reform. A couple of weeks ago, Richard Tice is there giving aid in Ukraine, giving aid. You know what I mean? So does that mean when Reform get in, they're going to still continue to give aid to Ukraine? I don't want to give aid to any country. I don't want any Palestine protests or any Israel protests in UK streets. I don't want them. And, you know, I'm not picking a side, but they're both as bad as each other. Israel are the Middle East bullies supported by the West, and Palestine are psychotic Hamas terrorists. You know what I mean? They're both as bad as each other. And the percentage of Muslims in Britain isn't over 10%, and the percentage of Jews isn't over 5%. So why are they running our country? Why are they putting pressure on government to send aid to Israel? Well, you know, there's no reason.
Do you think Israel is running our country? Don't you think the Saudis are running our country now?
Well, you could say that, but what I shouldn't have said running. Maybe I should say influencing. The Labour Party have a Friends of Israel department in it. The Conservatives have a Friends of Israel department in it. These people lobby and put pressure on our politicians to do what they want, not what the working class want, mate. They do. They put. The Jews have got a big, massive lobby group in America, and you know, when they want to go after a company, they go after a company. When they want to go after a star, they go after these pop stars or whatever. As soon as you speak out or anything against them, they'll cancel you, and that's how much power they have. I don't care about the Holocaust. I care about right now here in the UK. There's an Holocaust on white people. There's a on white people, mate. Right now here in the UK, anything Western or white is not wanted. And I can see that, but no, I don't know about other people, but it is, honestly. So I want Oldham to be great again, but we need to get rid of them political parties. And that's why I'm running in local elections. And my past 10, 15 years of my life has led to this. And I was a member of Britain First, and I did about a year with them.
Yeah.
And that horned off and got my knocking skills and talking skills at the door, got them finished off, and I was ready then to run as a candidate. Now
Paul Golding's pro-Israel, isn't he? Isn't he?
He might be. He might be, but it shouldn't be. Don't matter if you're pro whatever, you should be pro UK, not pro Israel, pro Palestine, not pro UK. You should be pro UK. And even people within my party feel a bit, stuck to one side. I'm not me. I'm right down the middle, and big finger to both sides. I don't care about them. I'll tell you what I think about Israelis. I'll tell you what I think about the Palestinians and Hamas. Yeah. The same. I don't want nothing.
So you're open-minded then?
You're
open-minded.
Like I said, Israel are the bullies of the Middle East backed by the West. That is a good analogy of Israel. Whether you like Israel or not, you've got to really look at that and say that. How do I know this? Because we have weapons factories in the UK that make chipboards for missiles in Israel. How do I know this? Because one of them factories was in Oldham, and the Palestinian supporters spent 2 years campaigning against it and got it shut down, and 1,000 local jobs gone. So this is what's happening. You know what I mean? But the weapons systems comes from the legacy of Britain, because we was good at making weapons. I've done videos on a company called Ferrantes. They started off making batteries in 18 or something, and they became world leaders in drone technology and stuff like that. And during the 70s, Ferrantes also made a lot of the onboard equipment for the Tornado GR. Everyone knows a Tornado jet fighter. Well, Ferrantes made a lot of the instrumentation, the digital instrumentation for that aircraft, and it's a widely known great UK aircraft. So Oldham has a big history, you know what I mean? But I just don't agree with either side. I don't agree with Ukraine. I don't agree with any kind of foreign aid to anywhere in the world. Full stop.
Yeah. Do you think though, like with the Jews though, they're not really a threat because they never planned any attacks on us, have they?
No, it's not. It's not that they're a threat. It's not they're a threat. Jews aren't the majority of people in the United Kingdom, are they? They're not. They're only less than 5% of the population. So why are they influencing all our politicians to support Israel? When we should be looking after our homeless here. We've got an homeless and housing scandal right here in the UK. We're not bothered about that. We're just bothered about Israel and Palestine. You know what I mean? I just don't get it.
You just speak about that with everything though, innit? Though, don't you? You think, it's just for Britain and
the UK. Like I said, if the UK was 50% Jewish, I wouldn't be arguing with anyone. It's less than 5%. The Muslims are less than 10%, but they're commanding all our MPs and councillors all bowing down to either side, and that's not right, mate. They should be bowing to the working class of the UK and sort of.
So that's what your local council's doing, isn't it? Your local MPs are bowing down, aren't they?
There's the big scandal, Rochdale and Oldham. Obviously, there's been a report into child sexual exploitation in Rochdale, but what no one says is how intimately connected Rochdale and Oldham are. The 9 men who got done for the 3 girls scandal, at least half of them lived or worked in Oldham. We know that there's girls being trafficked from Oldham to Rochdale. We know there's girls being trafficked from Rochdale to Cumbria, as far as Cumbria, Hull. We know, but the mainstream telly won't tell you this. And Big Daddy, Shabir Ahmed, one of the Rochdale 9, worked on Oldham welfare services, taxiing our kids around. You know what I mean? And the Oldham Council didn't say nothing. They knew what he was like. They knew they had issues with him. He didn't get properly checked. So he's taxiing kids around, and no one's been held to account. No one's ever held to account. Let me just a bit about Rochdale. So in the 90s, some social service workers had 20 kids took off families, yeah? Why? Because they thought them families were doing satanic abuse with the kids. Now, these social workers who got them 20 kids took off the families, they've never been held to account. They're still working social care. They're still working social care.
Rochdale, what I was hearing, they were getting paid as well to do it, weren't they? It was like a bonus scheme. They had to reach a target to put kids in care.
Whenever kids, no matter what way you look at them, it's a money racket system, mate. It's a money racket system. No one's going to tell me any different. I've protested against social services in Longside, Oldham, Rochdale. No one's going to tell me any different. You know what I mean? It's a money racket system. England has the most kids took off families than anywhere else in Europe.
Yeah, you're right.
So Rochdale, then you had Cyril Smith, who abused kids at Knoll View Home and Cambridge House, white boys.
Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah. And the Labour leader, the Labour leader at the time when all the scandal come out of Cyril Smith was called Tony Farrell. Not Tony Farrell. Farnell. His name was Farnell. And an inquiry found that he knew what were going on, but he never said nothing. And he lied to the inquiry. Now, he wasn't convicted of a crime. He just got moved off the Labour, went working under Joe Anderson, and look what happened in Liverpool, 100 million gone down the drain. And this Farnell guy was working under Joe Anderson, still in a top job, earning big money, no accountability. And this isn't rape gangs, it's not against Pakistani men. This is Cyril Smith against white guys. Yeah. So no one's been held to account there. And obviously we have the rape gang scandal. There's no one held to account there. The Liberal Democrats was going to run. There was 2 councillors at the time of the 3 girls scandal who give references for these guys. To one of the guys who got found out to be a nonce, give references. The Lib Dems was going to run one of them councillors in the general election, this by-election they've got coming. That's how brazen and unaccountable these people are. And as you've seen, the Labour candidates come down now because he's so-called anti-Semitic rants.
Because I'll tell you what, John, I've done some research. Now I'm saying the north of England, especially Lancashire, with their social services, of the most corrupt out of the whole of the country. Why is it? I mean, it seems to. We know we've got the corruptions everywhere else, but it always seems to be up north at the moment. You know, I just only think it's a money scamming thing what they're doing, and it's terrible. I mean, I have heard some cases, but it seems like they just don't care. Andy Burnham, Manchester, just didn't care. You know, it just seems to be crazy up there. You know, they're not vetting the police properly up there. They're not
vetting the police anywhere properly. Not just up north. Wayne Cousins. There was a particular Met Police officer and his girlfriend who had links to gangsters, got hired as police, and then what they were doing, they were getting information and going robbing the gangsters' drugs and money before the police got there. You know what I mean? There's no vetting. You know what I mean? And, you know, in the Oldham Mayor's question times, it's Andy Burnham. It's 2 years ago. I'll put the link up in the chat to the video in a minute. But I turned around to him and said about political correctness.
Yeah, put your name in there, John, so I can mod you up so you can put it in there.
And I'm not sure if I can chat as a subscriber. Oh, there I am. NHP UK TV, that's my name on YouTube.
Right. Oh, that's John.
At this question time, then I turned round to police and said, "You're a national disgrace. You might as well be sex offenders and gangsters." That's what I said in a public meeting, mate, to two chief constables, Deputy Chief Constable Woods of Great Manchester Police and the Chief Constable of Oldham at the time, Andy Burnham, the Oldham Labour leader, Arut Shah, all the bent lefty media, every single one of them heard me. And the only person ever to put that out is me. No one else has done anything. And, you know, like lots of people in Oldham were saying, "John, you're so like saying that to the police and all that lot." So I've been to several of these question times and I call them out, mate. I call them out for what they are. You know what I mean? There was...
Because me personally now, right, when we had this scandal with the grooming gangs and everything, and now after a couple of years looking at myself thinking, no, hang on, it's the authorities we've really got to go for now. Do you know what I mean? They need to be held accountable because they are letting it happen. And they shouldn't have to be letting it happen, you know. There's too many people, you know, everybody's focusing, oh, it's the community, their community. No, you're letting a group of bad apples in the community do it.
Yeah.
And if you got so it's nothing to do with the religion or nothing. Now I'm just thinking it's just our corrupt authorities now, just letting it, because I think people are not realizing it's not just a street level thing anymore, is it? It's like a mafia type thing where they're getting paid, these MPs, and I just think they've really got a lot to answer for, me personally.
Definitely. I mean, let's look at Telford. So when the Telford scandal broke, I went down a few times, and a friend of mine, Jay, went to one of the public meetings he had. So when it broke, the scandal, the Conservative MP, Lucy Allen, asked for an inquiry. Yeah. Inquiry. The Labour-led council refused to do an inquiry. Yeah. Then we had several demos, and then she got in a public meeting and demanded then they ended up having the inquiry. Then it ended up coming out officially there was 1,000 victims and so many people were killed. And you've all heard Tommy Robinson's thing about Telford. All that's come out. If you don't know, Ashley Simon of Britain First went to the police station in Telford, and the chief, the top copper, come out and said, "We've got 40 years of evidence." That's what he said to her live on a live. She got him to say that. We've seen everything that Tommy's done, calling out the police, the corrupt police, and all that. You know, I'm not a fan of Tommy, but I don't disagree with anything that he says.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with anything that he says about rape gangs. I'm never going to, because it's all true. But you know, and this is what we're up against. It was a Labour council then that did that. But we can't always blame Labour, because in 2001, when we had the Oldham Bradford riots, we had a Liberal Democrat council here. It was a Liberal Democrat council. More than 30 Liberal Democrat seats out of 60. So you weren't. Go on.
So you believe it's not just Labour then?
No, it's not just Labour. They're all complicit. But obviously, you know, if you want me to say, then yeah, they are using minority communities to get a block vote. I'm not going to deny that.
Yeah.
But they're all the same. The Liberal Democrats are the same, and a lot of the Tories are the same. And you know, on the rape gang scandal, it's just everywhere. No one's done nothing. The police, the social services, nobody. Charities, even charities where you think a charity might support
done the same, didn't they? Yeah.
And you know,
and then they get.
They
go for Maggie Oliver and all that, don't they? They have a go at her, don't they?
Yeah.
Trying to deframe her a lot. You know, I think what we got to do now is, I think we all got to sort of stop being divided on things like with the Muslim community, you know, because I do know there's quite a few Muslims now are trying to fight this grooming and stop it, you know, and name and shame people. There's a few who are saying they're having enough of it because they feel like they're
getting the shit for it, yeah, because that community won't speak up, so they're getting a lot of grief about it. You know what I mean? That's I just want to answer something. So Strawberry Atheist. Sorry, Phil, I don't believe these two or you on social services thing. They save kids annually. They may sometimes get it wrong, but they protect thousands of kids. Never said they didn't, Strawberry, but there is a lot of failings in the social care system. You can see that if you look at Baby P, who were murdered. You can see that if you look at all these kid deaths that are all over the places of failures.
You only got to look at Baby P, don't you?
Yeah. And there's big failures in the social care system and in some of the things connected. It's not all just social services. You've got CAST, you've got other things around. There's big things wrong with it. And the people are unaccountable. So 2 social services women in Rochdale got 20 kids took off the parents, and because they accused the parents of being doing satanic rituals with the kids when it were bullshit. Them people still had jobs, Strawberry. So what do we do? You know what I mean? They weren't even, I don't even think they were retrained or anything. So there is big problems in our social services and our social care system. Massive problems. And, you know, a lot of it is unaccountability. If you look at Rotherham, when the thing came out, the Jay's report come out about all the victims, the council set up some, like, you know, victim groups. And they put all the people who were abusing the kids into the victim groups to run them. That's what they were doing. So, you know, if I'm not saying it's everybody or every part of it.
No, it's coming from above.
That system is wrong. And we've got the wrong people in it. We've got box tickers doing a job that they shouldn't be in there doing because they're not qualified for it and stuff like that. And I never said every single child that gets took off. I've said many a times, I've watched videos and I've said on the video, look, I don't know, that woman might be guilty of abusing the kids, but does that mean that the police come round in front of the full street and take the kids away while everyone's crying? No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Yeah, because normally they would have to go for a court to do it, I thought, child protection.
They do bits of courts and stuff like that. But when it comes to getting the kids, they'll do it in public. And the last video I watched on TikTok did it in broad daylight on a street. Then kids were crying. All the neighbours' kids and all the neighbours were crying. And then he took the kids away. I just don't think that's acceptable in the UK today. I really don't. So there is serious issues with the social services and the social care system in the UK. It's a big thing to me.
They seem to get it wrong. It's like you had the Baby P, so there was a big outcry. In the same council, you had that, what was that, the black kid who you got murdered by her auntie and uncle. Yeah. And they visit her and left her, but then they go to a family where there's no reason to take that child away. I just don't get how they get it so wrong. Sometimes I really don't. You know.
Satanic abuse, Rochdale. Look at it. Satanic abuse in Rochdale, Strawberry. Should easily come up on a Google search. And like I said, 2 social workers had around 20 kids took off the parents because they said, the social worker said they were involved in satanic abuse. When it came up, there was nothing like that in it. That's what come up. And that's just Rochdale. Rochdale's had it hard. I'm sorry if you support Telford.
Is it because do you reckon they doing it because it's a poor area, working class people? Because it seems like they're doing it to the working class families more, aren't they?
Well,
in the poor areas.
Now we get on to like the working class family. The most discriminated class in the UK is a working class family. Right at the top is a white working class family, and closely followed underneath there is English talking West Indian and Caribbean community. You know, the guys like me are discriminated all the time against. I know you get these Black Lives Matter people saying it's black people. It isn't black people. It's a white working class, the Caribbean black community working class, and honestly, the Indian community working class. These are the worst affected like classes in the UK now. And the social services thing, there's definitely things wrong within the social services. And what
because I mean, the young kids, the West Indian young kids, are just been left to it, really, and they by the social services. They're not.
Well, they broke up our family units. That's one of the things. If you look at a lot of the Rotherham cases, a lot of the Telford cases, come from the girls abused come from broken families. It's one of the priority things in our party is a family unit. You hear about this in America. They've got statistics now that show that like these broken families and the single parent family is the worst kind of setting for someone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's the same in England. And if we went back, like I'm 56, 57 in July. If I went back 30 years, families were much more stronger, our working class families, but we've been attacked at every angle. Our kids are being brainwashed with relationship and sex education in school, turning into freaks who don't believe in family, who spit at the parents when the parents don't agree that there should be a girl or a boy or a male or a not whatever, you know, and it's breaking up our family units. Plus, kids have too much authority over themselves as well. You know what I mean? When I was younger, we was feared of the police. We was feared of them. When I was really, we was feared. Now kids aren't feared of the police. You know what I mean? And I've had senior officers in Manchester say that the kids just can run riot and there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, but they get to. It's really mad because they had to do something, the old Bill, because they were out of control. But it's gone too far the other way now. Yeah. Me being brought up in London with a black friend, we got stopped by the police because my friend was black. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, it's just, oh man, I don't know what to say really. What can we do? They say stop and search, but I think because back in the day how the police brutality was, they've made the rod off their own back, haven't they? You know what I mean? And it's now got out of control, you know, with the drugs, isn't it? And you know,
I mean, you know, statistically in London, then black kids are all stabbing each other. But if you do stop and search, it's racist. But it's them doing it to each other. And I only know this because there was an ex-top copper that met on, and he said, look, the figures show that, but we can't do stop and search because you say it's racist, but the figures show that them black kids are stabbing each other and all.
Yeah.
Them. You know what I mean?
It's like they're letting it happen on purpose. It's like it reminds me a little bit of LA when George Bush spread all the crack in LA. He actually targeted the area of the black area and the Hispanic area to do a bit of a genocide of the drugs at the time. Do you know what I mean? He actually done it on, Ronald Reagan, didn't he? When the crack first came out, and it was well known, he put it all out in the black and the Hispanic areas on purpose to do, you know, to depopulise. And it just makes you think the government are doing this with the communities now. Me personally, I do.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, getting back to like Oldham local politics, I'm really confident within the next 2-3 years I will get a local council seat in Oldham. I will be elected a councillor. I'm really confident about that. Why am I confident? It's because I know my town. I know my town well. I'm not somebody who's just been flown into an area that I don't know. The area where I'm running, I've got friends who've been friends for all my life. You know what I mean? My family's lived down there. I've took kids to the local schools down there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, I've done the.
Well, because your dad was well known, wasn't he, back in the day? Wasn't he?
Yeah. Across Oldham, my dad were well known. He founded the West Indian Association in Oldham. He was governor of a school, and he also championed the credit union, getting a credit union into Manchester. And he was also on the National Lotteries Funding Commission in Oldham.
Okay.
And but just before the riots in the 90s, my dad's gone to the council with some other community members and said, look, your social housing policies, you're creating ghettos and racial tensions are rising and it's going to be trouble. And we had the Oldham Bradford riots, which was blamed on the things that my dad said to the council back in the day. So they didn't listen to me dad, and he was.
What was your dad? Was your dad African or Jamaican, John?
Jamaican.
Yeah, Jamaican. All right.
I'm second generation Windrush.
Oh, okay.
And that's what my dad said to the council. And then a few years later, we had the Oldham Bradford riots, which were blamed on social housing, creating ghettos, and the council never dealt with issues to do with race and stuff like that. They never dealt with it because of political correctness. They didn't want to deal with it. You know what I mean? Education. We've got so many religious faith schools in Oldham that are breaking loads of rules and stuff like that. Well,
it's only a small town, isn't it? I've been told them a couple of times for football.
Well, there's 280,000 people live in Oldham, But when you say small town, it's not small. It's one of the biggest towns in Greater Manchester.
Is it?
For area space, not for population, for area.
Yeah,
one of the biggest boroughs for the area, because Oldham's right next to Pennines. So we have loads of farms and fields.
This is what I'm saying. Money should be flowing through that town because you had all the mills, didn't you? There, you had the coal mines, you got all the farms, and everything. So money should be flowing through that town. Where's it all going?
I know. Ricky Millwall, yes, Ricky Millwall. The money's going on the wrong things, mate. I mean, Oldham's known, right? Oldham's known for like putting money in certain communities and just leaving everyone else out of it. That's what Oldham's known for. And you know, like the mismanagement of our councils. Right now, we've got, I think there's about 20 councils or 20 to 30 councils that are going to be bankrupt net by the end of this year, in the past couple of years, right? Because we have the wrong people in the council. If like Strawberry, if Strawberry is somebody who like governed a school or was on the school governor's board, I would want Strawberry to be on the council and the education board. Do you understand what I mean? But now we don't. We put in somebody called Blackberry, who's LGBT, who ain't got no skills, and they're only in the council because they're LGBT. Now they're on the education committee. And they haven't got skills. They haven't got the skills. So Strawberry, you know, she doesn't tick a box. You know, actually white heterosexual, she don't tick a box. So they don't want her in that position. So then we've lost a good person who's got good skills for our council. And that's what it is with councils across the country, guys. You look at it, look in your council, people are only there because they tick boxes, not because...
So is Oldham divided then? Is it divided? Is it is there any areas in Oldham where people with different backgrounds live together? Is there any?
Yeah.
There
All
is.
over Oldham. All over Oldham. I get this a lot, right? A lot of people here, right? They'll be like, their town in just the past 10 years has changed. Oldham has been multicultural since the Windrush days, mate.
Oh, okay.
We've always had people of different ethnicities in. Ukrainians and Polish. Ukrainians was a big influx into Oldham.
The only reason I said that, because Burnley is quite divided, isn't it? Burnley, I've been to Burnley quite a few times, and it's very, very divided. It was very racist, Burnley, isn't it?
The thing they do, though, they put everyone in the same place, so that just creates ghettos and creates racial tensions. Instead of forcing people to coexist together, they put them all in the same area. And now you come to England, not speak English, and end up in the middle of your estate, white estate. Then they wonder why the kids are always fighting with other kids because they can't even speak English. I've seen it. I've seen this happen. You know what I mean? And there's no incentive for people to integrate into Great Britain. You know, I don't want you to. You don't have to change your religion to be Christian. You know, you don't have to do that. What I want you to do is just respect where you are. And of course, my phone blasted. I can't answer it. It's my sister. She don't know I'm streaming. But so like, we want people to integrate properly, and they did. When I talked to my dad and some of the old West Indians who came in the Windrush days, they said they wanted a better life. They came, they integrated well. But then we've gone liberal, and then just let people in who just hate Western values, and they're just sucking the benefits off us. That's what they're doing. That's what a lot of them are doing now. And no one's going to change.
What does the rest of your family think what you're going for, John? Like, from your side, the black side, then the white side, do they agree with your
I mean, I'm not saying they're all in perfect agreement with me, but a lot of the issues that I talk about, they all understand them in deeply.
Yeah.
Just one minute. I'll mute up, but I'll be back. One sec.
Yeah. Okay. No problem, man. Well, the social services, I do agree with certain things what he's saying now. I've said this. Strawberry, you really got to wake up a little bit with it, because they do. It's like the prison service, isn't it? So overcrowd the prison service because it makes them money to do it. I don't think people actually realise that. And that's what the social services do, unfortunately.
I mean, with social services, is it Strawberry? She's right. It's not all bad, and they do save kids. But they don't have when you look at council services, all these councils going bankrupt, do you think it's not going to affect the social services within the council? Of course it is. If they've not got the right people in running the social services, if they're unaccountable for stuff, nobody's been made to account for Baby P's death outside of the people who killed. No social worker has been undrawn and quartered or anything like that. So, you know what I mean? Honestly, that's
hang on, you say it's bollocks, Stevie. How comes everybody see different situations? I've seen different situations. I dealt with the social services years and years ago. So you tell me what's bollocks, and why don't you come on the panel? I mean, you seem to have a lot to say. Do you know what I mean? It's not all bollocks. You're telling me everything's all fine with the social services. No, it isn't. It isn't.
Who's saying this?
Stevie.
Right. So has Stevie watched any of Tommy's documentaries? He talks about social services. No, he talks about social services being infiltrated. He talks about social services practically selling the kids on. It talks about social service, people within social services being threatened with violence and the police not doing nothing. So they have to let things pass. That's what we're talking about. Social services. Victoria Agoli in Manchester was reported missing from a care home 150 times to police. The care home people wanted to do something, but they were silenced by the bosses. The bosses, you're not going to do anything, otherwise you're going to lose your job. These are the kind of
I mean, I'm not saying all the social services are bad, but it seems to be in that area of Lancashire and Yorkshire, they seem to be letting the kids down really, really badly. Even like Harrogate in North London was under investigation, wasn't it? They said they learnt the lesson. Look what happened again. That young black, I've forgotten her name. What was her name? The poor soul got murdered by her relatives. And then, you know, she was literally tortured. Do you know what I mean? How did they miss baby P? Do you know what I mean? I just don't get it.
You know, like I said, there is failings, but no one's held to account, mate. Like I said, them social services to do with satanic abuse, they were held to account after 20 kids got took off the parents. Social services in Rotherham and Telford have never, ever been held to account for any of their failings that they did. I mean, the failing could be as simple as not writing something down, but then the failing could be as not reporting to police. It could be anything like that. No one's ever been held to account for any of these issues. Baby P, nobody. So, you know, like, they do wrong, our kids are abused and all that, and we can't say nothing back to them. And if you want
I mean, it's kids with all backgrounds, because I always say with all the kids, there was a demonstration about in London. I can't find it again. It was about, but there was 5 black adults, and they said they were in care, and they were saying they were abused. They were abused when they were younger, and no one didn't care about them. But and I was saying that's how it was back in the day as well. It was even worse, wasn't it? Because it was saying, "Oh, you can't say that," blah blah blah. Even the parents, didn't they? You know, you can't say that, blah blah blah. And that was the attitude in this country, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and I mean, you know, like, to get me started, I didn't really want to talk about child abuse, but Nottinghamshire. Now, everyone's heard of Melanie Shaw, yeah?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
The wider thing than Melanie Shaw, there was more than a dozen care homes in Nottingham where kids were abused. Not just Melanie Shaw, hundreds of kids, and they were abused.
Yeah. There was quite a few of them are on the news, wasn't there, in Nottingham?
Yeah. And they were abused by like white MPs type people and lords and stuff like that. Don't get me started. I'll steamroll over anybody when it comes to the state of the abuse that they do on the kids. And then there was a home where they said that there were bodies buried. Beechhome or Beechwood, I forget which one it is, where there were kids' bodies buried. There was people held to account.
Oh, was that Beechwood one in the Isle of Wight or something? Was it, or Jersey? There was a great big thing in Jersey, wasn't there?
Yeah, there's two. Yeah. There's Beechhome and Beechwood, and one of the guys who supports Beechhome, I think, is Alan Murray, and then Beechwood was in Nottingham. Beechhome might have been down Jersey.
That was all on the main news. That was all of that. That's not another hoax. That was all on the main news. That was.
But, you know, like, nobody's held to account, mate. Honestly, Cyril Smith, Lord Janner, Lord Ahmed. Recently, we had a Conservative member of Parliament in Wakefield who got charged with having sex with a boy, and then they still put him on a child safeguarding board. They still put him on a child. I'll get his name up. Wakefield MP. When I said things, guys, I don't make stuff up. This has already been in the news, or it's factual stuff. But I will find that evidence about that Wakefield MP. So, you know, if they can do that with an MP, he's been charged, they put him on a child, what else can they do? You know, we have Gary Stiller in the chat was saying about Birmingham Council going bankrupt. They don't have money for services. So they can't cherry pick good workers. They just have to take anybody in, and they don't get vetted properly and stuff like that. So
Teddy, I'm afraid you're wrong there, because it was on the national news about Jersey and that. You know, we were just on about cases, and that was on the national news. They found bodies, and oh man. Mel said, my opinion, I don't think there's any more to do. It's them just being plain useless and doing their jobs.
Yeah, Wakefield MP. He got jailed for 18 months, and he'd been convicted of groping a teenager in 2008, a male. And when he got charged, they put him on. He was still put on a child safeguarding board. It's just like, you just thought you know what I mean? If you were convicted of like robbing cars, you don't think they'd put you in charge of cars then, would they? Do you know what I mean? No, it's mad.
With this Melanie Shaw, because a lot of people are really being, they're really sort of like shaming her now and saying she's made everything up. There's people who were supporting her have turned on her now.
Well, I mean, you've just got to have the know. You've just got to have the know. No matter what she says, she was part of all that abuse in Nottingham and Nottinghamshire. Please Google up online. There was dozens of care homes that were involved in this. Kids died and been buried under the homes. So don't start going on and disbelieving anything. It happened while Melanie Shaw was there. There is some things we could be critical of, but I don't know if anyone went to her court cases when she were in Leeds. Oh shit, yeah, I did 2 years going to the court cases, guys. So I heard of
Jimmy the Hat, regardless.
Yeah, I spent 2 years going to Leeds Crown Court after Tommy got arrested for Melanie Shaw, getting into all the court cases, looking at all the evidence, people in the background doing research and stuff like that. And, you know, there is a couple of questionable things that she's done, but she's got issues already. But nobody's going to tell me that she didn't know that a lot of that stuff was going on, and it has gone on because there's been an inquiry into it. So, you know what I mean? And all these dozens of care homes, you know, we can blame somebody and just brush it under the carpet. But a big fault in the why the kids get abused these days, if we don't have the good family units like we had. We don't have them kind of family units.
So, what's the first thing you would do regarding towards Oldham then, John, if you win?
I mean, I'm only on my local area, but I'd be pressuring the police. I'd be pressuring the council for housing. I'd be pressuring the police to do more, like be seen in the streets and stuff like that. I've been putting pressure on the education system to stop indoctrinating our kids to be to be non-binary and stuff like that, because it's happening. This is what one parent told me. So as soon as the 12-year-old went to like senior school, one of the big issues she had was she caught a 12-year-old with a 16-year-old lad in a room trying to have sex because of that relationship and sex education. Another teenager come home and they didn't have to tell the parents, but they get called a different name.
Right. I've got an Israeli in the chat. Answer a question. Well, I don't think Israel will control us, but she's asking how
influencing. They do influence. There's a big Jewish lobby in America that'll cancel anyone if you speak out against them. And I'm not against cancellation. You know, I don't care about Israel or Palestine. It's not the UK. I care about what's going on right here now in the UK. Why is our money being funneled to fake wars and bloody wars? If you want me to be brutally straight, like I said, the Palestinians are psychotic terrorists, the Hamas. The people who follow them haven't got a clue that they're following. The people who follow them, they won't go over to Palestine and sign up to fight for Hamas or anything. They won't do that. We've got I pulled a guy in Oldham Town Centre the other week, queers for Palestine. Mate, they throw you off a building if you were over there. That's what they do. That's what I said to him, right? And I don't like the bullies of the Middle East, which are Israel, supported by the West. They are. And why have we got Friends of Israel in the Labour Party, Friends of Israel in the Tory Party?
I think me personally, John, to be brutally honest, I think you got that all wrong, mate. But that's your opinion. But at least you say it with your chest.
No, but again, mate, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if Israel are innocent. It's not the UK. It's not the majority of the UK. So why are all our leaders bending over to foreign things, conflicts, and all? That's what I'm trying to get at. You know what I mean? And if you want me to start, on Jewish people, there's 1,500 kids in Hackney not being taught in unsafe conditions who are ultra-Orthodox Jews. Nothing gets said about them because people are politically correct and they don't want to upset people because they might get called anti-Semitic. Let me just get the information up for you. And there's a woman called Ambrosine, if anyone knows her, and I pulled her about this. It's been sorted out, John. Hasn't been sorted out. There's still 1,500 kids in unsafe, unhealthy school conditions being taught anti-Western shit in London. And I'm just going to be blue. I've put it all over my Twitter.
What by Jews? I thought they're for this country, though, John.
Ultra-Orthodox Jews. Hold on. No, you know, I care about children and you know, our families and stuff like that. Now, if you want to send your kid to a school where the roof might fall in and kill them all, it's up to you. It's up to you, but you live in England, so you should be following the rules that everyone else follows, but they don't. And because of political correctness and stuff like that, they're not integrating well, and they don't follow them rules. But, mate, if your kid didn't go to school, you'd be getting fined 50 quid. Honestly, it's just wrong. And that's why our country's going to pot, because we care about everything else except for United Kingdom.
I think it's a typical thing, John. I just think it's a typical thing where it's just an easy cop out to have go at Jews, me personally. But I think it's a lot more. I don't think they do control anything. To be fair, I think everybody controls everything.
Never said that. Influencing.
Influencing.
That's why there's a Friends of Israel in the Tory party and a Friends of Labour in the other party, and they're not influencing anything. How come every single MP and councillor in the country is screaming either Palestine or Israel? Fuck off, honestly. We want the UK guys, don't you get it? We want to focus over here, not over there. I wouldn't be selling any weapons to Israel. I won't be selling any weapons to the Palestinians.
Do they though sell weapons?
Right. Ferrantes is a company listen, I've just said this. There was protests in Oldham over IBIT, called IBIT, an Israeli company that makes guided missile systems for missiles, and they protested until it got shut down. The Palestinians. That happened in Oldham, so they do. There is an Israeli factory over here making chipboards for missiles or whatever more war things. But England has a big history like that because we've technologically done a lot of war things throughout the war, airplanes, our ships. So it's something that's always here, but we've continued. And IBIT, they bought out the factory and they were making chipboard missiles for guided missiles, and the Palestinians did 2 years of protest until they shut it down. So, you know, I'm just saying, and, you know, if I want to be, but again, it's just, I want UK stuff, you know what I mean? I want UK to be focused on and not everything else around the world. So 2018, this particular article's from education on them Jewish, unregistered Jewish faith schools. Don't get me started. There was a Islamic faith school in Birmingham that were caught with a chop shop underneath to genitally mutilate young
Neil said they didn't shut that down for that reason.
So there was a Islamic school in Birmingham that got in trouble because downstairs was a chop shop to genitally mutilate girls. So, you know, I'm big on it. If I'm going to call out a Jewish school, I'm going to call out an Islamic faith school as well. I'm just doing the same to both. Don't anyone say, oh, you can't be like that with these and not like with. I do. If you look at my videos, I call them out all the time. Whoever has it. In unregistered faith schools, Christian is at the bottom of the list. Islamic, Jewish, Christian. That's how it goes. And I'm just saying. You know what I mean? But, you know, a chop shop under a school in Birmingham, and nobody said anything. How many girls have been mutilated in that chop shop? You know what I mean? And
where did you find that information from then, John?
It was a case. I'll get it up now. Thanks, girls. It's gone in the chat. School in Birmingham, genital mutilation. Honestly, guys, when I talk about stuff, I don't make it up. It's an article. It's an issue that's in that might not be in the public eye. I just don't make it up. And I've done videos on that FGM shop. I've done videos on the illegal ultra-Orthodox Jewish schools. And I recently, I have got a video. I haven't put it out yet, but I've done a video on a Christian faith school that had some shit as well. So, you know, I just want what's best in life. And, you know.
Yeah, but excuse me. Do you think, John, though, that in here at the moment, Jews are really getting attacked? They're the most attacked people on the streets at the moment.
Of course they are. Because the Labour never done anything against anti-Jewish sentiment. The Labour Party, right? So a senior Jewish Labour Party member of Parliament in a couple of years ago had to go to her own conference with security. Her own Labour conferences with security. And Islamic people absolutely hate Jews. And we just let them get away with everything. Aubrey, I agree. You know, I am going to agree. But again, the Jewish population in this country is not majority. The majority is white, English, Anglo-Saxon. Nobody cares about you. They just care about everything else around the world. And if you criticize anyone, they'll call you one of them buzzwords, anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, this, that, the other. You know, I'm just being honest. And if I was to say, oh, these people don't ever do anything wrong, that's the wrong kind of attitude to do, because people have been like that. Now we've got 1,500 kids who could die in the school in Acne because they're being taught in really unsafe conditions. They're not even learning social skills to go into life. And if you want to start, forget the Jewish schools, one in Oldham, Clarksfield Primary School, let me get it up. Islamic Clarksfield Primary School.
Yeah, but you know, like the most of the Jewish community are not actually a threat, are they?
I'm not bashing Jews. I just don't think we should be bothering with that war when the majority of people
But
are
are we bothering with that war, though? Are we bothering with it, though? I mean, is it because it seems like it turned out Iran was selling arms to Israel as well. You know,
I don't exactly know who's selling arms to Israel, but mate, think about it. We're talking about things that aren't to do with the majority of the UK. That's why we're in such a shit tip now. That's why our country is in a mess now, because we don't think about ourselves. We just think about everyone else. I'm absolutely 100% on that kind of thing, and I'm not going to change my mind. I'm sick of these buzzwords and all this lot. Does anybody know? Everyone knows Pink Floyd, don't they? You know Roger Waters.
Yeah.
So he made the Wall album in the 80s, the late 70s, 1979. Yeah, and I hope everyone's seen the video of the Wall with
Bob
Geldof in it. Yeah. So that video's been out. You know, it's been said. He started.
I still can't work out that film.
I can. He went down the
wrong. So
what
did you get out of it, John? Then how did
he went down the wrong road, and then he redeemed himself and came out of it. He went down the wrong road, redeemed himself, and come out of it.
I'm not going to lie. I did used to watch it on acid, but
listen, that's I think a lot of people are. But he started to criticize Israel. Now they have to cancel him, saying that his video is anti-Semitic. It's been out since 1979. No one said anything for all them years. As soon as he started criticizing Israel, they're trying to cancel him. You can look into it. He's done videos on it, Roger Waters. I'm just saying, I don't believe in it, mate. And again, I've nothing personally against anybody of any faith. But when you come to England, we want you to respect ours, and people who do not respect our laws or our values over here, the majority of England is Anglo-Saxon. Anglo-Saxon. We've been Anglo-Saxon for 1,000 years. You know, we're not like you hear the lefties, we're a nation of immigrants. What, for 1,000 years we're the same people, Anglo-Saxons, and which can trace our blood to like Northwest Europe and stuff like that and around here. And none of you are bothered. None of you're not in the limelight. What's in the limelight are foreign people and foreign wars in countries that are thousands of miles away from us that don't really affect us or anything like that. And we're getting dragged in. You know what I mean? What was that? Conscription to go and fight in Ukraine against Russia. Who do these people think they are? Who do these people think they are? That's going to happen in the UK. I certainly won't be going fighting over there. And I can tell you 100% of the Islamic community in England won't go fighting in Russia either, whether they've got a British passport or not.
I think a lot of countries would be too scared to fight Russia, to be fair. You know what I mean? They
sorry.
Go on, John.
Clarksfield Primary School is going in the chat. It's a school in Oldham. So, like I said to you guys, in 2001 we had the riots, the Oldham Bradford riots, and one of the things was socialising, putting everyone to the same area, and education. And this primary school has gone so Islamic that the head teacher had death threats the way she was teaching the kids, and the support workers couldn't even speak English properly themselves. So the kids were leaving school without even being able to speak English or have decent social skills. What's that's going to mean is that they'll end up going into crime. I report on all these things. I report on all of them fairly. I don't pick on Jews all the time, and I don't pick on Islamic.
John, I've got a question for you from Mel. Can you ask John what he sees himself as? What do you see yourself as?
What do you mean? British, me. I'm British, aren't I?
You're British.
I'm British. But my ethnicity is my English side of my family can be traced back 22 generations in the Manchester area, going back to something like 1500 and something or 1600 and something. Obviously, my dad's Jamaican. His ancestry can be traced back to the west coast of Africa. I can't tell you exactly where, but it gets traced back to the west coast of Africa.
How did your dad get treated in a town like Oldham back in the day, John?
Well, like I said, unlike a lot of other towns, when the Windrush came here, they came to Oldham straight away in the 50s. There were a lot of Windrush here came right to Oldham. They didn't start somewhere else, then go to another place. So like some of these towns that have been changed lately, we've been changed for 40 years. We've had lots of migrants for 40 years constantly. Islamic, Eastern European, obviously Windrush, Jamaican type people. We've had that for 40 years, but some of you come from towns where you've only had that 10 years. You know what I mean? So I don't see it like you lot see it. I just don't see it like a lot of other people see it, because it's always been like this here.
I've always brought up in Shepherd's Bush, mate. Unlike City. I was born and bred there, mate. I was brought up there school days up to when I was, 30 odd. Yeah.
So this is Clarksfield Primary School. The same things are going on in this school that went on in the Jewish ultra-Orthodox schools. They're using loopholes, and they're putting their own values and everything, priority above everything else. So they don't have good learning skills when they come out. And a lot of these from Clarksfield Primary School are just going to go into crime and not working and into poverty and stuff like that. And no one says anything, guys. No one says anything. That's what I mean. Nobody says anything. Our council don't address this. I've been up to the school. I've called out the local councillors. I've done several videos on this particular school. And it's not just this particular school. There's several schools in Oldham that are like this. And recently...
But you know what? I went to... in the Jewish community...
1 minute. I just won't get in a smoke. Won't be a minute.
All right.
I'm here. I'm still here.
So when they have like the Jewish show, and you know the Jewish people actually sing the national anthem.
Some do. Ultra-Orthodox Jews don't.
I don't know. I saw them in the crowd. I mean, my grandparents were Jewish, but they didn't follow the faith or it. I didn't. But but the Jews I see, they actually sing the national anthem. Yeah, but there's always going to be a. Have you seen that documentary, Rebel Jews, Rebel Rabbis?
No.
They are against the war, Zionism, fight against Zionism. But they turn out to be just as extreme. They walk with the Muslim people, you know what I mean? But they're quite extreme themselves.
You know, I get this, mate. I get it. A lot of people, you can't say this about these people, that. But, mate, we don't live in Israel. We live in the UK. That's what I'm trying to say, you know. And if you live here, please respect our values. You have to do what I respect.
Yeah, but Jewish people do, don't they, as a whole? They just do what they do, though, don't they? They don't really bother anyone.
I'm not saying that the tourists or anything, but you know, I just don't think we should be supporting things in other countries when we've got enough problems here. Mm-hmm. People dying on our streets all the time, homelessness.
Oh yeah, I mean, with the Iraqi war, we should have never done that.
Yeah, London's shut down. there's all these black kids stabbing each other in London, but London's shut down for Israeli protest or Palestine protest. So the police have to be at the protest and not policing. Do you get me? You know what I mean? We shouldn't have any. I wouldn't have any Hong Kong protests. I wouldn't have any kind of protest from another country in our country. I wouldn't have it. And if you went to a lot of countries in the world, especially the Middle East, you won't be able to go to Saudi Arabia and do a protest against Saudi Arabia or its fellow cousins. You wouldn't be able to go to Saudi Arabia and do a protest against Qatar. You'd be just shot in the head, mate. But over here, England, we have, oh yeah, you can protest anybody you want here. We'll stop the police. We'll let the homeless die, and we'll go and sort that protest out. It's a joke. It's a joke. And
I'm really confused with right people, the Palestinians and all that lot are going on about the Zionists in Israel and everything. But then you would get someone like Tony Martin will speak about the Zionism and Mark Collett. Okay. But them kind of people want an ethno state in this country, but it's not okay for them to have an ethno state in Israel. I mean, what's the logic in it?
Yeah, I know. I don't want to go that far, me. I just don't care. I just care.
No, but what I'm saying is, though, it's crazy. It's crazy how people think, isn't it? Like, they will say that it's like really sort of hypocritical, really, isn't it? Because some people want an ethno state here, want it more British values, but the whole country, the Palestinian thing and everything, they're all going to press, then the news are going about the Palestinians and about the Zionism. But a lot of people who do that, they want a lot of influence. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm confused by it all. I mean, me personally, John, I think Jews don't rule the world. Will you say I don't want to word you when you said assist. I just don't see that. I think the Russians and the Saudis control most of the world now because they got most of the money.
No, but they don't control. Jews don't control nothing, but they can influence people.
I mean, influence. Yeah.
There's a big, massive Jewish lobby in America. You speak out against them, they cancel you. There's hundreds of celebrities and important people who've been cancelled. And, you know, I want to have a lobby, National Housing Party lobby, so we can lobby people. But it's just the...
What do you mean, lobby? What?
Lobby. So like, we want to put an end to permanent settlement immigration. We don't want a 5-year stop. We want a permanent end to it. There is obviously things for people who are working can come here and stuff like that, right? We want an end to permanent settlement, but there's no other party that wants an end to permanent settlement. So what we do, we start writing them letters to all these parties so they take on board our policies. Do you get me? And Pat McGuinness, who started the party up with me, he went on 3 years ago. He did a banner drop, and you might have seen it, and it's exit the 1951 UN Refugee Convention, and it was never talked about on publicly on politics shows or anything. We started campaigning 2 years later. Every party has talks about that policy. Do you understand me? That's lobbying and getting people to take your policies. And the Jewish have a big lobby, and you get cancelled if you speak out against them. You know what I mean? Roger Waters.
Well, you're saying they are bringing the immigration through. Never said that. I never said it's anything. I never said it's anything to do with the Jews and immigration. I never said that. It's just that they influence us, and you can see the influence because we have a Friends of Israel and a Friends of Israel in Tory and Labour Party, so they can influence them. And high-ranking members of Parliament suck up to Palestinian side or the Israeli side, so they don't care about working class. I want an MP who's going to say F to
forget all them wars. Let's focus on the homeless situation we've got here.
Yeah.
Forget all them wars. Let's focus on our veterans.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I think it's common sense with the immigration, where they need to vet them and be realistic how many they are letting in, right? Like any other country, if you go to America, you've got to go through a system, and it's quite crazy where the illegals, they need to sort it out. So I mean, I think they just got to have reasonable and proper vetting. That's my concern.
Well, no,
that's my concern.
Yeah, we do need to vet people properly, but Britain's values, customs, everything's being trodden on. You see people getting arrested when they're at a march with a Union Jack or an England flag. You know what I mean? And our very values are under attack. All right, the slave trade happened. All right, there were loads of money made off the Britons, but does that mean that you have to keep going on about it and putting everyone down now like it's their fault? That's what people are doing now. Our history is being changed. They're putting Anne Boleyn's a black woman. They did Cleopatra as a black woman, didn't they? Jada Pinkett Smith, and Cleopatra was not black. You know what I mean? They're messing everything up in the UK, and it's not just me. There's the Indians. There's a couple of Indians on Twitter, and they're the same. They're furious with the way they're stamping out Christianity. You must have seen videos of Christian preachers being arrested and told to stop.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
but we have Palestinian supporters walking through London saying fucking not nice things about Jews. You know what I mean? And no one says anything. No one does anything. We need to really, if we don't put this to a stop now, our country's going to be ruined. And a lot of the people coming here absolutely hate us, and the lefties and the liberal policies of the UK makes people like that against us. You know what I mean? And it's all wrong. It's all wrong on every level.
I mean, so John, do you want? So you're happy with the immigration, what we got now? Yeah, you the people who've been here, like born here. Are you happy with the people here, or are you
right? So
do you want it?
Let me just put it into perspective for you. So from the Windrush day, let's say from 1950 until the year 2000, right? We had roughly, so that's 50 years. We had roughly 10 million people come to the country in them 50 years. In just 20 years, that's doubled.
Yeah.
So
is that because Tony Blair just
started the floodgates? He was the one who pressed the button to start the barrier coming up, and then all the liberal politicians after have kept with it, including the Conservatives. You know what I mean? And to be frankly, I don't know why we've got somebody who's a full Indian ethnicity running our country. In Saudi Arabia, there certainly isn't an African Nigerian running Saudi Arabia. In Nigeria, there isn't no Saudi Arabians running the country. Why can't England have at least 50% ethnically English prime minister? Why? What's bad about that? What's bad about that? What's bad about that? But the rest of the world, it's all right. Especially the countries that hate us most.
You see how I see it. How I got it. If you're born here, don't matter what background you got, you're English. Yeah, that's how I see it. Do you see that? Do you class yourself English, John?
British. I'm British. I can't be English because I'm not ethnically English, am I? I'm only 50% ethnically English.
Yeah, but if you're born here, though.
No. If I'm born here. Right, so ethnicity. Saudi Arabian, you're Islamic, you're a certain kind of people. There is no white Saudi Arabians. There is no white Nigerians, because it's not, Nigerians are black. So English person is ethnically Anglo-Saxon. That's an English person.
Yeah.
Me, obviously I'm mixed race, but I'm British. Jamaica was a British colony till such time. My dad classed himself same. I'm British, but you know, my ethnicity is 50% English and 50% Jamaican. You know, but with a little bit of Irish sprinkled in. I'm not English. How can I be English? That's like saying.
Well, I've got that attitude. If you're born in this country, you're actually English.
No.
I don't say you're British.
So if you if you moved to China and you had a kid in China, would that kid be Chinese?
No, if they were born in China, if you were born in China, you will class yourself as Chinese.
No.
If you're born there.
Well, I mean, we can go on about it, but to me, being English, you've got to be Anglo-Saxon. You've got to have Anglo-Saxon blood in you to be English. Yeah, you have. Just the same to be Jamaican, to be a full Jamaican, you know what I mean? You've got to have like black West African ancestry in you, you know, to be classed as a Jamaican. But English is an ethnicity. But we live in a world now where they want to break all these things down. They want to break all these things down. They don't want borders. They don't want people to class themselves as a certain kind of people. They don't want that. They want everyone mixed up. And honestly, one of my Muslim friends, he comes up to me and he says to me all the time, said, John, they just want to mix us all up into a melting pot and then make new babies. That's what he says. That's what he says to me. And he prays 5 times a day, goes to mosque every Friday. That's what he says.
Well, he doesn't believe in interracial relationships.
No, it's not that he doesn't believe it. He just sees what this liberal government wants to do to us, put us all in a mixing pot. He said if he was in another country, a Middle Eastern country, it's just not like that. He wouldn't have to say them words. You don't hear words like Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, homophobic. You don't hear these words in other countries, you know. You don't hear them in Africa. The African leader of Ghana has to ask what they mean. You know what I mean? We're just being.
Yeah, but places like Ghana and all that, they've got a law, and they're quite brutal. You know, I'm not for people getting interpreted.
I'm not. Obviously, I don't want
laws.
Killed if they're LGBT. I don't agree with it on the level that it's being taught at kids. It can be 100 genders. You can decide one day you can be this, that.
Well, they've been used, haven't they, as puppets, haven't they? They've hidden behind the thing like they did with the Black Lives Matter, like something. If that doesn't work up with the LGBT, then they will go for something else. Then when they, then it looks like they're going beyond the Palestinian.
Yeah, John doesn't know some Chinese can speak English too, I bet. That's not what I'm going on about. I'm just going on about ethnicity. You can just say what you want, you know what I mean? But I'm not
Ethnicity.
I'm not fully English, so I'm not fully English.
What would your dad say then? Well, obviously he was born in Jamaica, I suppose. Then he came over as English, didn't he?
British. My dad was British. He
was born here, yeah.
No, he wasn't born here. He came over. Okay. My dad's British.
Right. See, this is a bit different because if I wouldn't years ago, I used to go to England when I would go and watch England play. We would have Union Jacks up, and they would have Union, and I didn't get it. Why aren't we having St George's flag up? Because we're supporting England, yeah. United Kingdom's called the United Kingdom because of the royal family. Yeah, I believe Scotland, Wales, and that should be called Wales and Scotland. And I believe they should run their own countries as well.
They want their own parliaments. Yeah, that's in our policies. That if you want, obviously Wales has its own parliament, Scotland has its own parliament, Northern Ireland has its own parliament, but England doesn't have its own parliament, and we want an English parliament set up.
Yeah, so really, like, we say we waste a lot of money, yeah, but we using a lot of money for Scotland, Wales, and Ireland. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you get me? We'd be saving millions from that.
We've got too many box tickers in who can't do the jobs. I explained this. Amas Yousaf, the leader up there, he can't do his job properly. He's a box ticker. You know what I mean? We just recently got an MP elected up north somewhere, and he's LGBT, and he's about 19 years old. He hasn't got any skills. He's a box ticker. And he's a member of parliament, and he's already started having a go at women who think that they want to be women, and he's on the trans side. So he's more, no, any man can be a woman, and he's an MP now. He's an MP. He's a boxer.
What did you think of the Windrush scandal?
Right. The Windrush scandal. It was always going to come. It was always going to come. Let me tell you about my dad. When my dad came over here, one of the things he did for him and the family members was sort out the paperwork properly.
Yeah.
Sort out the paperwork properly. He sorted out the paperwork properly. Everybody's known this for years, but no one's done nothing. When the Conservative messed up and took that department out, and it came, everyone's blaming like white people, but it was the problem had been around since the Windrush days, guys. And my dad, one of the things he did for himself and a lot of his friends was make sure that their paperwork was sorted out, especially for the kids that they brought over. My dad did that. You know what I mean? And then we've had the scandal and all that lot. Is it everyone's white person's fault? No, it isn't, because Diane Abbott and David Lammy knew what was going on. They just wanted an opportunity.
Yeah, because there's some people who have actually committed suicide over this.
Yeah, but
it's really disgusting. They need to be accountable.
My dad knew about it. David Lammy and Diane Abbott, they knew about it. So did they go around telling their own community sort the paperwork out? Did they? Or did you just wait for the opportunity for someone to mess up in government and start attacking them about it? Do you know what I mean? So the issue,
yeah, and it's disgusting.
It's the issue didn't just appear 10 years ago when the Tories messed up. The issue's been around for years, mate. People just
didn't. They just haven't put it in force.
They haven't pushed it or sorted everyone out to get the paperwork done. And then obviously we've had the scandal, and it is bad. It is bad that people weren't allowed to come back. I met a girl who's a grandchild, and it happened to her family. And when I talked to her, the paperwork never sorted out, mate. Not like my dad's paperwork never sorted out. And my sister has actually said to me that we can claim money back from the Windrush thing. That's what our family can claim money back from the Windrush.
Yeah, because what they're saying then, that the excuse they were saying when it made me angry, they were saying, "Oh no, they were only meant to be here for a couple of years or something, wasn't it? Certain amount of years."
Yeah,
I mean, you can't invite somebody over, a load of people from a different country over, then and say, "Oh, fuck off, we don't want you now." You can't.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the expanding in times. Got to remember, like they came over on these passes and all this lot. Then they just got into the life. Then they just forgot about that. And then rules have changed on paperwork and stuff like that. And while the Conservatives were in, and while what's that Conservative woman? Not Liz Truss, the one before it. Not Liz Truss, not Margaret Thatcher, the other woman who were in.
Theresa May.
Who?
Theresa May.
Theresa May. It was Theresa May's department that changed its policy or whatever, and then got rid of all that information to do with the Windrush, and then it came to scandal. But remember, it was always going to be here because people didn't have the right paperwork. But one of the things my dad did was make sure that all his family members and his friends had the paperwork done. And anyone come up to him, he made sure they got the right forms filled in, this, that, and the other to do the paperwork. Some people didn't, and it's ended up being
See how I see it, right? You only can see in London, some parts of areas of Manchester and that, where the black community are actually kept purposely to the bottom. That's how I see it with the communities, yeah. And it just shows it what they've done with this. And I do feel sorry for anybody from the ring rush and that.
Yeah.
How they're feeling now, because you could tell now there is an agenda towards the Caribbean community, to be fair, in this country. Because it showed that, we got a lot of illegal immigrants from other different countries they need to get rid of, right? And they go and pick on a community who actually helped to put this country back on its feet. Yeah. And
I mean, just think, what you just said there, right? But I'd sort of like disagree a little bit, mate. One of the things, even 15 years ago, that I used to say is that the globalists and the rest of the world are anti-West. That's why I used to say anti-Western. Yeah, and that's been with me all me, like half my adult life. I've seen it half my adult life. But when we come down to, you just said they want to get rid of people and they want to get rid of the Windrush first. No, they don't. What they want to do, they don't like Western English-speaking people. And the two classes that are the most discriminated in the UK is white working class and then the West Indian working class. On that kind of basis, that these are people from the West and they're English speakers. I'm sorry, I've watched video. I'm doing stuff on prisons at the moment.
Yeah.
In prison, the white working class and the West Indian and Caribbean English-speaking working class, they're the most discriminated in prison. They're the ones who are dying in prison more than anyone else. And of course, what's also brought that up is the breakup of the nuclear family. Like I said, they think that the statistics show that a lot of the lads in London come from single-parent families. Two-parent families is generally better to bring in kids up, and our welfare state supports single-parent families. More than it supports single-parent families more than it supports a married couple. So it's easier to get on benefits and have 5 kids to 6 different people or whatever you want, and then rise up. And
Mel said, do Jews not come under the banner of white working class?
I don't know. Maybe they do in the UK. I don't know. Maybe they do, but I don't know. I don't know. But I don't have a particular issue with Jews. I don't not believe the Holocaust happened. Don't get me started. I've read the Anne Frank diaries. I've watched the documentaries. What I'm bothered about is trying to sort out the UK instead of the rest of the world. That's what I'm bothered about, and I've said that from the very beginning of this thing.
So, do you think we then? We got like Blair interfered with. The reason why I reckon we had a lot of terrorism here because of Blair attacking a country when we didn't need to, because I thought.
Yeah, I agree.
They kind of liked our country, and I think we were safe from them, to be fair. I don't think we would have had it.
I've surprised a few people whilst I campaigned against the war in Iraq in 1999. I went to one of my first demos and campaigned against, I held up a banner saying no to war. That's what I said in 1999. And that was since the Falklands. The only thing that I validated in my lifetimes that we went to war with the Falklands to get the Falklands back. That's the only thing. But everything since I've not agreed with. We went into Europe, dropping carpet bombing Serbia and stuff like that. We've just interfered. We've started in Iraq. What we're at now? Obama had more conflicts in the Middle East than any other president going. I don't believe in any of these conflicts. We should have left them well alone, and we wouldn't be in the shit tip that we're in now with Islamic terror if we'd got not gotten involved in the Iraq war. I agree. When anyone says anything about Blair, I agree. But what made him do that? He's part of the globalists. He probably paid loads of money.
Well, it was Bush when he wasn't strong enough to say no, was he?
Yeah,
and 20 million helped be paid, wasn't it?
Yeah, it did, and he took us into that war, which should never have took us in. And 99% of the people I talk to in like the so-called far right agreed, though. No one wanted to go to that war. You know what I mean? Nobody wanted to. And it's just mad. But I mean, getting back to Oldham, it is a mission to what I've got to do. But I just want to do things right. I think that I'm perfectly situated to be a local councillor, definitely.
So how many votes do you need to actually qualify, John?
Right. Well,
are you registered now?
Of course I'm registered. I'm a registered political party. I'll put the link up to the party website in the chat. And 3 years ago, I would have needed well over 1,000 votes. Right now, I just need to get over 800 and a good chance of getting in. If I get 1,000 votes, I'm definitely getting in because people are voting differently in Oldham. That's what they're doing. And
so who do you reckon is your biggest threat
in Oldham at the moment? Well, it's hard to say, but like 5 years ago, the Labour Party had 40 seats, nearly 40 seats out of 60.
Yeah.
Now they've only just scraping 31 or 32. Yeah. So obviously, my enemy, the biggest people against me is the Labour Party in Oldham. I'll just put the website up. We have having some work doing on it, so it might not be 100% perfect. I like that question. On my last leaflet, so John Knoxdale, what does a Muslim do? On my last leaflet, I talked about sex education, talked about political correctness and the rape gangs, and the woman who opened the door. She was a Muslim mother. She'd been expecting me because the leaflet had just been dropped off the day before. She was expecting.
Did you get shit?
No. Listen. She was expecting me and then while we're at the door talking, I talked to her for half an hour. She invited me in after 5 minutes. She said that her friend said that the leaflet were racist. That's what she said. Yeah. So we've gone through the leaflet, and she's agreed with everything except for one point on the leaflet, mate.
What did she not agree with then?
Well, it's not that she didn't agree. When I talked about the rape gangs, she said, the police. I said, I shout against the police, and I got up a video where I was telling the police are all sex offenders and gangsters. And she was all right with me after that. I think she now votes for me. And I've been round to her house already.
I thought Mel was cracking a joke here. I didn't realise. Did that happen on your live stream? Did that happen when you were live?
Pardon?
Did that happen when you were live?
No, I weren't streaming. I was door knocking.
Oh, man.
About door knocking. Yeah. And so what I did in my ward, I got my mate to deliver 300 leaflets in this particular area. Then I went round to all the postal voting people, and she was one of the postal voting people. I don't hesitate when I get to a door, mate. It can be a black African guy, white, Muslim, whatever. And what I get off a lot of them is that they don't want this immigration either. Honestly, a lot of the things.
Well, have you seen what's happening in Texas and Chicago? The black community are actually going out in thousands to stop illegal immigration.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I had Ashley, American guy was saying about it. Yeah, I don't know what who they're stopping. They having illegals, and I don't know who it is. I don't know if it's Mexicans or with. So, what is your? I know your policy. So, what did she agree with you then, John, the Muslim woman? What did she actually?
Relationship, and let me see if I can find one of my leaflets. I talked about the war in Ukraine. She 100% agreed with that. Housing, she agreed with everything I said about the housing.
Yeah.
She agreed with the people coming in the hotels and ticked all the illegals in the hotels. She agreed with that. The CSE, right? It says here on my leaflet, worst of all, people who knew what was happening are still in the council. That's what it says on my leaflet. And when she come to that, and she went on about the police, and I said, yeah, fair enough, love, but there's got to be some accountability from your community about it, and there never is. And she agreed with me. She had a couple of daughters, and she came from, originally, daughters were born and raised in St. Helens, yeah?
Oh, Liverpool, yeah, Liverpool.
Yeah, so this is what this Muslim woman said to me. She had the hijab on and all that. She said, but when she was in St. Helens, her kids went to a school and it was well mixed. She come over here and now she sees schools that are just all Islamic, and she says that's not good. That's what she said to me.
Yeah, Liverpool's a bit more of a community, though, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, but
you very rarely hear a black person in Liverpool talk patois, do you? It's more Scouse, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what she said. She said she come over here when she's in some of the schools over here, especially primary school, and they're all the same. She said that's never going to work. That how they're supposed to integrate. These are all the things I talk about, mate. This is a proper Islamic woman. It's not like she's not mixed race or anything like that. She was called like Shamina Begum, whatever name did. She was called them names. So and
have you got a Jewish community in Oldham? Because there's a big one in Manchester, isn't there?
Yeah, not particularly. It's not particularly big, but Middleton, there's a big Jewish community in Middleton. But like if you remember when a couple of years ago we had Palestine protests, and I don't even remember, there was Palestine protesters going around shouting that Jewish mums should be killed and they'll rape the daughters. Do you remember that? There was people were actually
doing it now. They're doing it now.
Yeah, they're doing it now. People are actually sent to court over it, and like they haven't done anything. You know what I mean? Them people who said that in that car, they should have been jailed on terrorism, the worst kind of charge.
Oh, I thought they got arrested and jailed for that.
They did, but they didn't get jailed, mate. They didn't get jailed. Well,
he didn't get jailed at all. He lost his job though, didn't he? I know that.
He might have lost his job, but they didn't get jailed. I'm going to try.
Oh, right. Well, I thought he got. Oh, right. So nothing happened. Yeah. See, I feel this pro-Palestine. I saw an interesting demo actually in Birmingham. They had the Israelites. The nation of Israel, and they were fighting against the Muslims, like not fisticuffs, but they. It was really weird because they were going to the Muslims, they're pro-Israel, right, and it was just so fucking confusing, mate. You got people hating on the Israelites. Then it was really weird. People who were pro-Israel, like whites, were actually joining with the Israelites. But then you had the Hebrew Israelites are sort of anti-white anyway, aren't they? I think. I'm not too sure. There's two sets of them, wasn't it? Look, it's on my community wall. And I'll tell you, it was just mayhem. It was just mayhem. It was like the Israelites against the Palestinians. Because they were saying to the Hebrew Israelites, "You're not the real Muslims," and they saying, "Yes, we are," and blah blah blah. It's crazy. It was nuts. So I just think religion and all that shit is just, you know. But I reckon that the pro-Palestine thing, I just think it's an excuse for being anti-Semitic and hatred to a group of people. I think, especially in London, I think it gives Khan his reign on everything. Me personally, in London.
The thing is, though, we've never been. When you go to other countries, you really are forced to integrate. But we've not done that here, and look what it's ended up. We've got people on the streets shouting to kill Jews and wearing things with parachutes on. Now, if we would have put pressure on these people, and a lot of ethnic minorities will say this, then we wouldn't be in such a mess. But we haven't. Our liberal policies and globalism doesn't want us to be like that.
Yeah.
And now it's like this. You don't find this kind of thing in other countries. No, none of these people on UK streets will go to an Islamic country. If they went to Saudi Arabia, started protesting for Palestine, Saudi Arabians just shoot them dead. They just shoot them dead. But here in England, we arrest them, shake their hand, then let them go. You know what I mean? So we're going to stop all this hate if we don't put pressure on people.
It's the two-tier policing, isn't it? And that's what was ordered by, by the demos in London. Khan has got one protective of one community, but not on the other. Yeah. So that's how I see it.
I have found an article on them guys who were shouting them anti-Semitic things, but I haven't found the article where they didn't get anything. I know the article because it was a Jewish paper that wrote on and were angry because they never charged these people. So, yeah, you know what I mean? Honestly, that is letting people be terrorists and not doing nothing against them, isn't it? That's basically what it is. And, you just can't believe it. Them people should have been arrested if they had dual passports.
That happened about was it about 3 years ago?
Yeah, 2021 it were.
Fucking hell, that long ago. Christ. Shit. Fucking hell, I thought that was done and dusted, that. Because they caught them quite quickly, and I was quite surprised with that. But I think some of their community actually gave them up as well, though. I think at the time.
Probably. I do get a pretty good reception of most of the Muslims in Oldham. I've had some contact me privately. I've spoke to many at the door and stuff like that. And I'm not a hateful person. I just want accountability. We talk about the rate.
I think a lot of Muslims I know are really embarrassed and disgusted by it all.
Yeah, of course they are. The woman.
But how I see it now, John, is it's not just that it's been left; it's other communities have been left to do it as well. That's how I see it now, and I look at the authorities are to blame for it, and we got to stop. People got to stop making the rest of the community accountable with the bad ones. Do you know what I mean? I think it's unfair to say they've got to call it out. Maybe they do, but they have because there's groups now going out there trying to stop it. Muslim groups. Oh look, I've got a Muslim guy who helps me run my group on Facebook. No More Broken Souls, and he's out every weekend about all kids. He knows what's going on, but there is. I think you have got a mafia who's doing the silencing now. It's not street level. People seem to think it's just ordinary street level. I think it's an organised mafia now. me personally, and that's why you're getting the burning down the houses and killings, and I think that's what you're dealing with now.
But I just want to get into local politics. We talk about national issues and all that, but so the area, the Hollingwood area where I'm running, is one of the poverty wards in Oldham. It's not the top one, but it has been, and it's sort of like near the outskirts of the town, coming up to Manchester. You got Hollingwood, then Failsworth, and then all that's Manchester after that. But
what's that other place? I went to that demo with Tommy was when he was going for MP and it kicked off.
That was Hollingwood. That was Limeside, Hollingwood.
That's it, Limeside. That's it. That's it. Are you covering that as well?
That's where I'm running. That's where I'm running. And like there's housing issues. We've got a possible at least 2 or 3 brothels working in the area, and they just arrested people in a brothel for doing modern day slavery.
This is happening everywhere, John.
It's happening near my area, and Oldham's a big modern day slavery place. In my area, there was 7 people found in a basement. Yes, mate.
Do you want to come on, Del? What I'm going to do, Del, I'll send it through an email for you, because of these bloody trolls. Hang on, Del. Go on, John, carry on, mate.
It's a pretty big issue. Also, the housing is got to be the number one issue in Oldham. But our councillor backwards, and I'm going to pick on the Sikhs now, or the Indians. So there's a road called Copsterhill Road in Oldham, and the First Choice Homes is the main housing association in Oldham, and their yard, the work yard was on this Copsterhill Road area. So they've moved off it into a new yard, and what they said to the council is they'll build houses. But then the Sikhs the Indians wanted the land to build a temple, so the council sold the land to the Indians, in the area that needs housing most in Oldham.
Oh,
do you get me?
But they've got a lot. But they've got a lot of Del, I just put it out there. Actually, Del, I'll put it out there. I can't find your email.
So they've sold the land to the Indians, and no offense, right? And built a temple on it, but we need housing now. So what I did straight away across that road, there's a load of tourist houses. And I knocked on one. The first one I knocked on, there's 2 families in it, and the other family won't be able to get an house in Oldham. They've got to move outside of Oldham. So, and yet they let the temple get built. In the same year, they sold 2 houses to a mosque in an area, again, that needs housing. And when I went up to that area, every house is overcrowded, mate. Every house is overcrowded. But they're all right selling. And that's what Oldham's like. They don't know what they're doing on the council. They think they're doing the right thing by being diversity and all that. So they sell the land to the Indians and they make the temple. All the Manchester MPs and all they're getting the photographs when it were open. Yet there's families across a Pakistani family across the road where there's like 10 people living in a 3-bedroomed house. And the other half of the family, the guy's son's family, they're not going to get an house in Oldham. They have to move outside of Oldham. So, we've got major issues like that. And that's how Oldham has been run for all these years. You know what I mean? And, like when I talked to these people at doors, I knew what was going to happen. When they built this temple, I knew that across the ways are all Muslims. When I went to where they sold the 2 houses to the mosque, I knew that they were all Muslims on the road. And when I knocked on, none of them wanted the houses to be sold to the mosque.
Really?
None of them wanted it.
No, I think do you know, like in London, do you know Khan didn't get no really votes from his own community. You know, it's all corrupt. He didn't win that. They all voted against him.
We've got my mate Pat, who's the other half of the party. He's running in central London, and he's getting votes all the time off the Muslims all the time.
Yeah,
because they want somebody different. They see how corrupt the other politicians are, the Labour Party and all that lot. They see all that. They agree with things like the hotels, all the money being sent to Ukraine and to war and stuff like that. They agree with all that. You know what I mean?
Sorry, John. Let me address Dale. Dale, I didn't send it to your email, mate. I'll put it in the chat if you want to come on, mate. I did say you would like a gym rag.
You mean the Indians, Mel, they also feed the community for free? Never said that, mate. I'm talking about housing. If you can't understand what I'm trying to tell you, that why let them build a temple when it should have been housing in the area that needs housing most, then you're part of the problem, mate. Honestly, Mel, you're part of the problem. I never said that they don't feed anyone. I never slagged the Indian community down. Just don't think they should have built that temple and they should have built houses instead. That's all I'm saying. Don't get so upset when I say things like this. We're in England. We're not in Delhi or whatever. We're in England and we need housing. And we don't just need housing for white people.
Yeah, but they need to start doing up all the fucking derelict houses. I mean,
a lot of them, in Oldham. In Oldham, we have a lot of tourist houses. Now, if you look at Peterborough and Milton Keynes, they're new cities compared to Oldham. Some of Oldham's houses are 3 times older than Peterborough and Milton Keynes put together. They're not economically a lot of them aren't economically viable, and or you can only have certain kinds of people in a particular street in Hollingwood called Fox Street. And it's got a row of tourist houses, and there's about 30 houses on them. Now, if you were old and disabled, unless you had a lift in that house, you won't be able to get up the stairs to the 2nd floor, mate. Do you get me?
Yeah. How many mosques have you got in Oldham, John?
I don't know. But we've got a lot.
So how many Sikh temples is there?
There's a few. There's a couple in and around Oldham, but remember, it's not the fact that a temple got built; it's the fact they built it for housing. Yeah, what I keep going on about.
Because I think in London, right, the only time you really see a Sikh temple is in West London. As far as I can, I've got to ask Triller because he's a Sikh, and I never see any Sikh temples in East London or anywhere South London. Only in West London. It's just we do need houses. Yeah, are they, Mel? I see. I only okay. I'm just saying that because mind you, I've been out of London for years, to be fair, Mel. And then again, when I was in London, living there, I wasn't out of West London and not. Well, I was going to say, John, yeah, because of Oldham, like places like Oldham, Rochdale, and Burnley, and all that, I see all these nice Victorian buildings, all derelict, yeah, and they're just not doing them up. And I just think it's criminal. And I think the prices on them buildings.
Well,
the prices would go really well and bring money into the. I just don't know why they don't do them up.
Because we've got rubbish people running our councils. A guy in the chat, Birmingham Council, bankrupt. There's by the end of this year, there's going to be something like 20 or 30 council bankrupt because we have bloody box tickers in them who can't do the job.
There's a lot of fiddling as well, isn't there?
Yeah, like I said, Mel Garriel in the chat, Mel Garriel. So Mel Garriel runs the local supermarket, yeah, and she has done. It's a she. She has done for years. Now, if I want somebody on the council who can talk about running a business, running a local superstore, who can do so, then I'm gonna want Mel on the council. But they don't want Mel now. They want the Indian woman they want the Pakistani woman who wears a hijab because she's a woman and she wears a hijab. That's what they want on the council. So this is across the country, guys. This is across the country. I said the same about Strawberry as well. Strawberry is a governor of a school, and she knows about school and education. But now what they do, they put a box ticker on who's LGBT, who doesn't know nothing about school and education, but they're on the council because they're LGBT. So Strawberry doesn't get on the council, then the council loses a valuable skill. That's what it's like across our country right now. It's what it's like across our country.
Yeah, because I reckon Birmingham Council's going bankrupt, don't they?
It's gone bankrupt, mate. It's gone bankrupt.
Yeah.
And
oh God, she is LGBT.
But do you understand what I mean, Strawberry? You do know what I mean. I don't mean it like that. I mean it.
Nice.
If an LGBT person gets into the council for box ticking, but they haven't got the skills that we want in the council, that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean by box ticking.
Yeah. I wonder why is Birmingham gone bankrupt? Because there's too many fiddlers.
Well, corruption in the councils as well. Because if we look at Telford, we know that council, the police are all corrupt in the abuse of them 1,000 girls. So why not the rest of the council is just as corrupt? Liverpool, Joe Anderson, under his watch, 100 million of taxpayers' money got wasted on dodgy dealings and stuff like that.
And pointless buildings in the town centre, isn't it? Yeah, because I went out with someone from Moss side and they were saying, oh yeah, they've done the town centre right, but they ain't done the fucking outskirts.
Exactly. Oldham do the same. They love doing stuff to the town centre, but they don't worry about just 5 minutes away. They don't worry about...
Yeah, because if you go around Anfield and Everton, around that area and Highton and that, it's all been left. But they've got all this pointless statues in the town centre. It's just ridiculous. When you got Bootle or places like that need doing up, don't they? Yeah, they've got some really bad housing estates they need doing. They just left them to rot. And it's the same.
We have a lot of people in Oldham, especially in council. A lot of people across the country have OBEs and MBEs and all that lot. Yeah. And like they've just been giving them for no reason, just a waste of breath. You know what I mean? They haven't done anything. They might have been on a refugee board one time. They got an OBE. I just don't think that's good enough for an OBE. You know what I mean? And it's just. We're just run by a lot of puppets, and it's up to us to get that control back. We the working class, is what powers this country, not the politicians, not your Keir Starmer, not your Rishi Sunak. It's us. Everything comes from the working class in the UK.
But it's the working class being demonised now. It's fucked, isn't it?
Honestly, the working class is doomed. We're being squeezed for every penny we've got, and we're paying for everyone's issues around the world that we haven't started. You know what I mean? The working class in England didn't start the Iraq war. We never went. Working class weren't all there going, war with the Saudi Arabia, war with the Middle East. We never said that. It was the global.
Yeah, mind you, the whole of the country demonstrated against it, didn't they?
Yeah.
Whole of the country.
Yeah.
And he just went ahead with it, didn't he?
Yeah. And I think on a local level I can bring a lot to politics and stuff in Oldham, fighting for my area. I've done a lot on
where are you gonna find the things you want to do, right, John? Where are you gonna find the money for it if they haven't?
And well, what do you mean money? If I want police presence more on our streets, that's not money. That's making the police do the job instead of going online and going getting blacklist because he's put something that someone finds offensive on social media. Do you get me?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we want more police on the streets. Everyone wants more police visible and stuff like that.
Yeah, but they always say, "Oh, it's costing," isn't it? They always saying, "Oh, surely it won't cost that much to police Oldham, will it?"
Well, I mean, you know, we've got in the police force now. We've got diversity officers on 100 grand a year.
Yeah.
Diversity officers. Diversity what? You know what I mean? If you're not, you know, there's more white people in the UK than there is any other ethnicity. So why wouldn't there be more white coppers? Why wouldn't there be more white nurses? What they want to do now, they don't want that. And this has been shown in the RAF. If people want to research up, they've got to hire more black people, even though they're not as qualified. What's that? And you know, before anyone starts, I've never had a white doctor, me. But the doctors I've had have all been good doctors. But
Yeah.
again, the country's majority white. So there's going to be more sex offenders than there is Pakistani sex offenders. Simple as. There's going to be more white policemen. There's going to be more white nurses. There's going to be more white cleaners. Because the country is 80% white, so it's obviously statistics.
Yeah, but the trouble is, I worked for the National Health Service for years, and the problem is, if somebody's not qualified, like just a nurse and auxiliary, I'm afraid the English people won't do it for the minimum wage. Do you know what I mean? They just won't. Yeah. You know, and you will get everybody else, like the Caribbean or the African, that will do the jobs and do the hours. Yeah. Any staff who worked under me, yeah, were the most hardworking, was them because they were willing to do the work. Yeah. But you would very rarely see. You would see a youngster, a white youngster, taking that kind of job, yeah. But you won't see adult man taking that job. You know why? Because he can't keep his family on that wage. Just can't keep. You know.
I agree a little bit, but I mean, it's again, that's another thing that's been planted on us that, like, they always said that white people won't have these jobs, so other people have got. That's a bit of an untruth myth. That.
Well, where I live in West Sussex, Bognor Regis, yeah, they've done a documentary here. They called it Little Poland, and actually, when I first moved down here, there was loads of jobs. I mean, loads of jobs, and people were just not doing them, right? So when Euro came in and the Poles came, they took all the career jobs and everything, and then people started moaning, but they were there. They were there for fucking years, and you just sat on your backside, not doing nothing. Do you know what I mean? So, and then they would moan, but they weren't doing the jobs though, John. And honestly, I swear on my life, I'm not being a lefty or nothing. Honestly, I saw it with my own eyes. Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because I worked as an agency nurse, and the amount of money I was earning was massive. Do you know what I mean? I was earning really good money. Is that you, Del? Oh shit!
Yeah, it's me. Don't worry. If you know when it's me. I'm always consistent. Good evening, both of you. John, easy.
Hello.
Yes, Del. Been a while.
Yeah, it's been too long. Right, you're in flow of your conversation, so I'll let you keep going, and then
No, it's okay. And honestly, John, I really, honestly, and then they were moaning. Now, there's not as many Polish people living here now, and these care jobs are back up now, right? And you know what? They're having trouble finding people to do it. So they were just moaning at the Eastern Europeans for the fucking sake of it. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, well, I mean, let's give a bit of a different perspective on this now. So I've got a friend, and he's a PCB assembly. So that's them little circuit boards in you.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And the company was paying Polish workers a normal wage to do a skilled job.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, they're breaking every rule under the sun. This is just one little firm. And I can imagine how many hundreds, if not thousands, of firms are using that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Undercutting.
They've highlighted possibly 10,000 people around the Leicester area on modern day slavery.
Do you know what, John? I could turn around on another thing, though, is like a good friend of mine. She came over from Poland and she was a qualified midwife. And she told me she was only on like something like £2.50 an hour over there. But this was back in 2006, yeah. And she's come over here to she was getting more as a nurse auxiliary. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
I get it. And but you know, the big Ukrainian and Polish place for years, and you know they do work, but then we've got to watch out for companies taking advantage of them. And this is
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, what I noticed what I noticed in my area, they cottoned on to the landlords upping up the rent on the bed sits. So like 2 years ago, the bed set would be about 260 a month. But when they came along, they were charging them 700. So they've gone, fuck it. We'll go in a cheaper place, share a place together, work hard, save up. And I know a few of them have got their own mortgages now. Yeah. They wised up to it. They knew they were getting fucking ripped off, you know.
That's problem with globalism. It's all globalism economics. That's what this comes down to. It's the same thing always. There's always somebody who's going to exploit somebody else. This country, we've got to keep in mind this country, in terms of economics, the value of the pound, although that's still fake and it's same with the dollar, but the valuations of currency means that for Polish workers, what they get paid over here compared to what get paid in Poland, they'll do a job here because you know, they can send some money back home through remittance payments. It's same. It always happens all over the world. There's nothing different about it. It always goes. I'm not saying it's right, but it always goes on.
It's like in my town, you've got so many barbers now. It's unbelievable, right? I'm telling you. And you walk past them, and I'm thinking, how are you surviving? There's no customers going in there. I walked past one today, and they're just sitting there. There's no one going in there. So what's going on? Are they money laundering these businesses or what?
There you go. That's what you've got to have to question. It's the questioning. Because obviously they've got to pay the rents. But like I said, they've all got ways where they're supporting each other. You always see it. And every community does it. It's not just one. They're all doing it because everybody, in some form or other, like you said, is being exploited, as John, alluded to earlier. Yeah. So they're going to come over here, work. They'll get paid quite a bit of money, but that money is still worth a lot of money compared to where they're coming from. They can do a lot more. Yeah. If they work here for 4 or 5 years, they can go back and take that money back with them, and they'll be able to buy land, buy a house, no mortgage, no nothing. So it makes sense for them to be economically migrating to here. And that's something that's coming in here all the time, is that economically it makes sense to migrate. Now, the difference with at least with the Polish and the other people that are coming through the EU, there's due to the treaties that we've signed, the Maastricht 1992, I can keep going with all the others. They're allowed to come here and work, but also you've got to keep in the other side of this that John will probably mention, that he'll probably allude to, with the illegal stuff that's going on. It's not that you've got economic migrants that come here and work, and they're allowed to work, and they're paying at least they're contributing. A lot of people might not like it, but they are paying tax. They are contributing to the system properly. But you've got to keep in mind about all the illegal stuff that's happening, where you've got all the ones that aren't contributing, that are still taking. So
excuse me, guys, I've just got to go to the loo and get a drink. My throat's so sore. Sorry, guys.
Left, right, and centre. That's the problem. Left, right, and centre. That the system itself is being exploited left, right, centre. So You've got people coming here, and due to international treaties, we're still obligated to house those people. But yet you've got people who, you mentioned earlier on, veterans, people who've worked here. The veterans, you know, they fought in the war, they've contributed to the country, they pay the taxes. They're not housing the veterans, but yet you still got to house asylum seekers. And it's not a bias thing. It's due to international treaties. I mean, Jubes have done shows on this with the migration treaty. Due to the fact that this country signed up to them, they are duty bound to house the not just the economic migrants and the asylum seekers. They have to house them. They're duty bound.
Yeah, you're right, Del.
And it's wrong that the people who contributed, they pay tax here, they've contributed. You know, this government and this, it's not just this government with dickhead Sunak. All of them, the politicians, all of them, the establishment, they're all a joke, because the people that have paid into this system are the most exploited. That's the problem I see with this. No matter what you've paid in and who's paid in, they're just looking to exploit those that have contributed into the system. So you could have a veteran who's paid in for years on end, and for whatever reason they've come on hard times due to PSD and, you know, trauma after the war, and yet these veterans are out on the street. Yet when there was, after the war, not only did they do a service for the country in the war, even if there was a fault of the bankers, I know why they all fought Second and First World War. The bankers always benefited from it. The people did benefit from it, but they still went to war and they still did their bit. That on its own should mean they should be guaranteed housing, this, that, and the other. Not, keep in mind, most of them they got back, they was working here. Because remember, the reason why we had the Windrush was because after the war there was a shortage of men. Because obviously a lot of the men were injured, but the men that got back from the war that could work were working. So even when they got back, they were still working and contributed. And yet they now that they're no longer able to work, now they're not being looked after. I just think the whole thing's a mess.
Definitely, mate. You know, earlier on, he said 9,000 houses were built. You know, and the capacity we've got here and the stuff, and we just haven't got enough room for everyone. But we're still accepting all these people in one sec.
Yeah, you're fine. No, he's right. And that's the thing when you've signed up to the migration treaty, because migration's a right. So therefore, the country's overloaded because you've got people who are coming in as who are economic migrants that they've still got to look after. You've got the asylum seekers that have got to look after. You've got refugees they've got to look after. They've got the illegals that have got to look after. The problem is that there's not enough housing being built, and there's too many people that the government, due to the fact that they've signed up to the migration treaty, the government's got to house, and due to the fact they've got these obligations, they have to prioritize what they've been told to do. So therefore, the veterans who've contributed get left out, because as far as they're concerned, they've been used and abused. So that because of the treaties, they've got to house the asylum seekers due to the fact that they're fleeing persecution. You've then got to house the refugees because they get a high priority. You've then got the illegals who are undocumented and they have to be housed while they find out what on earth's going on. Then you've got the economic migrants who actually come here properly and they've got dependent children and they have to have help. So it's just piles on top of piles on top of piles, and then you've got not got enough housing. So it's just chaos, John. I just see absolute chaos.
Yeah, it is, mate. It is. It's just ridiculous. And I mean, Kemi Badenoch said it well. If you're going to sort out immigration, you've got to sort out housing.
Yes.
You know what I mean? They both come hand in hand, but it's really bad in Oldham. We've got lots of vulnerable people who need housing, and they just can't be housed anywhere where they're safe. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. And I just want to go back to we went a while back, was talking about, like, I mean, I don't know where to start. It's just so bad. This housing thing, it's just so bad. The Greater Manchester Spatial Framework is they're supposed to be building something like 100,000 houses in so many years, and they're just not enough. They're just not keeping up with it. They're not doing enough or anything like that. Now we're seeing councils paid money just specifically to build houses for Afghans or Iraqis or something like that. And it's just all wrong. Our country's in such a mess.
And it's going to get worse, John.
Barber shops and chicken shops and all that. In Oldham, we've got about 40 chicken shops in the 2 main streets, or takeaways, or whatever you want to say. And if we'd say that there's 5 people working in them shops, I can guarantee that not all 5 people are working on the books. At least 3 of them will be getting cash in hand.
Yeah, that's
you know what I mean. So there's no tax money being paid by all them people.
Yeah, this is the problem. This I talk about undocumented, because again, they still need work. They still need work, and it's not, and they're still, obviously, if they get cash in hand, they're not paying taxes on it, but they are still earning some sort of a living to keep themselves going. Not right, but this is the downside. How can you have people who are taking cash in hand, they're not contributing, but yet they still take off the system? Then you've got people who paid into the system, meaning veterans and others, who paid into the system and can't get no help. How does that work? It's the priorities are all wrong. That's the problem. But at the end of the day, this government, Boris Johnson's government, Theresa May, David Cameron, all of them have all signed up to these big ass treaties, and they've all got obligations. So at the end of the day, it's wrong, but our priorities are in the wrong areas. And it's not that I'm saying that asylum seekers are not worthy. I'm not. That's nothing to do with that. It's to do with you sort your own backyard out first before you sort everybody else's backyard.
That's what you learn. You learn that when you were a little kid.
Yeah, you get yourself sorted out. You sort yourself out, and then you're able to help others. My problem with this at the moment is the fact that we've signed up to international treaties, but yet our backyard's not sorted out. That's the problem here. If we'd have got the stuff that we're supposed to do here and get people sorted out first, if you want to go and do humanitarian efforts afterwards, okay, fine, I don't have a problem with that. That's fine. But you can't be in a position where you can't help everybody when you've not got your own sorted out. It's just a mess, John. It really is. It's sad. A mess, and it's getting worse, and it's going to get worse, unfortunately, due to the stuff that I'm very aware of, and that's where it's frustrating the most that we're due for higher due to monetary policy, we're due for higher inflation. So it's going to be more people, families, veterans, all the people. They're all going to be coming towards the poverty. I mean, you are working class Oldham is. They're barely getting through now, John. It's only going to get worse. Bills are going up, cost of living's going up, everything's going up, and they're getting more families are getting more desperate. But yet you're still helping those that are coming from outside the country, and you're having to look after them. You're having to do stuff for them, and that means that you're going to have this conflict. And I think that's all part of the plan. I think it's divide and rule. They want everybody at each other's throats. I've been saying it, John. Part of the plan.
Yeah, because once they do that, it'll be quicker for them to bring in what they call it, where you've got to be stay in your house.
Curfews.
And then bring in armed forces onto streets or military, whatever control, and stuff like that. And then once they do that, they'll bring in the 15-minute cities. They'll cut all your traveling down, and it all leads into one thing. I agree.
That's what I find frustrating, John, because people are not. Don't get me wrong, John. More people are questioning the establishment. Don't get me wrong, but there's not enough. It needs to be a lot more people questioning the establishment, because with a two-party state, which is like the same in the US, with Republicans, Democrats, Labour, Conservative, red and blue, blue and red. It's all part of fundamentals on the periodic table. It's to do with the colours and obviously your blood. It's to do with chakras. It's all to do linked in with how the realm works. At the top, the elite know how it's run properly. It's just the masses are not taught. I've figured that out. I'm aware of how all this works. But that's why you've got the same parties in each of the countries, blue and red, doing the same thing, and you get the same nonsense again and again and again and again and again. And if Labour get in, you get more of the same nonsense, just in a different way. So that's what you've seen. I realised this when Blair came in '97. Everybody hated the Conservatives, and then you saw Blair do the same thing that they were doing. And like, hang on a minute, you lot claimed you were white, but they did all this, but you lot are doing all the same thing. They're all part of the same club and all in the same bed. You're in the same bed. And that's why you're running yourself, because you're bringing, as an independent, you're bringing something different to the table, because people are only choosing between Labour, Conservative, and that's not a choice. You know that yourself, John. It's not a choice.
Let me just, if people could see my background there. So that's the Root Shah. She's the Labour leader. Zaya Hussain, convicted kidnapper, gang member who tortured and sexually abused his victims. A brother, convicted money launderer. And that the next guy is called Irish Immy, and he was a getaway driver for Dale Cregan in one of his escapades. And what you can't see is if every one of them has got a Labour rosette on there when she was running for a position. Now, convicted kidnapper, sexual torturer, convicted money launderer. If I had people like that following me, I would be on national news. National news. You wouldn't hear a last of it. I'd be arrested and locked up for something, but nothing happens to Arut Shah. People call her out, and she did a bit of a, when she first ran for her position 2019, she got ousted by the men in her own community, right? They said she slept her way to the top. And it's one gang against another gang in Oldham, one Pakistani gang from Werneth against a gang in Alexandra Ward. And there was a big speech. Everyone said things about it. They knew who the people were who went against her, but they never got convicted of anything, or they never got kicked off the Labour Party or anything. But obviously, if I get into that kind of scene, I'll be convicted. I'll be over the front page. This is what winds me up about Oldham. And
sorry, John. Can I just interrupt? Esau, I'm back. I'm back, Esau.
It just winds me up that the hypocritical of the now. If people would have done the right thing, the men who ousted her out of Oldham Council, running as a candidate in the St Mary's ward, if they would have been dealt with, I wouldn't be so vocal, but they weren't. If the council would have said something, why are you walking around with sexual abusers who kidnap people, I wouldn't say anything, but they don't. Nobody says anything. That's what winds me up more about Oldham than anything
nepotism.
Else. The entire world.
Yeah, nepotism. Yeah, nepotism. They're all in the same club, in the same bed. That's the problem, John. They're all in the same club, in the same bed. They're all got their hands in the cookie jar, and they're all at it, John. They're all as bad as each other. It's just like the same in Westminster. They're as bad as each other, John. That's what people don't realize. It doesn't matter which side of the coin you're on. It's the coin's still bad. You get me? All this. Oh well, she's blaming him and she's blaming him. Listen, you're all as bad. I'm not blaming that. I'm saying you're all bad. Never mind. He said, she said, he said, she said, he said, he said, he said, she said. I don't care. You're all as bad. Oh well, when they was in office, they did this. Well, what were you doing? You're just as bad because you let it happen. They're as bad as each other, John. That's what I've seen. They're as bad as each other. Yeah,
they are. They are. But I mean, politics in Oldham, it's interesting. There's been a lot of media, dirty politics, this, that, and the other, because they are dirty. Everyone, 90% of that council, they're just bullies. Who anybody in this chat would you just wouldn't like, and that's what, to make a good councillor, one of the requisites is like being like that sort of like bully and arrogant kind of thingy. But there's been several women who've tried to stand up to be councillors in Oldham, and they've been shut down and they've stepped back because of threats and things like that. Nobody's threatened me. Not one person in Oldham has said any kind of serious threat to me. They do to other people, and it's mainly the women. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's intimidation.
I'm not saying I'm untouchable, but that's what happens in Oldham, and it's just naughty, and it's not all from one side of the community. It's not all Islamic men picking on women. It's white men on the council who are bullies, who are picking on women as well. So it's just our councils and our politics are so stale, old, battered. They've not got the breath and the energy in them to be good. You know what I mean? So I want to change it on a ground level, local level. Start off with local counselling, see what I can do into my community, see what I can do for Oldham. I've been working with residents in Ollingwood with certain issues they've got. I've emailed housing associations. I've talked to the police about antisocial behaviour. We've had a few meetings at the council as well. And besides that, there's a couple of other Oldham residents who I've been supporting. They don't live in Ollingwood, but before I was a political party and before I run, I was supporting these residents. And I just want to try and get things better off in Oldham. Our politics is just so dead, stale, nasty, horrible right now. And I do feel that our politics is influenced from other places around the world. It is.
Yeah, I mean, you know me, and we've been. Listen, there's only one government in the planet, and that's the Roman Curie. All the governments that are operating Chapter 22 bankruptcy, they're not sovereign. They're all running what's called I mean, I've gone in depth with this. We should do a show on it, John. Not these are all de facto governments. They're not sovereign. They're all de facto governments, so they're all controlled. The Queen coming into the City of London Temple, she curtsies before the mayor. That's letting you. It's called submission. If you know where to look, they'll put it in front of you. But most people are sleeping, John. They don't see it. So most of these governments are controlled, as you quite rightly put it, John. And in Westminster, they've got an agenda that they've got to go forward with, and that's what you see. And the worse they are, the more corrupt they are, the more they get rewarded. And that's what we're seeing all the time. They're part of the same club, and they all behave the same way, and we're all involved in the same BS. And we keep seeing all the same nonsense. That's what keeps happening every single time.
Be right back.
Yeah, it's fine. And it's going to continue to happen. It will continue. It's not going to stop anytime soon. Unless people don't support these institutions. But if people support the institution, if you vote red or if you vote blue, then they've won, because it doesn't matter which one of them get in, they're going to be bad no matter which one of them get in. So
I reckon you would be a good MP, Dill.
I'm done with politics like that. I brave John for doing it, to do what he's doing, because like I've said to you, if it doesn't work for you, leave it alone. I'm done. I've just seen
Change
all
the voter, Esau.
I don't vote. I just don't get involved with it. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But
Good evening,
I like.
everybody.
You're right,
Evening,
Esau.
mate. Sorry about that. I went down for a coffee. Sorry.
I'm just glad that John's got the nerve to stand up and decide to do something. I respect him for it. Me personally, yeah. I've already checked out, but I just see the chaos like John does, and it's disgusting. So fair play to John for actually standing up and actually attempting to get involved and do something. Now, it'll be interesting, because Chrissy Morris, when he was, and I know a lot of people don't like him. He obviously has been on the council where he managed as an independent to get in, and bye. One thing.
Do you know how he got in? Do you know how he got in? It was by default. There was literally like only a couple. He was just there in the seat. Like, don't let him tell you he was voted in. It's lies.
Yeah, but my point is, he got in, and when he was in, the what's his name? The councillors just basically made sure they made his life difficult.
No. See, I'm sorry to interject you, but it's not true. Morris is actually a flawed character. I'm
not saying he's not flawed. I'm on about just the fact that he was an independent. He wasn't a part of their establishment. He wasn't a Labour councillor or a Conservative councillor. That's what I'm saying.
But you know what it was? You know how councillors are meant to have day jobs?
Yes.
Like, he doesn't have one. So like, when he's coming from, they're looking at him as like, oh, you're just on benefits, because that's what he pretty much was on. and he only had the 5k little card they gave him, the £5,000 council card. But the truth is, he was actually like, I mean, like most, I don't know about you guys, but most men work, right?
Yeah, they do.
And he wasn't coming from a working background, so like he was just there to cause trouble and argue. People didn't like him because he's a flawed individual. Like, we could talk about him all day, but we're not going to do that because it's just long. He knows he's fucked up.
No, and I'm just talking about the fact that he's an independent. It's much harder as an independent because you're not part of a political party. Well, the reason why I brought it up is it's more because John's going to be an independent. Okay. And we're talking about that. So I'm just referencing the fact that it's not about his I'm not talking about his character. I'm talking about the political process itself, meaning that obviously John being an independent, the obviously the Conservatives or the Labour will be making his life difficult because John actually wants to get something done, whereas they don't want to get something done. When he comes back, he'll talk about it. He's been on about the nepotism within the council. I agree with him. So he's going in there to try and make a difference. You know what I mean? But obviously, it's going to be hard for him because they're going to be on his case because he's going to want to do something about it, and they don't want to make things change. That's what I was referencing to him being independent.
No. I'll be honest with you, if it was any other example, because I know that man, I know all about him, and I've seen how he moves, and I've even seen how he handles people in his own council. I mean, do you realise he bullied his council members, right? He went there with schoolboy antics in that meeting, like, you know what I mean? Like, literally a child, because he's not educated. Do you know what I mean? He doesn't have any work ethic behind him. He doesn't realise that these people come in from long days and they're trying to get stuff done or trying to talk about stuff, and he's just there to disrupt. That's why he didn't last long. He would have got kicked out if they could have kicked him out, if he didn't get convicted for his crime. And John, I don't know about John's background, but I'm guessing it's nothing like Morris's. And
no. John's fine. No.
But it's all about your background, though. That's what. See, like when you're a counsellor, yeah, people or any type of, like, you know, role where people have to, people look up to you and make decisions. If you have a shitty life, people aren't going to buy anything you say. Do you know what I mean? It's like, imagine Donald Trump. Man, Donald Trump was a scatty man, yeah. Like, he was like, you know, had 5 wives, how many different baby moms, beat up his ex-wife and all that shit. He'd be a terrible leader, wouldn't he?
That's what one of them. He knew how to generate money.
But trust me, if he had a shit background, yeah, if he never had his son named after him and talking to all his children, it would have fallen on deaf ears because he's not got his house in order. That's how councils work. Like, every MP we know, apart from Morris, if they're not with someone, they have a family. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, mum, dad, children, they're doing stuff for the kids, they're active in their lives, they're active in the community and stuff like that. That's what you really want from someone. That's the kind of people.
That's what John's doing. John is active in his community. That's what John does. We're on about John. John, there's a question from Fill You In, and he's asking how many people. It's a good question. Not to cut you, Esau. He said how many people are standing? How many people are standing for your party? It's a question that came up from Fill You In the chat. He said, I'll just read it. So it says, I asked John, how many seats in the UK are his party standing for? That's a question from Fill You In.
Local elections. Covent Garden, Holborn. The Wirral. I'm not sure we've got 2 candidates in the Wirral in the next election. We've certainly got 1, possibly 2. We're also running a candidate in Leicester.
That's good.
And then there's me in Oldham, and now we might have a Scottish candidate running up near Glasgow next election. So, and I mean,
good evening, John.
All right, Paul.
How you doing, man? Listen, just look, because Dale was using Morris as an example for you, I don't want to pry on your life, but there are some do's and don'ts about politics, especially your background, that you have to kind of, I mean, like, for example, like, I'll use Morris as an example. He had a messed up relationship with his baby mother, the mother of his children. That's what he was in court for, because he was a terror to her. And that came out and ruined his career.
Who's this?
Chrissy Morris. Yeah,
Chrissy Morris.
That's what ruined it. Yeah, that's what brought him down. Yeah. As long as you have nothing like that. I mean, I don't know if you have kids yet, but if you do, I'd suggest make sure you're cool with them, with the baby mothers, and you're all good. Like, you know what I mean? Because
I've talked to people, and there's really no scandals really that like that in my life. Really,
Good.
I have been done. I have been in trouble with the police when I was younger, but for petty crime, really.
Yeah, that's here nor there. You suspend conviction in today's day and age.
There's no violence, there's no drugs, there's no alcohol or anything like that in anything I've done. So I'm quite a timid person if you want to look at it.
Do you? I'm guessing you work as well, right? I don't want to ask what you do, but I'm guessing you work.
No, not at the moment. I don't work at the moment.
But you do work. But you are someone who's prone to work. Chrissy Morris is not prone to work. Yeah, you see difference already. Chrissy Morris did not like work. He didn't believe in going to work. He just didn't believe in it.
Oh no, you got to work. I'm a working class lad. I've always worked, but at the moment,
you have, John.
I stopped my life.
That's what the people want to hear. Even if you're a manager at a shop or you're
John's very relatable in his community. He's very relatable. Yes, John's very relatable in his community.
Even if you're a manager of a shop here, or a dentist, or you flipping, you work at a garage, they don't care.
His dad was a big character in the community as well.
Yeah, John's very liked in his community. He's very well known. He puts a lot of feet on the ground for a lot of. He does a lot of work within his community, helping people in his community as well.
Yeah, I mean, also people are scared of talking to the council, so I talk to the council forum. We've had a few meetings with residents over certain things. But what I do now, mate, is I look after my mum. She's 87. She's got advanced Alzheimer's. Lots of you will know, and that's what I do. I stop my life. I give up a 30 grand a year job to look after my mum and stop my life.
That's how it has to be sometimes.
Yeah,
that's how it has to be.
Yeah, big respect, John.
That's how it has to be. You look after your mum, that's how it has to be. You look after your own first before you look after everybody else.
His dad was a big character in the town.
Everyone knows that, right? You look after your own first before you look after anybody else.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Of course. That is a number one rule. Everyone needs to remember that. But Morris here, what Noya Morris here, and this is what fucked up as well. His interest, I'm not saying it's your interest, John. His interest was, and I can't remember actually saying this, the one time I used this word in this live stream, paedophiles and pedophilia. That was Morris's interest. He saw himself as like a pedo hunter, even though there's a lot of suspect stuff about his persona and things that he's been up to. But that was what ruined him. I hope that's not your politics. Like, I mean, there's a police force for that, and we always got to tell people to go to the police if they have an issue. We can't police our community. We're not paid to do that.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying my issue isn't paedophilia. My issue is child sexual exploitation and the unaccountability of the councils and people in charge. I never shout for anything else except for that. And we've obviously
understandably
in Rotherham, we've seen it in Telford,
in Oldham as well,
Leeds and Bradford,
Rochdale,
and they do the same things. We've got to learn lessons. They've been doing it for 50 years and you haven't learned.
Yeah, how can you learn a lesson, John? Exactly. What have you learned? You know what I mean? Learn lessons, really? It's been going on for long enough. What part of the lesson do you need to learn again, really? It's ridiculous, John. I agree with you. Sorry.
But check this out. Check this out, guys. Yeah, what I've noticed with I'm just using Morris as an example, because he's a focal point of this thing right now. Yeah, for me anyway. His interest was pedos and all that rubbish. Yeah, and what you have to realize is, I see it like this. Yeah, where I come from online, where I come from the real world. Yeah, grooming gangs aren't an issue. There are no nonsense around me. All that crap. Yeah, I live in a very good world. I would say anyone, because I'm interested in that, when I hear people like Morris talking, I'm thinking, boy, that's a bit weird. But unless something is going on there, and that's why he has a preference there, and that's what he's trying to make people aware of. I'm sorry I keep doing this to him, but it's just that I'm comparing Morris and John right now, and I'm like, I like John sounding better on paper and voice. Whereas Morris, I'm like, no, I can't believe you even...
Well, you're right. You are right there, because... it ends up that them who fight against it or that some of them are paedophiles, and I get that. I do get that.
I'm like, I don't worry about that. I don't worry about this thing.
The nudist.
Again, you're saying music, but again, I don't. Them things there don't they don't affect Fuck! Sorry, I need to burn the house down. Those things don't affect my life, innit? Like, they're not in my world, innit? Like, I mean, there's a nudist beach near where I live, but I'm not going down there with the kids and the dog anytime soon. Do you know what I mean? But like, I get what you're saying. Or like, there's things around us, like, but I'm just like, I don't know, because I'm not looking for that. Do you know what I mean? Well, only thing I'm looking for, what I'd like to stop is crime. I'm talking gun crime and knife crime. Now that shit, unfortunately, affects all of us. I mean, look at America. What happened in Kansas the other day? Yeah, 2 people shot up a place when the Kansas City Chiefs were celebrating, and like, you know, crimes are a thing that we really should get in front of. Like, we need to start telling people, listen, you're not a grass. If you know something, fucking tell us, man. Sorry, tell the police in it. Do you know what I mean? There's no point. Just say it. Just fucking say it. Like, it's getting out of control now. Look at that flipping bastard who threw acid in that woman's face.
Bolton,
if her partner, yeah,
Bolton,
you know, if her partner, if the woman,
I said to, we went to this question time. Everyone was going on about the CAS tax and stuff like that. And at the end, I got my saying. And the first thing I did is turn around to the audience and give them a telling off for not going on about young boys killing each other. We just had Reece Tansey, who was stabbed to death by 2 other lads in Bolton area just like a year before. Also in Bury, another area near Bolton, there was a young lad stabbed to death in the town centre. And, you know, like, everyone was going on about the CAS tax and having a go at Andy Burnham. And I had to go at everyone else for not thinking about the kids. You know, what's happening to our youth, why they've got so many knives. I've talked to Detective Chief Constable Terry Woods, second in command of Greater Manchester. And I pulled it with him about this Bury killing. And there was a Bury commander with him, and went, listen, we've set up new procedures, we're going to schools, and we're searching kids in the town centre for weapons. I said, well, how's it coming? He said, we've got kids with weapons, even though some kid had been killed before. So, you know, the police let me know that they were stepping up, but it's a big issue with me, that youth crime. Like you said, we've got so many teenagers stabbing and killing each other.
It's pissing me off.
And nobody's doing nothing about it. It's absolutely screws me head, you know. And
listen, there's a woman on the stream, yeah, and I'm gonna be brutal here. I don't give a fuck, yeah. Her son was murdered, yeah, and it's very sad. But what it is, yeah, in I wouldn't say the black community, in the, I don't want to say the lower class community, just in some communities, yeah, people have this motto of don't talk to police, and this is how crimes don't get solved. Do you know what I mean? And like, I know there is a code as well, but you also have to weigh it up. It's gone out of control, yeah. Someone has to speak up. If you know something, then people like Shasta Johnson, who was shot, you know what I mean, they could actually put someone in cuffs for that. Like, we have to start. I mean, I can't even say this, but someone has to go in. Like, I mean, I try to tell kids every time I'm around, or, you know, teens and whatnot. I always say to them, listen, if you know something, say something. I know you feel like, you know, you're grass and blah blah, but it's getting out of hand now.
Yeah,
like, that's it. Like, it's getting out of hand. It's not like before where it was like confined to the criminal fraternity where they were literally doing each other. It's now spilled out. And everyone's getting involved, and not everyone's got the heart for it. And it's just like, listen, people are getting dragged in. Innocent people are getting dragged in. People are getting hurt for no reason. If you know something, say something. Simple.
It's
like, and I'm just saying, yeah.
It is. Honestly, I can't agree more that youth crime is so bad. And I've done videos on this. A young lad took his own life over bullying at a local school, Failsworth School, Eric, and there's been several really high-profile, well, dozens of high-profile kiddie murders around Greater Manchester, Bury, Bolton, Oldham,
Liverpool. There was a murder in Liverpool the other day.
all over the place, and it's wrong.
And there was a child was found in a boot in Ireland as well, dead.
Yeah. People do need to speak out. It's a big issue with me, that youth crime.
What are you talking about? One was chopped up. A 17-year-old boy was chopped up a couple of years back, remember? They butchered him, proper. A 17-year-old boy in Ireland, they chopped him to pieces, like. And fair enough, like, I believe, like, just watching the channels online, the person who did it is dead, but still, it's getting out of hand. You know what I mean? Like, I know people say, like, 16 and 17-year-olds, because we were all that age. We were all boys here. We were all boys once. And I may have been a boy a bit before you, a little bit more recently than you lot, no offense. But I'm just saying, like, it's going out of control. But when you guys' days, there was only a couple of people that were getting hit. Now it's all of us that seem to be getting killed.
I mean, we can say there's a lot of issues, can't we? We can say things like more people carry bigger knives, so you're going to carry a bigger knife, or you're going to carry a knife.
They do, yep, they do. They really do.
Then the parent issue, the one-parent family. Not every one-parent family, but you're more likely to go into the crime from a single-parent family than you are a parent.
It's not true. I know a lot of people, but it's not. It depends on the dad or the mum. It all depends on the dad and the mum.
I'm not saying everyone, and I don't say a majority, but it is an issue. And
I agree.
Then we've got, like, I'm not saying kids shouldn't have, like, control of their lives, but they have a lot more control than when they used to. I was feared of the police, and I was feared of my dad. And now the police tell me that the kids aren't feared of the police and they're not feared of the parents. So who's gonna?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I limited parents just now, because my friends are not. I mean, no, dads didn't beat us. Do you know what I mean? Like, they just didn't beat us, but yet we beat other men up. Do you know what I mean? And it's a bit weird like that. I think to myself, you know what? I need to think about what I'm actually doing here. And it is a case of people are aggressive. Like, men are aggressive. Like, you go into a bar, there's so much cocaine around now. Everyone's sniffing. Everyone wants to fight people. It's getting ridiculous now. It's getting out of control. Like, I don't know what the solution is, but I think it's us. The solution is us. The solution isn't the police. Yeah, it is. It's men. It's the way we're behaving. I think it's music. I think it's the way we're being influenced and all sorts. So that's what I think. I'm looking at it properly. I'm like, it's a lot of shit. It's the easy access to violence online. It's the easy access to bad music. I mean, I listen to some Florida rappers, and they talk about killing people all the time. And I know they do, because I've seen Trap Law Ross, the YouTube channel. I know they're murking people. And it's that kind of influence.
Games, the violent type video games as well. They never used to be like when I was younger. You played Donkey Kong.
It's like Grand Theft Auto now.
Grand Theft Auto, shooting down
Battlefield.
Yeah. Grand Theft Auto is a warm up. It's practice.
There's a lot of things that are involved in this. It's not a one issue thing, is it?
No, it's multiple, John. It's multiple vectors. I agree.
But video games now is training for us now. It's training. Going off on Grand Theft Auto. I have to rob a car with a gun, blah blah. It's training. Do you know what I mean? That's how these little kids are seeing it. It's training to them.
I mean, like I said, there was a couple of cases. There was the Bradley Gledhill case in Batley, and there was a case in Oldham where a Pakistani lad got run down by 3 or 4 Somalians and stabbed up to death in the street. You know what I mean? And like, when you looked at the papers, he was there at the wrong place at the wrong time. But it's like you said, that this gang had been going around the town for 2 weeks or weeks before, threatening other gangsters. So nobody said anything to the police.
Yeah.
No, they did the word. They ended up killing this guy, and everyone was saying he was there at the wrong place at the wrong time. If people had opened their mouths, he wouldn't have been dead.
The police would have patrolled the area.
Said something, he would not have died. So honestly, it's just like that, and it's wrong, isn't it? It's wrong.
It's painful, because I've got a little boy here, and it frightens me. It does. The other day, I actually said online, because there's this weird guy online. I hope you never meet him. His name's Jake. Talks about the most craziest shit you've ever talked about. And his comment is why I regretted having children, because I thought to myself, the way his sick mind is, there's actually some sick people out there. I don't know if I can. How could I bring someone into this world knowing that people like him are in there? That's what I was thinking. I was like, Jesus, I made a mistake. Like, I'm scared now because he's crazy, and there might be some crazy people out there. I don't want no one to hurt my babies. You know what I mean? Like, I can't believe online's woken me up a little bit, but also I'm looking at the greater thing and picture. I'm like, the bigger picture. I'm like, but what is making people go crazy? What's making people go mad? Like, I don't get it. Like, what makes someone go and run down somebody in the street or pick up a gun and try and shoot at them? Like, I don't make no sense to me anymore. I'm just like, what's wrong with human beings? Like, there's something wrong with us. I don't get it.
Yeah, society's in chaos.
I don't mean to be nasty with any particular people, but I mean, do people know what Somalia's like? What country Somalia? They've always...
Yes, I do. They see some shit.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact.
Now, we have loads of Somalians over here, so if they're over there and they get a knife and they go attacking someone, you know, we can't say that they're not going to do it when they come over here. They might not do, they might do. These kind of influences could be part of it. We've, in Oldham, we've just imported loads of, over the years, we've imported loads of heroin dealers, and the Pakistanis ruled the heroin up here. There's court cases I've been through where there's a kingpin in jail for 10 years running an empire that goes all the way up to Scotland, and he's in jail running it. And you know, all these kind of things are added to people needing bigger weapons, bigger knives. Drugs, someone said drugs earlier on. I don't remember any 16-year-old, 17-year-old, or even 18-year-old having any crack when I was that age. We just didn't do that kind of thing. But now, you go in the pubs, there's 19-year-olds on cocaine, fueling themselves up, making them into monsters, themselves into monsters. But it never used to be around, not when I was there. Oldham used to be a big nightclub area.
Yeah. Cocaine and steroids now. That's what everyone's done. Cocaine and steroids to get bigger, muscly, to scare people, and cocaine to make them hyper and use that, you know, brute force.
And steroids, doesn't that affect you? That affects your behaviour, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Cocaine and these people who are on long-term cocaine users, that affects your mental health and your attitude and all that. But there was none of that when I was 18. There was just none of it. You know what I mean? It wasn't.
You know what? Not long ago, I was at Belfast. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, what I like about that place is that, well, I was talking to a few people who've been arrested for marijuana, and they were like, "Yeah, man. What do they get? What do they get? Where did they get again? Where did they get?" This was a couple of years back. That was it. They got arrested for marijuana, and they were offered rehab as opposed to getting a conviction. I was thinking, wait, what? Like, British police are doing that? Are you fucking crazy? Do you know what I mean? Like, and I remember they're British police with firearms, and the way they handle stuff over there, I have to admit, I was impressed with the policing. Like, I was just like, you guys are a bit robust. Like, our police ain't like it. I like that. Our police are weak, straight up.
Yeah, because they got the troubles over in Northern Ireland, so it's different how they do business, how they work over there, due to the obviously due to the Protestant and Catholic issue. So they've got a police a particular certain way over there, and you're right on that one, so.
No, but I've buoyed off police in the UK before, like from London up to flipping Scotland. Like, you know, take the piss out of them properly when I want to, because I can. Like, I just, you know, if I don't want to do something, I won't do it. But I'm always nice to them as well when we're finally, you know, acquainted with each other, we know who each other's are. Then I start being nice. I'm like, oh, okay. And I'm like, yeah, that's right. But I notice, yeah, they're just different. Like, even like different parts, like even Polish police and Czechoslovakian police, they're different. They move differently. They move more effective, and it seems to work. Like, the criminals are actually kind of scared. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe rough policing. I'm just thinking of solutions here, like, because I brought this arguments are brought up many times, yeah, in many forums I've been around, yeah, and people are saying the same thing. The police just kick some ass a little bit, like literally, and you know, just everyone looked a little way. It'll be like America soon, where they'll just know, like, if you fuck with them, you'll get killed. I mean, not that shouldn't be like that anyway, but they need to know that there's consequence for your fucking actions. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think that's in society. I think that's where things have gone wrong. There's no shame's gone, and there's no responsibility. Everybody's just like, no accountability, no responsibility, shame's gone. You know what I mean? And I agree with you on that. And that's partly why people have been bold to do stuff, because there's no consequence. I'll agree with that.
There isn't. For a death penalty, that's why America works. Death penalties in America work, and all around the world, like Thailand, Indonesia, it works. You think people want to sell drugs when you know you're going to get killed for it? Do you know what I mean? Like, look at Fredo in Dubai, 5 years for marijuana. Right, I was in Dubai and I had weed, and now I'll never touch that substance ever again. I'm in Dubai. I promise you, never again. Never again. You know, I have marijuana, because I'll be like, I'm not going to prison for 5 years. There's no fucking way. But that's what we need. Like,
there's a deterrent. There's a deterrent, isn't there?
And it worked though, right? It worked for me, right? You see what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, I'm not touching it now. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what we need. Lessons like that. Which happens to be a law thing, so we have to kind of push the people to push the House Department to give stiffer sentences out to people who, you know what I mean, let these things happen. Then people like Divine's son, she'd actually have a fucking killer who did that. Maybe she knows who did it. I don't flipping know. Maybe they got them back. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, it would make sense. Like, a lot of people go, you know what? Yeah, justice is served.
Yeah, I did a video sometime last year, and it was about like deaths in London, black kids who died, who were never mentioned, never talked about. You hear it on the news that 2 black kids are dead, but it don't make like national news like other things. And you know, the picture I had up had like 19 like youth song, you know what I mean, just all forgotten about and stuff like that. And I did the video and I said, you know, they might have all been drug dealers or whatever, but you know, like what about the rest of the families and the mums and the dads? You know, where did they come from? Were it a broken family? You just don't get any information like that, and it's just so sad. All them faces just forgotten. You know what I mean? And it's across the country. There's loads of deaths across country, all sorts of people, and they're just forgotten.
Yeah.
We're in Newcastle once, and we met a black.
There was a private school kid, who was killed in North London once.
There was one up here as well who got
involved. There was a private school kid. He went to private school.
There was one up here, a private school kid who ended up killing someone else. But I talked to a woman, Barbara, black woman, West Indian in Newcastle, how her son had just been discriminated against. He wasn't even a bad criminal, if you want to talk about other people. He'd done some petty crime, ended up dying in police custody. And, you know, like, she goes out on her own. She goes protesting at the police station on her own. She gets picked on by the police and bullied off them and everything. This is Barbara, a 60-odd-year-old woman, and she just couldn't get over the way a son was left to die. You know what I mean? And there was nothing was put in place properly, and the people who were supposed to come in and help out, they never did. You know what I mean? And it's just sad. And there's so many deaths across our country like that are just forgotten about and terrible.
So, what's upsetting me the most is that because I see like black supremacists online talk, and I'm going to call them black supremacists because they were saying, there's loads of black youths. I'm thinking, but it's you in your community that's happening, number one. And number two, it's not just black youths, it's everybody that's getting killed now. Everyone. Like everybody, and they're all. If you look at the people,
I think it's just chaos. I do see a lot of chaos here. So there's a lot of chaos.
Have you seen the people they're jailing for these crimes? It's all like a mix, like United Colours of Benetton. There's different like races of people. You're like, look at that. Well, you look at that. It's not just a black problems. You've got white youths, Turkish youths, Somalis, all of them together.
The Reece Tanzi one in Bolton, he was white, and the 2 other lads who killed him were white, and they coaxed him out of the house by getting a girl to phone him up and stabbed him death at some back alley or something like that. And it's just across the country, and like that just shocked me.
Yeah, it's chaos. There's absolute chaos, John. It's absolute chaos.
You know what happened to me the other day? I heard that one of the Reece Jones's killers had died. What killer? Sorry, the guy who covered up for his friend. He had died. But
he's been released. Reece Jones killer.
Oh way! But his friend
been released this week.
The guy who did an alibi for him. He died last week, and like a heart attack. And I'm not gonna lie. You know what happened? Yeah, I started sitting back and I thought to myself, because I do know some people who have done some stupid things, unfortunately, like killing people. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, like he had friends, because I know how the sentences work. I have friends who were just like getting out of prison for stupid shit as well. And like when it's explained to you properly, you're like, you know what? You didn't mean to do it. I'm not saying, I'm being real, like the guy who hit the boy never meant to do that. Do you know what I mean? And if you read the case properly, he actually says he was aiming for somebody else. Like he was trying to get a rival, and that happened. And I'm glad they all got outed and blah, blah, blah. Because that was an example of like, you know, and I swear his mother shopped him in, did he not? Or some shit? Or a relative? But that's the kind of shit we need. Like when people you know, get to nitty gritty. Just fucking talk, man. I hate saying it because I'm just like, nah, man. People need answers. That's why I'm saying talk. I can't believe I'm actually saying it though, but you might have to though, man. Just, you know, I wouldn't say give evidence. Just let them know where they need to go. That's the message that kids need to hear nowadays, man. If you know something, say something. If it's that bad and you can't keep it in, and it's gonna, you know, possibly hurt you, maybe you should say something to keep yourself safe.
Yeah, we had in my area where I'm running, there's been some high-profile deaths. There was a young lad stabbed a couple of miles away who lived down there, and the lad who stabbed him, they even had evidence that he was trying to get witnesses to change the statements from jail. And he just got a pitiful time. You know, I think he got like, I'll try and find it. I'm sure he only got like 3 or 4 years, but he had evidence that he was doing that from jail, you know what I mean? And stuff like that. We had some gangsters come up from Moston and they stabbed a lad to death in my area. And another lad who was at the house when these guys turned up, he's chased after him and threw a chair at the car when the killer's car when they were driving away. He got done for violent disorder charges and had an 18-month sentence.
No way.
And he was just there at the time, and he was just defending the house that he got attacked up, you know, where this lad died. And you know, it's sad. And there are a lot of these people are young. And
yeah, but that's why as well. That's why I got a violent disorder, because those incidents sound sporadic. You know what I mean? It just sounds like it just happened, and it's just testosterone and stupidity and probably a bit of alcohol and drugs. But there was anomalies to that. Cause I did meet a kid once, and he wasn't on any drugs, and his penance for violence was scary. Didn't even drink alcohol. It's really weird how people just. And his only excuse was, I hate them lot, and that's why I'm like this. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ, that's insane. Like, you need to be locked up for 30 years or so because you're going to kill somebody again.
Definitely. It is scary what's happening with the youth. It really is scary. And again, it's across the country. Like I said, I did a lot on Reese Tansy in Bolton. I went up to Batley, did a bit on up there. Reported on particular cases with kids and stuff like that. But
do you know it's been made the capital of Europe for grooming now?
What else?
Where Batley's, yeah. It's been made the capital of Europe for child grooming. Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
Hello?
Hi, gents.
Who's this?
Hello.
Just let him on. I'm not going to insult him, but he don't.
Who is it?
Cut you down. It's Nonce Morris.
What are you calling yourself Lord Barrington for?
He's a twat.
Because I want to. Because I'm on my other phone.
Change his name to a twat.
So, Esau, you're going on about, like, you know, kids need to call out violence and stuff like that, but
Shut up, Morris.
People,
don't talk to you about YouTube shit. You're telling people. I could bring up your history right now. I could do it to you right now. What did you do to your wife?
People that you're going to put guns up their arse.
What did you do to your wife? What did you do to your wife? What did you do to your wife? You threatened to kill her in Epping Forest.
You're threatening to stab.
You threatened to put your wife in Epping Forest. Why were you kicked out of the council? Why were you kicked out of the Why were you kicked out of your council?
Because I was exposing too much corruption.
No. Why were you kicked out of your council? Try and say it with me. You were convicted for what?
Threatening.
Why were you kicked out of
pregnant women?
Why were you kicked? Why were you kicked?
You are threatening to put guns up men's bums, Esau.
Why were you kicked?
You are threatening to cut people's dicks.
If I ever get my hands on you, I probably will. Yes.
It's not going like that. Why don't you have some skills?
If I ever get my hands on you, Morris, I probably will put one up your flipping ass and blow your bloody brains out, you fucking nonce. Now you're just gonna be angry. Why would you go and do that for? Sorry, people.
Ignore him. He's a fucking idiot. Do you know what it is, John? Yeah, because I was talking to you about the thing here, and the truth is, he just lied and said because he was exposing stuff. We could pull up the article now. You can Google it now. Christy Morris. He was sacked because he got a 6-month prison sentence.
And by their laws of the council, if you get sentenced to more than 3 months, you can no longer have a position. That's why he was let go. Now, he can't accept that fact, and he's on here trying shit. When people get angry online, they say what the fuck they want. Just like you do, Morris. Just like you. Do you know that man? Johnny, I'm being serious here. If you look at that man properly, just type in Danny Roscoe's channel, and you'll see the real Morris, and there's more to come. That's just the tip of the iceberg.
Do you know Danny Roscoe, John?
Oh, seriously, he goes off mute, and when he's not there, I can see he turn his camera off. Let the ball boss back on again, rip him.
No, I banned him off. No,
don't ban him, let him back.
Sorry,
no, he's derailing the conversation.
I was about to go out to over there. See,
I don't
I'm
know
already
personally, but I have seen him. I don't know him personally. Though.
Look at his channel on Chrissy Morris. You'll get a full one. Chrissy Morris is a full-blown liar. I think he's actually a narcissist. Do you know what it is? Yeah, I'm going to keep it real short. A guy called Russell Gary, God rest his soul, yeah, even though we didn't get along with, and he was a bit of a troll himself, what happened was him and Chrissy were thick as thieves, and he knew everything about Chrissy, everything, and has everything. We still have it. And the things that count about that man, he's not just a nasty man. He's one of the worst men walking. Like, I don't want to go into his life all together because, like, we've done it. I've done it to death on these streams. I have. Everyone knows it. And it's like he wants to rehash it, which I can at any time. So you have an option, Morris. You can come on here and be normal. I can just insult you. It's up to you. I don't mind. I'm good either way.
No, I don't. I've fed it because he hasn't got no conversation skills, and I don't want that. And you're not like that.
He's a dominating prick. That's what he is. But he can't dominate us because we're men. And he only did it to his wife because she was scared of him. And I'll use the term past tense. Was. Not anymore. Because Joe made sure of that. This is not even a... You know what? Never mind. He's a prick. He had to make it about him. I'll do a fucking live stream just for you, Morris. You can come on and I'll insult you all day. How about that?
I wouldn't give him the energy.
Let's give off my nose, man. It's literally reading off Ross' channel, which I can just literally play it back to. You know how bad it is, yeah? I could play you Morris right now and you'll hear some of the stuff this man's been capable of. I'm gonna keep it real simple, yeah. Morris has said a lot of suspect things. And like, there's a reason why he's got limited access. He can only see his boys supervised. And again, I know all this because of Russell McGarry and Hoof hired. Thank you guys. You know what I mean? Russell, wherever you are. But again, it's not even when we were talking about real issues. Like, I just come from a very long day doing something that I actually fucking love. And I love my job. I'm not gonna lie. And this bastard was trying to ruin my high. I had my first spliff today, and this prick's trying to ruin it for me. Right, how dare he, man? Okay, let's go back to normal again. You know, but seriously, crime is a big thing. Like, honestly, I had a friend that was murdered last year, and it kind of pisses me off still. But again, they got the person who did it. He's up in court in it, but this didn't happen in the United Kingdom.
When's the voting date then, John? When does it end?
May the 2nd for me is my local council election, but we've got a by-election on in Rochdale at the moment, and that's at the end of the month, the 29th, and that's just unbelievable what's going on in Rochdale.
It's disgusting what's going on in Rochdale. It's insane.
Yeah, it's been like that for years, though, before the games with Cyril.
Honestly, I know I said this before, but like, you know, Telford, Rotherham, Pakistani rape gangs, but I mean, Rochdale's had satanic abuse, Cyril Smith, Pakistani rape gangs. It's just all over in Rochdale. They've had everything.
Yeah, and, MPs and care homes and that.
Smith, you know, councillor. Like I said, they knew what Cyril Smith were up to, and I met a victim once, and when he tried to go to the police, he just said to me, John, I was young, my mum and dad. We lived with mum and dad and my sister and the rest of the family. There was a knock at the door one night, and there were men in black outside saying, if you say anything else, you're going to lose your house, you'll lose your kids, all that. that were it. Men in Black come to his door over Cyril Smith. There's never been any accountability. And then, you know, like, there's no accountability. But then when we fight and say, what about our children? We're cussed and shut down and stuff like that. Honestly, I'm never, ever going to accept it. I'm never going to accept it.
He only came out when he died, didn't he?
Yeah.
Didn't he?
But they knew all along, and they had an inquiry into Norview Home for Boys, and they found out that Richard Parnell, the Labour leader at the time, knew what was going on, and he lied to the inquiry. There was no accountability. He weren't working for Joe Anderson.
And Sarah knows it was about 26 stone, wasn't he?
Yeah, and he went working for Joe Anderson then, that Farnell. He's dead now. When he died, they were going to name a road after him. Tony Lloyd, the Member of Parliament, died. They're going to name a road after him. Yet he was a Member of Parliament when the rape gang scandal was in its element. He just didn't care about the local working class people in Rochdale. So, you know, it's unbelievable. If there was accountability, I wouldn't have to be shouting so loud. If we held Pakistani rape gangs to account instead of letting political correctness get them off, I wouldn't say anything, but we didn't. And, you know, like, you know, I'm not going to blame everyone of every ethnicity, different ethnicity, but the council at the time when the Rochdale 3 girls scandal was coming out was like predominantly white. The council in Oldham was predominantly white when we had the riots.
That's the problem, isn't it? It's like
2 Muslim councillors on the council thing in Oldham at the time when the riots were on. There were only 2 Muslim councillors, so we can't say that it was all them that did it when there was only 2 councillors out of 60 or 40 odd or whatever. And but you know, them white people were politically correct. They were liberals, and they were using like
but they're the kind of MPs who wanted to cause trouble, like saying, "Oh, the Muslims don't want us to have us to have Christmas." It's not the Muslims actually saying that. It's the fucking
white liberals.
Yeah. And then you've got the poor Muslim guy walking down the street getting attacked for it. When I know families actually buy presents for their kids so they don't feel left out. Yeah.
I mean, the white liberals, that's what's doing a lot of the stuff in America is due to white liberals.
Yeah.
And, you know, it wasn't a conservative who brought in the welfare state. It was a liberal.
Yeah.
You know, someone with them kind of like values. But, you know, we have to deal with it best we can. But, you know, I'm confident I'll get a seat in next couple of weeks.
Jake, I don't want you on, mate. You're too extreme with that hoax there. I don't want
and then hopefully within the council I can push for change and stuff like that within the council. Getting people to back my ideas or me backing ideas off other people and stuff like that. And, you know, like, I'm getting a lot of flack for talking to an ex-Black Lives Matter protester about veterans. Yeah, that's what we was talking about. We're talking about politics. I'm getting flack for that. But as a councillor, I have to be able to talk to every other councillor, whether they're Labour, Conservative, Liberal Democrat, another independent. I can't go into the council thinking I can keep my mouth shut and not talk to anyone.
You're getting stick talking to an ex-Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, about veterans. It was a veteran, and she's ex-Black Lives Matter and was talking about veterans. People are giving me shit just for talking to her. And we didn't even talk about politics. You know what I mean? And you know,
they can't do that. They've got to stop all of that, you know, because people going to an organisation doesn't mean they believed it. They just followed it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. There was a lot of people who was suckered up by BLM. And they've come out now and said, "Oh, I'm not having any of that." When I look into it, it's really bad. And breakdown of the family, don't want the nuclear family and stuff like that. You know, yeah. But you know, I'm confident. I love knocking on the doors. I'm not scared to knock on any door. The the ethno-nationalist, he won't knock on the door with a black guy on. He won't knock on the door with a Muslim. I'll knock on any door, me. I don't care who comes to the door, and I'll talk to him.
Well, that's ridiculous because he might need his vote.
I did a good, knocked on a door in my area. An African guy answered, and he was in a suit. Obviously, I was suited up. I said, "Have you received my leaflet?" He looked a bit iffy when he said yeah. But then by the time I left that door, I'm sure that guy's going to vote for me. You know what I mean? Because I said all the right things.
You said he's an ethno-nationalist, this guy. Is he in your party?
Who?
This ethno-nationalist
No,
guy?
no, I'm just talking about general ethno-nationalist.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I get shit, mate. Honestly, I've got people saying that I should be deported. That's what they said. And I went, it's funny you said that, mate, because I'm going to be Prime Minister and I might end up deporting you. That's what I said.
Oh, you've been getting all that, have you, John?
Oh, I get it. I've had it. I've had it.
What,
but
from your own?
I've had people, not of black people, of white people who've said stuff like that. But, you know, I've had other people who've said, John is more for Britain than most people. You know what I mean? I just don't want to get involved in any of them wars. I don't agree with Israel and Palestine.
Your best to just to stay on your own, John, and not be in these groups.
We said it earlier on. Let's sort our own house out first before we start.
I mean, no, I'm on about you just standing on your ones and not have these other groups interfering with you. You know, like ethno-nationalists and that. You know.
But you know, if we've got somebody in Oldham who's a different party, you know, or independent and stuff like that, you know, I'll work with them if we have to. You know, if the council is majority independent within the next few years.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, John, you want true people with you, don't you, John? You don't want people using you just to, you know.
1 minute, guys.
That's terrible, isn't it? Telling him to go back home. Have you had any of that, Del, in 2020s? Like that kind of racism?
Say that again, easy, sorry.
Have you had that kind of racism in the 20s, you know, like from 2020 and that?
What racism?
Like John said, he gets told sometimes to go back home and things like that.
You hear people saying it, but I've not had it directly said it, but you hear people saying it. It don't really bother me because I'm not, you know, I don't look at things like the way most people look at them. John's quite thick-skinned. I see where it's coming from. People make assumptions. I was actually born here, but my dad wasn't. So I could stay here because I was born here when my dad wasn't, but I'd still probably go.
Is your dad English, girl?
Granddad was, but my dad, because they stayed over there. Granddad came over first during that Windrush area, but he left my dad. He left my dad over in St. Kitts, and then he brought them over afterwards once he could afford it. He had to work first. There wasn't handed hotel rooms.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dad was not born here. It's me who was, but my dad wasn't. But yeah, I've never experienced too much. This country that everyone says this country's racist. It's not ideal, but it's not outright racist. There is the problems here, yes, but it's not as bad as what everybody makes out. There are issues.
You think
there's problems everywhere? I think there's problems everywhere. To be honest with you.
Yeah. I think the reason it's low key because there's laws now, isn't there? But there wasn't laws. John, did you have any racism when you were growing up in Oldham?
Not really. Nothing that I couldn't handle.
That's same as you, John.
Honestly, not really. Like I said, Oldham has been a multicultural town since the 50s, a lot more than other places. I get this all the time. I get people who they talk about their town, but it's only in the past 10 or even 20 years that it's changed for them. But Oldham started changing in the 50s. You know what I mean? With the influx of people coming here, we had a big Ukrainian community, we had a big Polish community, the West Indian community as well, all big in Oldham. Now, I did a video, and there is no Ukrainian clubs here now or anything like that. And then people are at it, well, where did they go? They integrated. The people who are the grandkids of them Ukrainians class themselves of English now. The white, the Ukrainian.
Hi, Easy, it's me.
I
Say hello quickly. You know what? Hey, John, how's it going? Hi, Del, too.
You're all right.
Hi, Esau. Hey, Easy. Yeah, how's it going, lads? I just briefly, I'll just come along quickly, but I'm listening. I'm interested. Carry on, John.
Are you from Ireland?
Yes, I am.
So,
and I think you have. I think you know my channel. It's Mad as a Box of Frogs. You commented under a video probably about a year ago.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just feel sorry for Ireland. I really do, especially Southern Ireland. You've had Aisling Murphy was killed.
Yes.
You had the two LGBT guys who were chopped up.
Sligo.
Bleeding.
Yeah.
Can you change your avatar because Lucas strike me? Sorry.
Oh yes. Sorry about that. I will indeed.
No, that's okay. I don't mind him a bit. He strike me. He's a little bastard, isn't he?
I'll put up
No
this avatar
excuses.
instead.
Yeah.
I just feel for Southern Ireland. You know, when people say something that the branded and shut down, even though the people who done these murders and that were all criminals before they came there. It's just unbelievable.
But can I tell you that a lot of what occurs in Ireland is exaggerated, embellished. It's not true. We have a large. Well, we don't have a large. We have people over here that are very anti-immigration, so they will give out misinformation. And
well, I get that, but what I'm trying to say is a way, because of like European immigration and economic immigration, you've got these people in and they've ended up killing people, and you know, like, it's just, there's no border control. What do you do there? You know what I mean? These people shouldn't have even in England, we've had people in who've murdered in Europe, then they've murdered over here. We've had drug criminals in Europe from just walk over here and come over here, and it's just bad. You know what I mean? And I just feel sorry for you lot, especially that Leo Varadkar guy. He just brands you all far right, everybody, and they just says you're all racist, and you're like, they're not all like that, no. But there might be a minority, but surely.
Yeah. That's the problem, though, John Lawrence, because there is that minority who push that. Who do you remember the Dublin riots?
On the left as well, but I was just picking on them 3 particular cases because there were people from Europe who, or other places who committed crimes, were dodgy individuals, and had gone on to do the same in Ireland. That's what I feel sorry for. And, you know, like, I think Aisling Murphy's boyfriend said something, and then he was branded and stuff like that. And it's just, if you can't talk and say what bothers you, then there's always going to be a big problem. But, you know...
Well, John, you're making a very good point there, because it is an issue because of what occurred with the Dublin riots. And even Conor McGregor might be taken to task. It's become a situation where the government are going, no, fuck this. Hate speech laws. We need to amend them. And they're already fit enough. The hate speech laws are good enough, but they want to kind of make it more.
Yeah.
And they're really kind of clamping down.
But they clamp down on anyone, even those who aren't far right, and say something, that they're putting them down, and that's not in the end, that's not going to be good for Ireland. You know what I mean? And I just feel sorry for you. It seems like Southern Ireland is similar than what like Yorkshire used to be about 20, 30 years ago, when the councils would just refuse to accept that things were going on and they wouldn't deal with these issues. One of the things in Oldham, when we had the riots in Oldham, that was brought up in the inquiry was the council's inability to deal with issues that were arising. And I see that in Ireland. Some of these issues could have been dealt with, people talked, and then it wouldn't have been as bad, but they're not doing that. They're just branding everybody, whether you're left, right, you say something against the state like Connor has, you're just getting branded. And it's wrong.
Connor is an arsehole. Conor McGregor did tell people, Ireland, we are at war. And unfortunately, he has the influence. And very unfortunately, he's emboldened the worst sort of people. And what occurred in Dublin was not the locals who did that. People came into Dublin City and they started that. They started that bullshit. With the riots, with the fucking burning the Lewis, the buses, and things like that. So people kind of came in to cause trouble, and the locals were blamed on it. But those who were arrested and brought to court were people who came from far and wide, from outside of Dublin entirely. So, there's something going on. There's people who are pushing it. What? I don't know. But anyway, that's a conversation you and I can have, if you like, sometime about Ireland.
Lovely Ireland. I went in the late 90s. Was it? It was just after the peace agreement, and I went to Newry.
Did you?
Yeah. So
yeah.
We dropped. We came over on the ferry to Northern Ireland. Then we crossed the border. We went down to Newry before we crossed the border into Southern Ireland. And I still remember clearly seeing two burnt-out cars and a checkpoint at the end of the road near where we was going into Newry. But we went down further south. I can't remember where it was. It was nearly 20 years ago. And we went to a club. And I walked in that club, mate. And obviously I'm from Oldham. So in Oldham, you see a lot of different people. When I walked into that club,
more diverse.
I never saw. When I walked into that club in Ireland in the 90s, it wasn't diverse.
Yeah.
All the women either had jet black hair or golden red hair. That's it. They all looked similar.
Yeah.
They all looked similar. I just remember this clearly. And remember, I'm from Oldham at a multicultural time where I've seen every ethnicity. But it was a bit, when I got to Ireland, Southern Ireland, it was a bit, I was a bit like that because I've never been in a place where everyone's the same. Do you understand me?
No, I get it completely. And it sounds as if you might have gone enough into the Republic to have gone to Drogheda, Meath, that kind of area.
Remember. I just can't.
Yeah,
20 years ago,
because do you know the band called The Corrs?
Yeah, the Corrs, yeah.
There are a lot of women in County Meath who look exactly like the Corrs.
Yeah.
They all have the dark hair. Yeah. So, and then, of course, there's also, women with red or blonde hair, of course.
I don't doubt that there is far-right people. That there is in every country, but it's never a majority. It's normally a minority, yeah? Would you say
well,
that?
It is a minority. In our country, it is a minority. But it's a huge
in Italy, it's a far right government, isn't it? In Italy.
Yeah, there's a lot more.
Yeah, because they all support Mussolini and all that. It's really rife. They're very alt-right.
I still don't like the way that the Irish government is treating the regular people. I get it that there's going to be a small bad bunch. I get that, but they're not doing that. They're just branding everybody, and it's wrong. They're not saying, look, I do hear them say, oh, there is some far right coming, but when on other videos, I've seen them branding everyone, and it's wrong. That's what we shouldn't do. That's what happened in Oldham. That's why we had riots. That's why we've got racial tensions, because of that kind of animosity against the normal people in Oldham. And they're not all far right. This is a minority. But through the council, branding everybody, our town now is on a big child sexual exploitation.
Well, Nick Griffin done his good job of Oldham that time, though, didn't he? He actually stirred it all up at Oldham, didn't he?
What with this?
Oldham, when you had the Oldham riots, Nick Griffin stirred that up really badly.
No, but it's wrong. Nick Griffin only came. Listen, Nick Griffin only came because of the failures of the council. If the council had dealt with them issues, there wouldn't have been any riots. There wouldn't have been no Nick Griffin coming here. Do you understand me? And that's what the report. That's what the that's what the Ritchie inquiry report says. And that's what I agree with. That's what a lot of other people agree with. Because Oldham didn't deal with the issues, it ended up Nick Griffin and everyone who is far right coming to Oldham. But if they'd have dealt with them issues, then people wouldn't have had to come. That's how I always say it, and that's how it is to me. It's not Nick Griffin stirring up the tensions. It's Oldham Council's inability to deal with issues within communities that caused the riots that made everyone come up to Oldham. And you see it in Batley when the Batley by-election come on. Joe Cox had been killed up there. Bradley Gledhill had been killed up there. Everyone's up there. Tommy Robinson, Anne-Marie Waters, everyone's coming to Batley. But if they'd not allowed them issues to happen, they would have dealt with them. These people just wouldn't have come. That's how it's
like I said, Batley's the capital of Europe for child grooming now, isn't it? It's been branded that.
So we can point the finger at people, but we have to look at the broader picture. And if you want to ask me, it's the councils and the government that have caused a lot of this misery and stuff that we've got going on in our communities.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Local people need to be consulted with. That is absolutely 100%. And this is what is like actually normal, because if there is going to be development in your area, if there's going to be change, the local county councils normally they're transparent about it. You go to the county hall, you have a look at their plans for development, and you get to vote if you agree.
Yeah.
On whatever basis. You don't get to vote, but you get to kind of like lobby them and say, I don't no.
Of course, but like one thing I pointed out, if anyone has any other information for what I'm going to say, please get it to me. But the councils haven't asked anybody in any town across the country that they're going to fill them hotels up with people. They've not asked them. They've not said to the local communities that, there might be men hanging around at your school gates, and they haven't said anything like that, and they just filled them up.
Well, I think because they don't believe that is a thing. There are many who have come to Ireland from the Ukraine and other countries who have made an impact. And they're like, obviously, like, let's talk about refugees from Ukraine. They have come to Ireland. There are men who are teachers. There are men who have worked at various positions in the Ukraine. They've come to Ireland and they have volunteered their time. I know they can't be employed. They're here as refugees. They're asylum seekers. They do not get to work for the full 5 years that they are allowed to stay here. And they are sent home after that amount of time. They do not remain in this country. So, but John, may I ask you about something else? The very fact that asylum centers are being set on fire, there is an arsonist or a group of arsonists burning, and they've even burnt buildings dedicated to housing homeless Irish people. So that's kind of something that is a far right extremist thing that's going on, I reckon.
Well, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to burn any buildings down. I don't believe in anything like that. But again, we're always going to have people who are going to do them sort of things or be violent, and we have to deal with them appropriately. But it doesn't mean that you brand everybody the same. If you know, I'm not saying the Irish government can't do the job properly, but a bit of forethought and then talking to people differently might have stopped a lot of the trouble that I'm just saying it might have done. I'm not saying it would have done.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, because something occurred in my local area, and I can talk about that with you at some point, privately even. But the fear was very, because I was like, you know, I could see the fear in people's eyes about what it meant that people are moving into our area. Who are they? We don't know them. We're afraid. So yeah, consultation.
And honestly, consultation is good, but in England, there's been no consultation with any town that's filled hotels up with people next to schools. They haven't said nothing. And what happened then was a migrant from an hotel got caught speaking to a girl in Liverpool, and she recorded it, and he was trying to get a phone number. And then all of a sudden, the schools in that area put out a distress to the parents, a distress text saying, watch your kids, make sure they're not talking to any strangers, because we've got reports of strangers talking to kids. Then the next thing, all the community came out. Then the next thing, the mayor came out, you're all fucking far right, this, that, and the other. And they didn't even say anything about the guy who'd been talking to the young girls. You know what I mean? Honestly. And, you know, it just expanded from there. Now, you know, what would have my issue been? What would I have done? First of all, I would have contacted all the local schools, said, look, we're filling an hotel up with migrants. We send a message out to all parents, make sure your kids get home. They're not talking to any strangers. But they never did anything like that, love. They never did nothing like that. And then they went rioting. And the thing was, it wasn't far right people. It were just people from Liverpool. They're not particularly far right. Liverpool, I would say, is left leaning. And
right,
normal people who kicked off. The next thing, the Mayor and Crime Commissioner, Joanne Anderson, come out and called them all racist and far right. They're absolutely furious in Liverpool. Absolutely furious.
Well, John, in that regard, I can tell you that in my local area, I know that, you know, if you're not from the area, if you're not known, if they don't have information, you know what I mean? They're very, they would be suspicious of you. So that's a kind of a thing that's been the way it has been for decades. So, yeah, I mean, like I moved there about, you know, a long time ago, and I was treated with like, well, who are you? So it took me a while to kind of like, because I was a blow-in. So that's kind of typical, isn't it? Of certain areas. Like you're treated like a blow-in. We don't know you. We don't know anything about you. We can't trust you. Oh. Jupiter is in the chat. Hi, Jupiter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but it seems like it's normal to be concerned about who's moved into your area and what the impact will be.
Definitely, but I mean,
it's about immigration necessarily. It's about like, well, what, you know, how do we deal with this person or these person en masse?
But like we said, we don't know anything about a lot of these people. If they've come over with identity, they've thrown it. And at the moment, you can get over here, throw your identity, claim asylum, then they have to be dealt with because we signed up to all these pacts, as Del was saying before. And we still don't know anything about the people. And when you got your own house, you're not going to invite anyone in you don't know. or they're not just going to invite anybody in. It's just the way. But
Yeah, it's kind of natural, isn't it?
yeah, they could have talked. The minimum thing, councils could have said something to the communities before the house these people. But in all of England, I'm not saying Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. In England, no council has said anything to anybody, and then the hotels have just been filled up. They might not have known, but more often than not, the councils do know, and they just didn't say anything. Now, they didn't say anything, and then there's some trouble of a minority of people in these hotels. Then everyone goes mad. Then they're calling all these people far right. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but how about conversely, John? These people, they're coming from whatever war-torn country, and okay, they might be coming over here because they just want to remain here in this country. They're getting away from, I don't know what's going on in their country. They're economic migrants who are abusing the system. But that's a possibility. There are criminals who want to escape their criminal past and, come over and commit crimes in Ireland, get a foothold. Possibly. Oh, God, what was I going to say to you? But how about the fact that there are probably many of those people are actually just like us, like you and me, quite normal people with good intentions, but they're being profiled. They're kind of like, oh no, you're like military age, you're a fake UG. Like, is that actually fair? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, you said from war-torn countries. Albania isn't a war-torn country, and we've had hundreds, thousands of Albanians come over on boats. We know this. We've done the research that it's come out in mainstream media that last year, half the months of the year, it was majority Albanians. They're not in a war-torn country. They're not
right. So, John, what do you say about those people who do the people trafficking? You know what I mean? Those criminals.
Obviously, they need to be stopped, but there's no stopping them because of all these conventions we're signed up to. They know this. If we criminalised people coming over, they'd stop coming over on boats within a week, 2 weeks. And then you would save lives, and then people will be forced to go through safer routes to get here. I do know somebody who came from Somalia, and she came through a safe route. It did take her over a year. A friend, though, wanted to come here quicker. Dead. Dead.
Right, because more recently in Ireland, people were trafficked to Wexford, the port in Wexford, in a truck. And I think happily, whoever was inside the truck was able to call the emergency services, so they were rescued from certain death. And a number of them were from Vietnam.
I don't know if Vietnam's war-torn or anything. I don't think it is on the list.
They were trafficked into the country, though.
Yeah, because, I mean, they'll pay money. But again, if we criminalise that trafficking, it'll stop within a couple of weeks because the people know they'll spend loads of money and get arrested and not get into Britain, and it'll stop. Which then...
I think it is criminalised because a number of people have been arrested, particularly people up in Northern Ireland. A young 34-year-old man was arrested for his part in trafficking people.
Maybe in the trafficking, but everyone else who's on that boat, if they're not a trafficker, they just come into the country, and they don't have to be from a war-torn country. We've had people from South America come over on planes, they claim asylum, they get the passport took out for them, and then they're in the system. Now, as far as I know, there is no war in South America. Which areas were they from? We met them in Wakefield, I think it was. I can't remember the areas in South America.
Would it be Brazil? Would it be Argentina?
Not
Would
Brazil,
it be
not Argentina.
Venezuela? Would it be
Venezuela?
Peru?
I think Venezuela was one, and ES, no, not ES.
Ecuador.
Might be Ecuador, something like that. Yeah, I think it was Ecuador.
Yeah, because they have other issues, don't they? They have drug turf wars. That kind of like, that sort of
but
thing.
that's not our issue. We shouldn't have to take everyone in the world just because of an issue in their country that's not to do with
El
us.
Salvador. I actually,
El Salvador.
yeah, I know. I can't say. I know somebody married to a man from El Salvador. Beautiful man, beautiful, lovely person. But anyway, yeah.
But you know, there's a lot of issues. There's a lot of issues, and I just feel sorry for like the way everyone gets branded, especially that I've seen in Ireland. When I know it's not them all, and I know it's just a minority, but it's when you hear Leo Varadkar and some of them other people, they sound like they're blaming everybody.
Yeah.
And that's just the wrong way to go. They're going to end up alienating the voters. Then the voters are going to want to vote different. People are going to speak out against them. Then they're going to get demonized. And what are you demonizing for? You started it. You're calling us this, that, and the other, and we're accepting of people. And that's what that Leo Varadkar seems to be doing. And it's just the wrong way to go about it. I just do think it is.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the government in Ireland ought to be questioned and held to account. But I feel like that element, the extreme far right element, definitely pushes the boundaries with their hate speech, with their kind of like, they demand that they demanded that people of color. There is an element within Irish society who have actually said, kill anybody with dark skin. Doesn't matter who they are. And we have people in Ireland who are black and Irish, born in this country.
I follow a guy on TikTok who's African descent, and I think he's going to be running as a local councillor. But he speaks out against the immigration. He said a lot of the things that I said.
Oh, really? Is he Fergal Sharkey, by the way?
No, not Fergal Sharkey. No,
you know him. You know him, yeah.
Yeah, the singer from the 80s.
And artist. He's currently an artist. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
But I mean, this guy in Ireland speaks out. He's black. He's from an African country. His parents came over here. He was born over here. But
yeah,
he says a lot. He's the one that I've took the. He said that Leo Varadkar is just blaming everyone, and it's not everybody. And he's going to cause problems within communities if he carries on that route. And this is what this guy's saying. You know what I mean? So he obviously sees it, and
can you tell me that man's name, please?
I'll try and find his name. Hold on, it's on TikTok.
Thank you. Yeah, Fergal Sharkey is a very interesting person. He's a guy who must be close to 60 at this point. Singer in the 80s, that's correct. He also did TV. He was well known back then. And he's kind of like become an artist, but he's also very open. He's a gay man. He came out as gay, and he's an artist, and he's also come out as somebody who has mental health issues. But he would be somebody who speaks out against immigration, right? Fergal Sharkey. But he himself was adopted and grew up in Northern Ireland, Donegal, I think.
He used to be married though, didn't he?
I don't know if he was married.
Yeah, I googled it. Because I saw him come up. He's got 2 children. Fergal Sharkey. You're on about from.
He may well have. He may well have.
But
we also have.
What was that group?
No. Hold on. Fergal Sharkey may not be his name. Fergal Sharkey is the white guy. Fergal something. Fuck. Hold on.
He made that record, My Perfect Cousin.
Yeah. You were talking about the musician. That musician. I am speaking about another man.
Oh, right. I got you.
Yeah, not Fergal Sharkey, but it's a guy called Fergal. Oh shit!
Oh, okay.
Oh my
Right.
god! Fuck my memory. I'm so bad. No, there's another guy who's actually black or mixed race.
Oh, right.
Yeah, bollocks. I hate that when I get my names confused. Irish Flame, do you recall the guy? I think he's from Donegal.
Sorry, John. Do you know Ricky Millwall, John?
Yeah, Ricky. Well, yeah, I know him. But I haven't met him, but I've seen him on streams. I've been on streams of him. He did have a channel.
Have you spoken to him?
Not lately, I haven't.
We've actually heard his voice before, yeah.
No, I haven't. I haven't heard his voice. I don't think I ever heard his voice. But he's been active in all the chats. I know that.
Yeah, no. See, the thing is, it could be a woman behind that account. Like, it's just a bit of a bitch account. Like, it just seems to do a lot of trolling.
Right.
Yeah, he's a weirdo. It's a weirdo account. Trust me. He seems to. What he does is, he messages like he follows Danny Simpson around the internet and uploads his shit from TikTok, wherever the fuck they stream from. But he is a weirdo. Like I've seen him around online, and people have heard his voice years ago, but he hasn't spoken since. Like people want to find him, and like he's a weird guy. Like I don't know what's wrong with him. There's something wrong with that one.
I've seen Jupiter and all them. They all know Ricky Millwall, don't they? He did a lot of it, editing on videos and stuff like that.
That's a little bitch. If I ever get my hands on those fingers.
But it's a while since I've seen him or anything, or seen any of his stuff. It's been quite a while.
His channel's a shrine to Brian Hull and Danny Simpson. Like Danny Simpson's like a 30-year-old drug dealer, criminal, trying to go straight. I don't know what his deal is, but he's just follows him.
I don't think Danny Simpson's a drug dealer. I don't think.
Oh no, do you know what Danny Simpson's about? The young one. The one, You'll Do Nothing. That guy, he was a sensation for like all but 2 minutes. Like he was around, he was in prison for a bit and did a little bit of time for I don't know what he did time for, armed robbery or some shit like that. He came out and then did some more stuff, and then he was notorious for allegedly robbing some drug dealers, but nothing ever came of it. And I don't know, no one knows. But Ricky Millwall made his channel pretty much off documenting his life, because a lot of people are interested. Because at one point, he was a talked about figure on the internet.
What's his name?
Danny Simpson, but he's from South London, not the Danny Simpson from Rochdale, the Danny Simpson from South London. Right.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, it's just weird. I'll be honest with you, it's all weird. Like he's a man with a lot of time on his hands. That's what Ricky Millwall is. Right, if you ask him to talk to him, he will literally run from you. Now he's heard me talk to you, and he will never speak to you now online. He'll never speak to you ever. Because he'll be afraid that you might tell or clip it or do dodgy fuck.
Well, I'm glad he's not going to speak to me that much of a nightmare is. I'm glad.
What annoys him most is, he won't speak, but he'll follow other people and be like, show me your face or do it. Be like, but you come and speak to me, then we'll talk properly. Let me hit a pussy in you. But he won't do that. He won't indulge me in that because he's a punk. But
I'm not keen on people who don't show the faces or who I.
No, see, the thing is, I would, but you know what it is? There's a witch hunt for me online because people don't like the truth.
And this witch hunting thing, if people are getting upset and witch hunting and you haven't been threatening anyone, it's just a waste of your energy. That's
right. Tell them that I make money while these lot obsess about me. It's weird. Like, and I have to look after a lot of people and
I've got the same. I've got some guy. I've got a recording, a note and a message, and I'm after John Lawrance, and I'm like, what the fucking hell? Honestly, like, what planet are you from? This guy from?
I know. I see it. I've seen it. I've seen. I mean, people here on this channel you're talking to, like Rick. He gets a lot of shit for no reason, literally for no reason, because people are just bored. That's it. a lot of people have a lot of time on their hands, and Ricky Mill was one of them. There's a lot of I wouldn't call them trolls because like I can, if I'm around, I'm around. If I'm not around, I'm not around. And I have a private life, and I have things that I have to do. You know what I mean? That have to be done. And I'm not going to tell people that is online because a lot of nosy. I know a lot of people on here that like want to try and ruin things for people. Like I don't know if you know Ginger Tony. Have you heard of her before?
Yeah.
Yeah. What happened to her? Oh God, something dropped to my screen. What happened to her? She had an issue with a woman who had done some real nasty things to her. And she went and confronted her.
Mandy Mosley.
And now she's getting like, well, the woman reckons she has a police case against her, even though she harassed her first. And all Mandy did was, all Ginger Tony did was go to a local boozer from Hackney to Birmingham, and was like, "Listen, you see you, yeah, blah blah blah." And now it's like, yeah, it's just insane. It's insanity.
Well, I'll be blunt. I'll be blunt, guys. The reason why I don't watch like Jupiter streams or Wendy Woo's, all you do is talk about other people.
I know.
On all these
There
streams,
is,
honestly. I'm sorry.
John. There is so much trolling. It's crazy.
Yeah,
But these guys.
Mandy's thing is Mandy's fun to troll people.
I want to be. I mean, you've asked me on tonight. We've talked about issues and stuff, great and stuff like that. But you know, that's why I don't watch a lot of the streams.
Yeah, I get it.
Just talk about people. I'm thinking, if you can talk that hard about people, why aren't you fucking running as a local councillor? Why aren't you doing speaking out at your local mayor's question time? You can go on about some random person on YouTube and just troll them to death. I haven't got time for this, guys.
Well, why not be more productive? Yeah.
Make money off it at least, but the correct way. Do you know what I mean? Or like, spread a message or do something.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there who deliberately smear in order to influence people's opinions of, like you, even John, because you have been smeared. And we know about you through, Betty, of course.
No, I know about him. I know about him from being on Rowan's channel. I know about him.
Reels.
Yeah.
Real life, right?
Yeah. Cracking.
Well, I mean, if people want to get down to that, they can do, but it just shows.
No, we don't need to. We don't need to that. First and foremost, we don't used to that. That's just I don't care. Other people do, but I don't care.
I don't mean about my personal thing, but if people want to get personal with other people, fair enough. But just think about like putting the energy into something else, doing something more constructive than
exactly
trolling. There's people who troll all day and all night, up in 24 hours a day, and because
John, they are justice warriors.
Yes.
And they troll in the name of like, we gotta expose this person. It's very unfair. Betty was a sweet woman, by the way. I liked her.
It's a birthday actually. It would have been a birthday in 6 years, guys.
Is that she was so nice. She wanted to come on my live at one point. She said to actually celebrate her birthday. That was a couple of years ago, like 2 years, I'd say.
She was an amazing lady. She was always good to me, Betty.
She was joyful.
Yeah, I knew Betty before the YouTube days.
Nice.
That's what I'm saying at Russell. Like, I mean, yeah, I still can't bear. Damn. There's others as well. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, people really want to chase people now. It's like life's too short to be chasing after people, especially because you have an obsession. You should get a hobby. That's what I say to people like Ricky Mill. Get a fucking hobby, man. Seriously. You want a video edit? Why don't you make some proper videos or something? Like make a movie. Go and use a camera and film something. You know what I mean? Or go to school and learn more if you want to film stuff and clip stuff and edit stuff. I don't get it.
Mm-hmm. And one thing I've removed a couple of troll comments, but one thing that has occurred recently is that a guy called Dave Smith, who appears to want to become a name on YouTube, he is actually venturing outdoors. He's actually filming himself
Dave
at
Smith is that?
42 channels, Dave.
That Dave, yeah.
Did he ever call himself Dave 101 or something?
He called himself working class Patriots.
Yeah, he used to be on. I spoke to him quite a lot. He used to be good friends with Jubes, but they all fell out over all this nonsense over that. You know what? I'm not even going to get into it, but they're all not talking at the moment. Yeah, it's kind of went pear-shaped. But yeah, he used to be on quite a lot.
He was alcoholic when you were on Rowan's, so it might be. You know what I mean, he did come on and talk, but he was an alcoholic. Like he would chat shit when he was all over the place. Now he's just trying to be Tommy Robinson's bodyguard / filmmaker / documenter / YouTuber. He's just trying to do the most, and I don't. Because Tommy's got his own people who do that for him, but he really wants him to be. He wants to be noticed. I get that, but whatever. That's his thing, not mine. But,
yeah, I do find though that like a lot of these trolls are just like the lefties who attack you when they have an issue. I've been on streams and I've said on streams that people who think like the right wing, they're not you left leaning, and you all do the same thing that the lefties do. You want to cancel people, you want to dox people and stuff, and don't tell me that people aren't trying doxing people on here. And I just
they have.
Oh, that's done so much, John. That's done so much. It's terrible, John. It's terrible.
Dal, they love to have dirt on you. Compromise.
Oh yeah, it's disgusting. You know what I mean? It's vile.
What you're talking to here, John, is
but
I'm
this is just left. It's
reaction.
also right.
You know, I'm a reactionary. I react to things. I don't seek trouble. I haven't done since I first came online. It's always found me, and that's why I might have a reputation I do now. Because even in real life, I'm a vicious person, and I came on here to try and just initially because I was not in a country where there was any British accents. Everyone was speaking, a different type of Asian language, i.e. Chinese at the time, and I wasn't really grasping it. I came online for a piece of fresh air, and it just transpired into what it is now because of Wendy Wu and others. But it is what I'm not like holding any malice against any people like that. I kind of forgive and forget, or just forget. Other people don't, because I have to carry on. Like I'm like, sorry people, you guys don't pay my bills. I have to, I come in here for leisure.
Yeah. And for my part, I'm kind of fascinated by smear tactics and trolling and bullying. I'm kind of like, what I would like is to empower people to not be impacted by it, to carry on and be brave and do you.
What I do, if I get angry, I try and vent it to do something else. So let's say I were angry on this stream now. I'd come off it and I'd pick up my pen and paper and I'd write something. I'd write an article or I'd write about something that I'd done on. And other times I thought, forget this. I've turned my computer off, gone out and started knocking on doors and handing leaflets out where I'm running and stuff like that to focus my energy, somewhere else. But not everyone can do that. And I mean, I'm not saying off people who are right wing, but the lefties, they love attacking me. And one time when I first came like popular and they see me on social media or on Twitter, and the things come up on Twitter, John Lawrence, convicted rapist from Liverpool. And the thing is, it ended up being a white guy who was 10 years younger than me. You know what I mean?
That's terrible. That's terrible.
They put it up and tried to brand me. And I'm like, no, you can't brand me. I'm mixed race, I'm Jamaican. That guy's a white dude. There's his picture, and stuff like that.
But John, while you say that, I am being associated with, apparently my family members are all pedophiles, but I have no family member who is a pedophile. I have no cousins or uncles of that name, of my name. And that's coming from the far right. So the far right, this is Ricky Millwall, by the way. They use those tactics too.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'll agree. I'll agree. They
Yeah.
do. They do use them tactics, but anybody would. We don't have communities like we used to. If we had communities like we used to in the old days, it just wouldn't be this bad. But we don't know anyone. We don't know the people behind us. We've got social media where we can slag people off about showing our face,
Disinhibition.
and it just all adds to all this doxing and all that. But it is laughable.
They do with impunity.
Yeah, they say I'm a bug and all that lot. And I've been accused of being a gangster, drug dealer, and all. Fucking none of that, me. If I was to show you what crimes I'd done, you'd all be laughing because of that petty. You know what I mean? there's like
you peed.
Really petty crime
in the street somewhere.
And the other people will make out that you're a thug, you're a gangster, you're a drug dealer, and I'm like, fucking hell. We just got to take these people. But when they did that about that John Lawrence, I did a video and I put it on Twitter, but it's down now. But it went on Twitter and my first Facebook, and I were like, you what? A white guy? You're putting me with a white guy who's only 5'6", and I'm 6'4", and he's got ginger hair. Honestly.
I do remember that. I remember that was about 5 years ago when it
was a few years ago when I first started becoming popular.
Yeah,
on Twitter.
I remember that.
Yeah, but forget about color. How insulting is it to be accused of being short?
Ginger hair as well.
Oh my God!
You're about 6 foot.
I like red hair.
John. That's what I think about it.
These are the kind of tactics people use against you.
Yeah,
it's absurd.
Desperate. They're just desperate, John.
Yeah, they're desperate. The game, you've got to be able to deal with these kind of people and these issues that come up. Otherwise, just get out the frying pan and stay out of it.
Yeah.
But I've got a pretty thick skin, but I'm also a right ignorant twat, me. You can say the worst thing to me and I've forgotten about it the next day. You know what I mean? It just doesn't soak in. I do get a bit angry when you mention my family. I look after my mum. I've looked after my mum with her for 4 years. She's got advanced Alzheimer's. For the past 15 years, every week I'm up with my mum. I'm doing something, mum, taking my mum out. And then somebody come on Twitter and we think he works for Oldham Council. If I ever find out he does, I'm going to go after that person with police. But he's turned around and said, oh, you're just saying you don't look after your mum so you can sponge the benefits.
Oh, disgusting.
And Jupiter's in the chat. Jupiter knows I look after my mum.
Yeah.
A lot of people who are in the chat, Bell, everyone, they all know that that's what I do. I look after mum. I don't have a second job. I'm not a drug dealer. I don't fucking have people knocking on the door. During COVID, I was isolated for more than 11 months with just me and my mum because she's on the vulnerable list, and I couldn't take the risk that if they said to me, you've got to, if you're not isolated, we're going to take your mum off you and put her into care. I didn't.
That was an actual threat?
No, it wasn't, but it could have been.
Yeah. Okay, so you were very kind of anxious.
No, I don't have an extra job. I'm just on universal credit. I don't, that's me. And we found out, we think it might be someone to do with Oldham Council. And if I ever find out, I'll be going to Oldham Council with Greater Manchester Police. I want that guy locked up, convicted of a crime or something. I'll do it, But that's it. But you can call me whatever you want, but it goes over my head. But when you start going on about my mum, then you're going to get it.
That's a different ballgame.
Yeah, it is. And you know what? Even without the internet, there are a lot of spiteful people out there who will report you. I mean,
they're desperate.
It occurred before.
They're desperate. Yeah, they're absolutely desperate. Anything to get one up.
Yeah, and to fuck you up.
Yeah,
Yeah, one up.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's always been the same thing. You've got certain people who are narcissistic and they get off on it. I think there's some people, John, who
They do.
genuinely they're bleeding. They just get off on it. Like
Oh,
you see
yeah.
that, especially on here, they get off on it. They enjoy.
Yeah.
They love the chaos.
Yeah, yeah. No, and that's called like a dark triad personality.
Yeah.
But do you know what I want to ask is like, what about snobbery? Because forget about like racism and all of that kind of stuff. But what about snobbery and classism?
Yeah, it's bad, isn't it? Classism is bad, but again, that's another. It's another putting you into a box.
Yeah,
I don't
it
like
is.
that. Yeah, I don't like that. You know me, John. I've never liked that.
And
I have never liked it because I know people from working class who are far more intelligent and far more educated than those in the more richer kind of demographic.
But I mean, when we talk about class, India's a bad place for class.
Yeah, definitely.
Caste system.
Is a really bad place for class and some
racism.
Countries, I wouldn't say it's like that over here, but some other countries in the world, it's
India's terrible for that, and racism as well. They're very racist in India. Yeah.
But denigrating somebody because of their socioeconomic backgrounds, putting them down, diminishing, dismissing their opinion, it's like that's part of like there is an elite who are in government. There will be wealthy people. There will be like people. It's like what do they call that? Oh fuck, I can't remember it. Nepotism.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. Me and John were on about earlier bleeding.
Oh, where are you guys? Ah, okay.
Yeah,
So I missed a lot.
West. I referred to them in Westminster. Yeah, we did. We've kind of gone all over the place, but by all means, bleeding, keep going. But I'm going to get off in a second. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. You tend to get that upper crust sort of turn your nose, sort of like we're better than you. We think we're better than you. We've got it's to some degree. It's a case of people with right connections and they've got a certain amount of power and they abuse that position because they can.
It's not what you know, it's who you know.
Yes.
Yeah, which is very unfair. But also, I mean, you should be networking regardless. Like, I spent some time in Canada. No snobbery over there. It was quite extraordinary. It was like coming from Ireland to a country that doesn't have snobbery, but respects anybody who works hard. You know, that was a long time ago when I was very young. But I wish that was the way. And I hate it because I know so many people who are very well educated, but are kind of like working class and have made a huge impact on Irish society. But yeah, snobbery is my big bugbear. I hate it.
But I mean, the class system, though, especially in like India, is control. They've got a lot of control, haven't they? You put
definitely in India.
There's a lot you can do.
One of the worst places in the world.
Even laws, you could even make laws to go against them that are of a lower class. You know, they can't go for this particular position and stuff like that. And you know, the world's not. It's not wholly right, but you know, it will end up getting there. It'll end up getting there eventually. But you know, there's a lot worse places in England for racism that aren't white. There's a lot worse places for homophobia than the UK. That you know, there's a lot worse places. Now, if everybody talked about all them other places, then I won't be talking here. But they don't. All they talk about is England, how England's this and England's that. You know, and you know, I sometimes think that people have been to other countries because some of you in here, and I seen some chat earlier on saying they went to some country, it might have been Italy or something, and they seen racism. You know what I mean? And they seen proper
the racism's terrible
in other countries, not here. And I do think the UK is a lot less racist than what everyone else makes it out to be.
Yeah, in Italy, some
the
games
UK is accepting of people from all over the world more than other countries. Because remember, Pakistanis can't go. I'm sorry, Palestinians aren't allowed to go to Saudi Arabia. You know, they don't want them in Saudi Arabia. You know, but there's a lot of other countries that are worse than the UK. But the UK is always on a pedestal because of something or another, and we just look worse than everywhere else in the world. But it's just, you know what I mean? Everything's different. You know, there's racism everywhere in all countries against all.
You know, in Italy, they sing racist songs at their football matches. Because they've really gone for the Mussolini thing, haven't they?
Italians. I mean,
the other week they were wearing Ku Klux Klan outfits at one game.
Yeah. England got
no way. That's terrible.
Over football.
Fucking hell, that was allowed. Wow.
But I would say some of the European countries are worse than England for football fans, violent football fans.
Yeah.
Well, Italians for the first thing. Yeah.
I was in college studying journalism, so we got this college students from Estonia came to our college, and they were so fucking racist. It was shocking.
Where was that?
Where that in Dublin? Obviously, I was studying in Dublin,
okay.
and we got this group of people came from another college in Estonia, and they came to Ireland, and they were talking about the situation in Estonia, and I was the only person asking them questions about well, why are you thinking like that? Aren't you aware that in Ireland we would consider your opinion to be racist? Because I mean, they were pretty hateful towards people of color. But
do you know what? I'm actually quite surprised at Dublin. I would say Northern Ireland more. I would have thought, but
Northern Ireland, Stormfront had a huge, big foothold in Northern Ireland.
Yeah. Yeah, because Johnny Adair was very big.
Well, Johnny Adair, I'm not too sure about him.
We're
I think
talking
he made
about
a change.
Labeling, and I don't like labels. I don't like far right. I don't like far left. I don't like these labels. As soon as you give us a label, you can put us in a certain area, and you can say whatever you want to say about them. And it's wrong, but these are all by design to break up our communities and our. When I talk to people, they'll say, "Oh, we're being invaded. All these people are going to go into the EU army." Listen, it's going to be a lot easier if we're fighting between ourselves and calling each other names for them to take over. We need to be strong. We need to come together, even if. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You've heard that, haven't you? The enemy.
Yeah, we're very familiar with that.
Is my friend, but the enemy, the other enemy, the enemy of your enemy, you're brainwashed to hate them as much as the enemy. So you're never going to get that togetherness. You're never going to come together. And I see this a lot in the UK. That's what I see it in a lot in the UK, and it's disturbing to say the least. As a party, we don't believe in words like Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, homophobia. They're all buzzwords, box words to brand you and put you down. When you go to a lot of other countries that are outside the West, none of them say it. They just don't, because it's not in their thing to say these things. And when you look at them countries, they're probably they're not as bad on homophobia as like they're made out to be, even though they're against it. But over here, it's so much in the spotlight, LGBT and that. So as soon as you say something, you're a homophobe, you were going to get you cancelled. It's just easy. It's all wrong. But we just don't believe in any of them buzzwords. We don't. I'm sorry. I know it's going to upset someone from Israel. It's going to upset someone from an Islamic country. But I don't believe in them. And I don't want them used in any kind of serious context in life. But what we should say is we're bullying people and stuff like that. But as soon as you start bringing in these boxes, you can put people in boxes. They can be easily cancelled. You can easily lose your job. You can easily this, that, and the other. You've got big lobby groups that will go after you, like they're trying to go after J.K. Rowling, and anyone who sticks up for women. They want to cancel them, no matter who they are. And
yeah, it's kind of shocking. It's a shocking aspect of the 2020s.
It is. It's scary. It's scary as well.
Era.
Very scary. And and there's many of you in the chat who would have like been on the thing of losing their jobs because of stuff you've said, comments you've made online, demos you've turned up at, and stuff like that. And and there was when we had
hate is another thing altogether. I think being a hateful person and being a bully should be something that, I know somebody who's working with elderly people, and that person is a very
You went a bit silent then. That person is very...
Hello? Can you hear us?
Hello?
Oh, we're still live. We are still live.
Something happened there, I don't know.
Right,
can you hear me?
Oh.
Yeah, I can hear you. Something happened.
Right. Yeah, it's that. I don't know. I think it...
Oh, I wanted to say. Oh, John's talking. John,
I'm just going to go for a brew. Won't be a minute. I'll make a brew, but carry on. I can hear you.
All right, okay. I wanted to tell you, Easy and to Del, I've been to see a movie earlier on today. It was Bob Marley, One Love.
Oh, you saw it, did you?
Yeah, I did.
What did you think of it?
Well, I enjoyed. Look, it was pretty obvious what the movie was about, and it was about Bob Marley wanting to spread his message of unity according to his religious beliefs, and so that's essentially what it was about.
I might go and watch it tomorrow, actually.
Yeah, it was kind of sketchy. It wasn't satisfying. You didn't kind of like, it wasn't about the life and the loves of Bob Marley. It was about him.
Did it go into about his parents and that in the film?
It went a little bit into it. It showed a scene where the mother asked the father, "Could you take care of our son?" And the father turned around and said, "I don't see him. He's not my son." But she had to move to Delaware in the US because she wanted to make some money, because
he got bullied at school, didn't he, for being mixed race, didn't he?
Yeah, he said that they used to call him the Yellow Man.
Yeah.
But he became a Rastafarian thanks to his relationship with Rita, his wife, who he married in 1966. And by 1978, he had done a concert in Jamaica where he brought Jamaican politicians together. It's like probably you would get more from watching a documentary about Bob
Yeah.
Marley and his influence. But he died at age 36. Um, but prior to his death, he was so into music. He loved his music and he wanted to. He was very, you know,
I've got a funny feeling his sons might have put a block on certain things to put in the film. To be fair, they're very private family, aren't they? So
well, I think the import of the movie is to bring to a new generation that a man existed whose music we all love. I mean, like,
yeah,
even now, we probably got to, you know, I mean, I know my sons love reggae, love Bob Marley, you know,
yeah.
like, Redemption Song, One Love, and various songs.
I love reggae music, especially Lovers Rock.
Uh, but Exodus was one of the best selling albums in the
Yeah,
world.
yeah. I think he sold
So,
25 million albums. I think that one.
yeah. KRS, the way it was, is in the chat. He says Bob Marley was a 70s icon with the white youths. He opened the door on black reggae, which mutated to ska. I didn't know that. But I mean, punky reggae party. Punky reggae party.
You're
But yeah,
quite right there. Yeah,
he was very influential, and as a kind of like mixed race Jamaican man whose
yeah,
father didn't want to know him, he what he did was he spread the message of unity. I and
yeah. Apparently, his
I
dad
and
was
I.
horrible. Actually, horrible. His dad.
Look,
But his
there are
sons are.
many boys out there whose fathers have denied.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's
So
his sons are really. I think he's got about 9 kids, Bob Marley, isn't he? Yeah, got about 9 kids.
yeah, he has quite a few children. I think he may
But
have
quite a
11.
few of his sons are really good, nice people. Yeah, um, they're very private family, but he did leave all his money to them, didn't he?
He did, and that's Jamaican law. Basically, so much goes to the wife, and
Yeah,
then further to that, she gets a percentage, a low percentage of everything, and then 45% of what's left over, and goes to the wife, and then 45% goes to the children. But he's worth like 500 million.
I think. I think he had about 6 wives actually. No,
He only had one wife, and that wife is Rita, who he married in 1966. What he did have was a number of baby mamas, and he had 7 other children, apart from the children he had with Rita.
right.
And he died aged 36. So the guy left a huge
Yeah.
legacy.
Did it reveal what his death was then in the film about?
Yeah, both lung cancer and a brain tumor, but his actual death, no, but they spoke about his toe
Yeah.
and the fact that he had some melanoma, hereditary melanoma, probably from his father.
Didn't
The
he?
father who denied him.
Didn't he? Didn't he get shot though?
He did. Yeah, they covered that in the movie. Yeah, and yeah, I'm not going to say any more, otherwise
Is
I'd
it
ruin
worth a watch
the
then?
movie.
Bleeding.
Um, yeah. Well, is it worth a watch? I enjoyed it, but what I want to do is listen to reggae music later, and I actually want to
Yeah.
have a bit of a boogie.
Was there any famous actors in there?
I liked, the woman who played Rita Marley.
Yeah.
I can't remember, her second name is Lynch, and I was looking at her. Although she's a black woman, she looks a split image of my niece. Her facial, how her face is.
Mm.
Yeah, my niece is. She's a black woman with brown eyes. My niece is a white woman, Irish woman, with green eyes and blonde hair. But they have the same,
I wonder why it
face.
took so long to do a film on
She's so
him.
pretty, really pretty woman.
Isn't it? It took over 40 years already, isn't it, to do a film on him.
I think this film might inspire greater films or documentaries, or I hope that younger people go, yeah, let's listen to Bob Marley again.
It would have been
Let's
good if some of
delve
these
into his
kids
music.
were in it, actually, wouldn't it? To be fair,
Sorry?
it would have been good if they actually had his kids in the film. To be fair,
I have no idea. If yeah.
I'm looking at the chat and KRS saying about ska music. My mum's a big fan of ska music, and it was something that I got into when I was younger, in like the 70s. And I liked ska music. I like Madness, The Beat, stuff like that. Obviously, you can't go wrong with Bob Marley. You can't go wrong. And I've heard you talking. I haven't seen the documentary, but I mean,
it came out today. Apparently, you could get it on Sky or something. You could buy it on Sky or something. The film.
well, all my
I'm
cousins,
gonna go and watch it in the cinema.
are still in Jamaica. Are big Bob Marley fans, and have been. So
Are they? So,
yeah.
So, John, what is the origin of reggae?
I don't know.
Well, I tell you what, I feel it was mostly the reggae music coming from the 70s onwards. It was London based. I'll tell you why I say this. There was a white DJ called David Rodigan. He's a legend in Jamaica. He's from Oxford, and he produced most of the reggae songs in this country. And he still tours now. He lives in Jamaica now. He's married to a Jamaican woman. He devoted his life to reggae. And
I mean,
look him up.
But easy. How can you say it originated in London? Surely.
Well, what I'm saying is that most of Jamaican artists actually came over to record over it in the end.
Where was this guy was a producer rather than the originator? Because I mean, we had Calypso.
I'm not saying they were originator, but to the progress of it was because of the remush as well. We had record labels in London like Greensleeve.
So what you're saying is they popularized reggae. I love reggae. I love Jupiter. Thank you so much for your beautiful song choices. We actually had a really good session playing reggae music from various artists. And love songs.
What I'm trying to say is there was a lot of artists because of the remush and there, and there was a lot of record labels like mini ones. So just down the road where I was brought up, there was Greensleeves. So you had groups like Azwad, were very dub reggae, Smiley Culture, the sound systems. But there was a lot of artists who came over from Jamaica to record. And there was a guy called David Rodigan. He was a DJ on Radio 1, and he's just a reggae fanatic, and he still does. He's in his 60s now, and he still does his sound systems and that. he's very quite respected. But no,
Well,
so go on, John. Sorry, mate.
I mean, so like the origins of like reggae is definitely Jamaican, but maybe it's a change in culture from their African roots to something themselves. Because when you talk to a Jamaican, they don't say that we're African; they say we're Jamaican. That's
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Right.
And,
So it's a
I'll
very
tell you
definitely
one
Jamaican.
guy who was a founder of like reggae in Jamaica. He's called General Echo, but
Yeah.
it was never put on a pedestal like some of the others. But he was one of the first like bang into artists. General Echo.
Yeah. I mean,
Right.
I
And
think.
John, can I? Sorry, easy. John, I want to ask you a question because you have Jamaican cousins, and family. Is it like is reggae based on or primarily? Look, for Bob Marley, it was about reggae was his way of bringing the message of Rastafari. So is that typical in Jamaica?
That's how it started, but it's not typical. It's not typical. It's all gangster kind of stuff.
Yeah, because it was dub reggae, and that's what I love. It was dub reggae. If you watch a film, it's a British film back in the early 80s. It's called Babylon. You can watch it free on YouTube. Yeah,
Brilliant. Okay.
and that will tell you more about the music back in the day, and it's dub reggae.
Babylon.
Yeah,
Right,
Aswad, the members of Aswad are in it. One of them, Kingsley, he's in there. There's quite a few actors in there, actually.
Because Aswad used to come to Dublin quite a lot, and I was going to myself. I wish to God I was going to a gig. You know, I'd love to because dancing to reggae, dancing to reggae was brilliant. You know the way you just kind of like. I remembered.
So their best music came in the 70s for me, 70s and 80s with the dub reggae. Then they were a little bit commercial, weren't they? But one of them died not long ago, actually. But they were brilliant as well. But he's in that film. Kingsley's in that film. Watch it. It's a free film. You can watch it. It's called Babylon. It was based in 79. Racism was very bad. It was based in West London, and but it's the music that you'll find that's the original, the dub bass and the Lovers Rock and that.
The Lovers Rock video. What's that? That is brilliant. I can't play it because it's got one of those.
Yeah.
You know, you can't play it, copyright strike.
So you had like Janet Kay. Janet Kay was one of the Lovers Rock artists. She was big on Top of the Pops. Look, it got caught. It was brilliant. I mean, every Sunday afternoon you could listen to it on Radio 1 every Sunday afternoon. And
part of the message for this Bob Marley film is just the whole kind of unification. And it's not about black against white by any means. It's about
there was a civil war in Jamaica when he when he was growing up, wasn't there? So there was a big sort of war, when there a lot of killings back in the 70s. But watch Babylon because of the music, of the dub reggae music, and that's what I love listening to. If you go on YouTube, there's 24-hour stations dedicated to reggae dub music. You know that?
You know who plays excellent music is A1000. She loves reggae.
Yeah.
She's got a big connection with reggae.
But if you want to listen to 24-hour reggae, just type it in. There's 24-hour stations just playing it on YouTube. Really cool. I mean, the sound systems back in the day were just amazing at Neil Carnival. I mean, I remember getting taken by a Rastafarian he lived down the road from us, and he said to me he'd take me to the carnival, and I think that was back 1982, and it was just amazing carnival.
Yeah. Can I ask a question? Do you think if you enjoy and love reggae music, are you guilty as a white person of cultural appropriation?
No, because the sound systems. If you look at this, some of the videos, they're called System One at the carnival. There's loads of white people going to their stuff, and they like them. I think it's a different culture because they're Rastafarian, and Rastafarian people are very, very friendly people, and I think they like it. People coming into it
as a result of their beliefs, they're kind of like Rastafari religion, right? Okay.
I think so. Yeah, they just look. It brings reggae music brings people together, and I think they really accepted it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, Bob Marley was amazing at spreading reggae music.
But I think the original roots was Ethiopian, wasn't it? Because Rastafarian is
Haile
Ethiopian.
Selassie. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's Ethiopian. So, like, I think that came, but I don't know the regions, but as me growing up as a kid,
yeah,
I always thought reggae music, if it was from England, set from Jamaica, but if you've got American doing it, it doesn't sound the same to me.
It's changing all these days now. And whereas you said, is it cultural appropriation if you listen to reggae music? Now, people got to open their eyes, but people now are saying it is cultural appropriation, especially like proper white liberals. They have a go at you and stuff like that. So
and a lot of it comes from America, all of that crap.
Yeah, they don't want us to be together. They don't want us to like this, that, and the other. They don't want that. They want to keep us all separated. We're easier to control.
But if you go to a sound system party and the people doing the sound system, they wouldn't say that to you. They will embrace you being there because they love that other people recognizing reggae music, especially the sound system crews. Color doesn't come into it, and that's when I think the skinheads and the Rastafarians got together back in the 70s, wasn't it? Before the 60s, the skinheads went till it got hijacked with skinheads. The skinheads were pro like reggae and everything, you know what I mean? Dub reggae, and they'd be with the Rastafarians and punk rockers and that.
Guys, I'm going, mate. It's late and I've got to be up early tomorrow.
Thanks for coming on, John.
No worries. Thanks for your time. It's been great. Honestly, it's been great.
Oh, good. Brilliant.
And I've subscribed to your channel now, so I'll make sure you get notifications come on, and I'll
make sure some good shows on.
Thanks to the chat as well. I mean, been exactly positive, but there's lots of people in the chat who I already know anyway and stuff like that. But thank you very much, guys. Thank you for giving me a bit of time. And
you're welcome, mate.
And I'll catch up with you all soon.
Radio. All
right.
See you later, mate.
See you.
Bye. Good luck,
bye,
mate.
Guys. Thank you.
See you later. That went well. Got a bit of a hard time though. Thank you, Curtis. It was good actually to have a thing, and thanks for the input for Esau and Bleeding and Dale as well. It was good. I wish I could play some music on this one. I'll take it down. You're asleep, Dale. Yeah, KRS it is. That's why I approached John. Actually, I ain't heard from John for quite a few years, and I was just interested in the truth what he was doing towards the local council. So somebody was trying to come in the chat and cause a bit of shit. You know. But he gone to sleep. Yeah. Yeah, I like John. Don't totally agree with all his values though, but I do like him.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, that was a
It
good
was
chat
good
still.
chat with him actually. You know.
If Morris wants to jump on now, you can jump on, you prick. You want to have a little insult slagging match, you flipping cocksucker. There's no need for
Ricky
that.
was in the chat earlier tonight.
Your chat.
I think it was a clone. No, I think it was Omar done it. Yeah. Yeah. I wish I could play some music on him.
Well, I did find a station actually that plays like 24 hours.
What, the
Actually,
reggae stuff?
No, everything. It's just all
Yeah, I
genres.
know. You just go in there, just type it in, and press live, and it'll come up.
Did you hear about that thing in Kansas though? 29 people shot.
Wow, and they found
Two
a child in a
Like-
boot of a car in Ireland as well.
But there's 2 gunmen. They don't mind about one. There's 2 psychopaths.
Yeah,
I'm
they
not
need to get it under
31.
control over there.
But it seems like every couple of years, or every couple, you need like another gruesome twosome. We had the 2, the Washington snipers? They were a duo.
I wanted to ask Bleeding about that murder of that kid was found in a car in the car boot. It was a toddler.
No, that
4
sounds.
days ago, yeah. I don't know if it's. Hold on, yeah. There's a lot of that going on.
A lot of irresponsible people bringing shit into this world. That's what's happening.
Ah, right, okay.
I saw a young mum.
Apparently, you kicked off a lot over bellies tonight, someone said.
Yeah, apparently Batty Boy was getting roasted by James Jones and some Zara chick. But you know what, I'll be honest with you, that was never what I predicted that age ago. I said that would happen.
Well, apparently,
Before that
some stirring trouble saying Zara's been anti-Semitic and blah, blah, blah. Not out. I think somebody was just causing shit, to be fair.
But you know what, yeah, like, just thinking
Went
about
to
it.
the
'Cause I was
cinema, Phil.
Because I always try to think of solutions to problems. You want our brain not shit me thinking about shit. I'm like, how to stop video game violence. I mean, you could talk to the software guys, or you could just try to make a. It's all about stuff that makes people follow. Make it like a non-violent game that everyone will be addicted to. Change up their thought process, doesn't it?
Oh, so it was Zara having a go at Luke. Did you watch it?
Go on then, she let him have it. Still, I can't lie.
Yeah, was it Sarah B? Sarah B has her does lives, by the way.
And James Jones. James Jones will have it as well.
Esau, I think I like that guy, James Jones. Was James Jones the one who was talking to Benny Pooh and taking her down that particular
Yeah.
path? He look, why is he with Belly? For fuck's sake.
They're friends. I'm not gonna lie. and James used to go back and forth until we ended up in the back chat, me, him,
Yeah.
and Dan, and then I realized he's actually okay. But whatever, man. I don't care for him. But he did say it to Luke. I'm probably smarter than him. I know that pissed him off. They were going, Luke, you're Esau now. And he's like,
Yeah, James Jones has always been okay. He's a bit of a troll, but
I thought he was clever. He was actually quite.
Oh, he's intelligent.
I thought he was very clever when he was talking to Wendy. But if anybody compares Esau to Luke, please.
He's very intelligent. He's very. James Jones is a regular on reels back in the day. Yeah.
Certainly by comparison with Valley's usual panelists. But
yeah,
I mean,
he's
Esau
very
is
intelligent.
far more intelligent than.
Yeah. Oh, he is. He is very intelligent. I think he's read it, well educated. Yeah.
Yeah, school. Selling rocks. He's cool, but him, Valley, Scientific Method, Fat Boy for the Ultra. Luke will never be part of that team, but they're not going to stay where they are, man. I don't give a fuck about them. Do you know what I mean? Luke's trying too hard.
Yeah.
Give it up. Stop begging it.
Yeah, he is very argumentative, but he's calmed down since he's come back, actually. Yeah, I don't go on the same panel as him because he intimidates me because he's too intelligent.
He gave Luke, he told him off there. Luke got told off. Rightly so. He even said to him, Jay-Z said to him, wind your neck in before Luke could get it off. That's how thrown off Luke was by him.
Yeah, because he stuck up for King James, actually, James Jones, didn't he? He kept on having a go at King James on the panel when he went to him, why don't you leave him alone? Yeah. He's one of them. He will surprise you what he will say, and it's. Do you know what I mean? When you think he will come out as something you might disagree with, but nah, he's. I like James Jones. He makes me laugh. Because he owns them. Actually, I find his life is very finished.
Nah, prick's still going.
I'll wait till he finishes, then I'll.
He can't strike you. You can review it now if you want.
No, he wouldn't strike me. Nah.
He won't strike anyone.
That's one thing that he won't do.
Videos in one go. Simple as that. When I have time, but I can do it. I know how to do
I've
it.
never known him to strike. Never. He's all right like that.
Suck his... I'll strike his mother in her mouth.
I believe Dave went against Jupiter over something on where. Does that mean he really dislikes Jupiter that much to go against her on certain thing he would never have done?
He's turned to a petty, fat little troll. That's what he's turned into. A gossip. He's turned into a woman. I expect his behaviour from all the women online. I expect that going online and chat about the women. I expect that. But he's a different kettle of gay, unfortunately. What I'm not accustomed to.
When he goes, I'll play him when he goes, oh, yeah, but I'll feel better when I do that. Ridiculous, man. God, isn't it awful? I'm hungry.
I thought I was.
Do you know?
I got to trade someone today.
Chicken doner, I've got a thing about.
Oh, God. I didn't even eat lunch today at work. I had dinner. But I'm kind of like, yeah, a bit weird. I feel like I should try and smoke another J and try and knock myself out. Not now, but like just gradually start falling asleep. I was so tired and when I was falling asleep at work, it's not like me.
So, what did you think of John, Esau?
I like him. Listen, the truth is, yeah, when it was only Dell helped me anyway navigate on that, because I always listen when Dell heard Dell say Morris name, I'm like, no, I'm not going to give Clark. I know it was asked about Morris being independent, and I'm like, I get it, but if you knew the ins and outs, he wasn't exactly independent, and Morris was a different type of counselor. He didn't come from like a civic, not a normal lifestyle way. He was a college professor or a doctor or a dentist, nurse, like even a shopkeeper of some sorts. Nothing. You know what I mean? Absolutely nothing. Nothing. That's the difference. Like, if I can probably say, can love Christy Morris how to rig an election, or how to be a cheating one. It is what it is, man. People just, I'm not even.
He's not getting a hard time from the chat. Boy, Stevie.
No, a lot of people I've had a good, nice long day off it. I've had 9 starter shit. She's getting roasted soon.
You off this weekend?
What?
You off this weekend?
Only Saturday. Working Sunday, unfortunately.
I might be in West London on Saturday.
No. It's going to be raining or cold on Saturday for a lot of people.
Yeah, I might be in West London. I might go football and stay in West London the rest of the night.
To QPR.
Brentford against Liverpool.
Drive past,
Huh?
Drive down the Duquesne Road.
Yeah, Brentford at 12:30 kickoff. KRS, I might go. And then pop down the Westway afterwards. Only joking, Omar.
Peaches Geldof around there before she died.
Yeah, Jamiroquai used to live around there as well, didn't he? In Ealing.
Who, Peaches?
No, Jamiroquai.
Yeah, he's from West London, is he not?
Yeah. Arrogant twat, isn't he?
Cokehead, apparently.
His mum was famous, wasn't she?
Yeah. No, I don't know about now. I know he had a big drug problem. Well documented.
Shit. Yeah.
He loved her, yeah. Or maybe not him, but I was definitely did. They loved her, yeah. Those guys loved it. Loved cocaine, marijuana. That's their thing. And for the hardcore person, they have the other shit. But yeah, JK's music is trippy though. Got a nice voice. What I like about it, he's got a nice voice and trippy little vibe to it, like the beats that he plays. It's fun. As me and Torok would say, he's definitely black. Israelite soul, that, trust me. He sings like a black man. I am spending too much money.
Oh, tell me about it.
Right.
Tell me a bit.
It's funny. It's none of the days a week for a while. So if I say to them, they get something in 2 days, fuckers actually count down the days or 3 days, whatever they know. Or end of the week, they know now. I can't fool them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, what you on about the kids?
Yeah, I can't fool them anymore. I can't say they remember that they know if I say 2 days time, they know to wait 2 days. Or 3 days or a week. They know how long a week is. I don't know who taught them that.
They just know, don't they? They just know, don't they? Mate.
I guess it's part of where you just learn. Like, see how like we know to do certain things like white palm miles, blow our noses, that kind of shit. It's just all comes natural to you. You know what's fucked up though? Yeah, like today, yeah, I did notice something. I saw a batty man getting very, very worried about the onslaught he was getting on the panel from Zara B and then James Jones. I was loving it.
Someone's
See, I had to
saying
change-
Zara B was being very praising Hitler. Came in the chat saying she was praising Hitler. Trying to cause trouble.
Listen, yeah, that. You know what? Yeah, I have no idea.
Damn, I ain't getting triggered by that. I mean, what the fuck? Why were they roasting him then?
Because Luke's just doing his what, doesn't know when to shut up and try and interject. He forgets that he's just a guest on there.
Was he getting angry?
Ellie has mods and he'll never.
See, people listen to his shit and that, and they just get fucking fed up in the end, don't they? So that's why I don't bother saying anything about him anymore, because he's just.
Well, I did say a couple of days ago they'll fall out eventually. I was like, it's going to happen. Velly's next. So it was my friend. Yeah. See, I got to be careful. Hey, man. Be careful.
But it's like, yeah, but it's that scientific method case for him, don't he?
He's another suspect. He's another suspect, guys. Still, I can't lie.
Oh, it's a lot of scientific.
He's someone I would not stand. I would not let stand behind him ever. You know what I mean? Listen. Luke, Simon, scientific. There's quite a lot of them I would never let stand behind me ever. 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 We'll have to be dead before that happens.
Right. What I'm gonna do, and I've just ordered some doner meat, chicken doner meat. I've got a thing.
What you say now over your dead body.
What?
I'm on you saying. I've been saying to a lot of people at work as well, like I was like, over your dead body. Like, you know, if they piss me off, and that's what I think I said to Simon the other day. I did actually, and Simon goes, "Do so?" I said, "Yeah, over your dead body." I just thought, I'm not going to say mine. Like,
I just couldn't cope with Morris's shit.
No, he was boring.
I just can't cope with it.
You know what it was? He didn't like the flow of the conversation because I was comparing him. But using facts, I never even mentioned him with the blow up sex stuff with anything. Like, you know what I mean? I never even went into that details. But the truth hurts people, doesn't it? That's why he came on here and attacked me.
You knew what you was doing, didn't you?
Yeah. Huh?
Right, he's having a look at release. You knew what you were doing by saying that because you knew he was around, didn't you?
Yeah, he didn't want you. No, of course I knew damn right I knew he was around. But the truth is, I'll be honest with you. I knew I was talking the truth and I did not slander him. I was talking truth. I just say he's got a suspect background.
I bet he was jealous of John talking about him being MP and that as well.
Exactly. That's going to piss him off. He wants to be, his right-hand man, try and get himself back into politics. I know. I'll contact John Lawrence. That's what he's thinking. Over Morris's dead body, that will happen.
Jupiter's still on the panel.
Is she?
With Luke and Wendy Poole.
Where did you go? Is this now or did you go back?
No, it's now. He's got 159.
Back about half an hour. You hear Jake was ripping into Chichi, man. It was brilliant.
It's still kicking off now.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Let's hear it. Let's hear Jupes. I know people.
I don't care about your
like
fat
me.
cunt. Wind your neck in, put some bacon on.
Put some bacon
Why-
on. Why?
Why don't you
hungry.
shout it a bit loud? Shout it a bit
I'm not
louder, Luke.
shouting.
You're not allowed to shout. Shout.
I'm not
Prove it.
shouting.
Prove it. Shout
Right,
it. Prove
did you
you
go-
can shout.
Actually,
What's
Prove
the
you.
timeline of it, Esau? Esau,
Yeah, I'll play it. 1 sec.
you getting it?
Yeah,
All right, I'll let you do it.
I'll play it now. 1 sec. 1 sec.
How come he's got so many viewers?
Because it's a war.
Maybe I should start doing it.
No, if you do that, they'll just tell you can't have that person on there who can do X, Y, and Z. You know what they're like.
Oh God, yeah, no, I'm not doing that anymore. Like you and bleeding should do what you want to do.
Listen, that's why you were cursed with monkeypox. Yeah,
It's a Simon Lord gang, you know.
like you're proper dumb.
Yeah.
And you're like you're one of the worst kind of stupid people because you talk so fucking much. You talk so much for someone so dumb. You speak on so many topics. For someone as fucking stupid as you, bro.
You are Esau all over. Fucking over.
Yeah,
Nah.
sweet. Yeah, no problem. Esau's probably smarter than you too. Esau's probably smarter than you too.
Not probably, definitely is.
That's like for shit. We're both smarter than you are. We're both smarter than you are.
with Esau.
Yeah, 100% I do. Yeah, 100%. We're both smarter than you. And you have something in common with him as well. You both have fucking HIV. You fucking AIDS-riddled cunts.
Oh, you triggered.
Monkey-riddled nigger.
Who said that to him? Who said that to him?
Simon.
How is that a comeback? If someone says you're AIDS-ridden, how is that a comeback like you're riddled? Yeah. Like, how is that a comeback?
Oh God, I can't stand it.
Yeah, no. That's why. Look. You see that? Hold on. You see that virulent vitriol? I can claim that's why the Lord. That's why Allah. Because you've got a black privilege. Look. Hold on. Look. 1 second. Hold on. It's all coming out now. It's all coming out now. I'm just gonna remove you 1 second. Look, that's why Allah gave you AIDS, bro. That's why Allah gave you AIDS because you're a horrible person. That's why you were cursed with monkeypox. Yeah, exactly. That's why you were cursed with monkeypox because you're an evil people. But I just want to say, big up LGBTQ, my people. Then, you get me? I'm an advocate. I fight. I advocate.
Is that Dave shows?
Okay.
He's such a fucking troll, man.
Nah, that is a bit strong.
Hey, he couldn't. Why? What do you mean? Should get fined. Do you think I give a shit about the N-word stuff? The thing that I think is more egregious is what he said about the Palestinians. That's way worse what he said about the Palestinians. I don't give a shit about him calling me the N-word. No, obviously.
Well, we want to hear what he said about the Palestinians, but we're still not heard.
Yeah, but what do you think I'm lying? Listen, do you like?
Yes.
Do you think I'm lying?
No, I don't actually believe you're lying.
Why would
I just
I
don't. Why would I want just listen to you and not want to listen to the other side of the story? But no, you just want to listen to your side of the story.
He tried to style it out. He tried to say, God, let me give you some legit advice, yeah? Look, let me give you some legit advice. I swear, hand on my heart. No. Hand on my heart. I will let him speak. My heart. I will let him speak. I'm personally not interested in talking to him, yeah? But I wouldn't have an issue if he... The Simon guy. I'm just telling you, look, I'm a very stubborn person. Look, I'm a very stubborn person. If someone cuts me off in the middle of my sentence, especially someone that I'm not interested in talking to, I'm obviously not going to accommodate interruption. Had you have left it for me to just finish what I'm saying, I wouldn't let him speak. But he got a bit too sassy. Obviously, I get it. Whatever. That's the consequence.
I know what James is like, yeah. And literally, if he'd have just let James finish what he was saying,
He's bleeding there.
10 seconds, 15 seconds.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Bleeding. Look in your message box on the other side.
What is that? I know what James is.
All right.
That is true.
I tried sending it to you over an hour ago.
Okay, don't disrupt.
James going to let Simon has to say about what we said about
it. I'm not interested in none of that. I'm just interested in what can we manipulate James into doing now he has these powers. Because got rid of one faggot, Look, I don't agree. I just want to. I didn't use any kind of slur to refer to this geezer. No, I did. I don't even know if I can call him a geezer, but all I said was it's public record that he has HIV.
You can't. You can't refer to me as a geezer. You don't know what one is.
Well, Khan was questioning him how to become gay.
Biggest meltdown I've ever seen in my life, James.
I think Khan asked him a question along the lines of, so if I were to be suddenly change my lifestyle to being a gay man, what would I first have to do? Something like that.
Yeah,
I don't believe Simon does have AIDS.
I'm not the one to do. No, but I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm not the one to do that. I don't think there's anything wrong.
He's got AIDS.
I feel like I'm in touch with my. I feel like I'm in touch with my feminine side. But I don't feel insulted when someone says that.
I'll give it a 12.
No, I don't. I'm not. No, when I say no, you're saying that.
See that, bro?
You're saying no. You're saying James. You're saying that behavior.
Yeah,
I'm guilty of that behavior. No, but I'm saying I'm in touch with my feminine side. You know what I'm saying?
So mad about that comment.
My bastard necking, yeah.
Right,
but yeah, no, he did. Yeah, so what? You do have AIDS, though, bro. Like, that's what you told people. Is it me? I swear that's the story.
No. That's what Esau says. That's why you're coming across very Esau.
No. I don't, bro. I'm talking about from before Esau, when this guy was like part of the speech.
Ouch!
Like with all.
Ouch!
Like, you know,
Did you hear that? Before Esau, that must have pissed him off. Doesn't hurt me. I don't care. I've always said it. There's
Esau. I'm a bit confused. Who's he talking about? Simon or Luke?
Both of them.
Simon being AIDS riddled.
You know, he said they actually said both of them. He actually said both at one point. Both of them had HIV.
Oh, he did he?
Yeah. I can say hand on heart. I wasn't around since the game. Never hit that fact.
Don't fuck with James Jones, mate, and he will fucking rip you apart, mate.
Why is Luke Beckett? I've never proclaimed to be right since the beginning. Things happened before I got here, like the Doctor, the Drooper, and her family.
Way before you came.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm not ashamed to admit that I wasn't around for that. You know
I think it's good because I was on rules before you, and I think you came on about 5 months after me. I think. Yeah.
You see.
Yeah.
I wasn't around then, but it makes sense though.
You used to only come on at midnight.
It's getting interesting. Up in a new apartment. Yeah, always after dark. It's always come around at this time.
You told me you was a policeman.
You can believe it, like the shifts I do, it does look possible, I can't lie. But how can you do that? I'll go easy because what they call public, what's it called? A private capacity. Private capacity. Couldn't do it all large or what?
And Luke was nowhere to see because he wouldn't have handled that panel back in the day.
No, it would have destroyed it, it would have been eaten alive.
God. Afghan would have destroyed him, wouldn't he?
Afghan would have fucked him over.
Oh, with pleasure.
God, and then Banksy, and then Wanksy as well.
Yeah, it would have been relentless.
There was a Dutch guy who used to make his own LSD and come on. They called him Wanksy. Him, Banksy, Raj, and Hobsky all together on there, chatting up Lady D one night.
My favourite long lost palace was probably Louis. There's a guy called Louis, who not Louis, but Louis. He jumped on one time, me and him, and Torque were roasting off Amy differently. I'll never forget when he came in and dropped his delivery line. He was like, but the way he did it, it was he just dropped it. Like I just couldn't stop laughing. I was burst. I was like, yes, Louis.
That's when that's when Real was good. He was getting over. He was getting average 280 watching him.
That's called cracking like he smokes crack now. Fuck him, junkie bastard.
I've never known anybody who fucked something up like he did. He was the most popular channel.
I can't, I swear.
Even about 4 o'clock in the morning, bleeding, he would have about 150 watching him.
Really?
Yeah. He was
That's
clean.
crazy.
Mm.
Yeah, he used to cater for the Australians as well, didn't he?
Mm.
They're 10 hours ahead.
Try
Right?
it.
Yeah, cater for the Australian viewers, Rowan Wood.
Yeah, you had Barry Black, and then you had
Australia.
you would have Vinny on sometimes.
Who is Vinny?
You know, Vinny Sullivan.
No way.
Yeah, yeah. All
Who's
used
taken over from Vinny Sullivan has taken over from Charlie Big Potatoes.
he never used to be that extreme then.
Right.
There was quite a few. There was you had all kinds coming on, to be fair. Who else he had on? Raj used to be on regularly, and then there'd be Wendy Jupiter. And it used to be packed. One time he had about 60 people on one panel, you know. Even more. Yeah. You're gonna play it, Issa?
Yeah.
You've fallen asleep, haven't you?
No, I was doing something else. I was actually doing something else. I was getting distracted. Stop doing that. I've no beer in the fridge, but I'll just save it for tomorrow.
Did you enjoy your dinner, Bleeding?
Oh, I loved it. It was very,
Sorry.
very tasty.
Sorry. Shall I play it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Please.
He used to smoke heroin. Yeah. They used to say he had AIDS. It's not even me. And I thought he admitted it. But if you don't have a Turkish guy who used to smoke heroin, they used to. I'm talking about from before Esau, when this guy was like part of the Speaker's Corner crew, like with all what's that? You know, the Turkish guy who used to smoke heroin. Yeah. They used to say he had AIDS. It's not even me. And I thought he admitted it. But if you don't have AIDS, you should. You probably should have AIDS.
You're a walking advertisement for not getting AIDS. That is what Stephen Lord is.
Why?
James, didn't we have a conversation? James, weren't you asking me once if I fruit?
I bet he's spitting out his false teeth over this.
Wait, that was like me and his first like.
Remind me.
Yeah, no. You said because you said you said like some like.
I wish I could play music on this channel. If we do, I have to go over to the channel too.
Oh, can I change my answer? What? Are you saying that? Are you saying that Khan went back on something he said?
I'm just going for a cigarette.
Right? Absolutely shocking stuff, isn't it?
Never that.
Nah, you know, bro. Look. People talk, like I said earlier. People talk about open panel. Luke just insulted me for however long. Fucking talked over me incessantly. He didn't get fucking modified. Bro, at the end of the day, I saw him. No, when I say he told me not to, I promise you he didn't. I know he doesn't. No, Luke.
We're listening to a live.
I know he doesn't, and because of that, I won't. But more than that, right? You are a funny geezer.
I'm going back to prayer. All right. I'll be back shortly.
It's an entertainment platform. Randy, you're a boring cunt. That's why they kicked you off from the other one. HIV. You're a fucking loser. No one. There's nothing you ever have to say that anyone's interested in. That's even this. The most interesting you've ever been is us talking about you. I'm not fucking talking to you, right? That's why you people get fucking mistreated. Other people don't. Jews don't get mistreated on here. Like, all the like people that have personalities and characters and stuff. You're not gonna get mistreated on there. Banksy, I made a mistake. I want to fucking apologize there. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. The powers of my head, I fucked up. I told you I'm sorry.
Coward, bro. I used to respect you until you said you apologize to Banksy, bro. Banksy's a nobody, bro. No, I'm joking. Banksy's cool. Remember I said to you, Banksy's cool. He's a funny guy.
Cool, right?
He can chat. Cool, bro. No, he can handle having conversations. Maybe sometimes he goes crazy or whatever. But I know he can handle decent conversations. So obviously, I'm saying that give him a bit more of a chance.
This is Gain. What is wrong with Gain? Has Gain?
Gain's like the Bengali.
Is Gain suffering from CTE
Bengali
or something? Man said entertainment channel. I remember this. So not intellectual. What? Wait, who told you this was an intellectual forum?
You said it. It's a bit of both. Listen, it's a bit of both though. It's a bit of both because true. You were talking about that side of it, James. But if people bring some intellectual kind of validity to any point or to a conversation, you accept that as valid as well, meaning that makes them it's the equivalent of having a personality.
No, of course. Yeah.
It's another trait that you would accept as validity.
Yeah. But I think that for me and for most people, that's probably going to be somewhat entertaining. Well, that's why Mohammed.
That's the tiniest little straw that I've got to be here, mate. Because I've got no personality, no jokes. And just the fact that I went to school and I read a couple of books, that's all I got. So you better include that.
Bro, you're funny in a self-deprecating kind of way.
Oh, thanks a lot, mate. Coming from you, that is the biggest disrespect.
No, I'm not self-deprecating. I'll rate myself.
No, I do as well.
Someone has to.
No, but I'm saying my humour is never self-deprecating.
Like, that is a savage. They say that is a savage comment, though. Jesus Christ, that major pause. That is just the wild one. Yeah, no, I mean, he did. Listen, if I cared that much, but his word means absolutely nothing. Luke, I could play you the video, but he's like, literally, he was like,
but he
was something about fairies. He was like, oh, I mean, I'm not gonna be able to timestamp it, but I can tell you where the actual recording is because it'll be one of the videos I watched. He was chatting to Banksy, and even Banksy was like, whoa. He was like, kill all the civilians. He was like, kill all of them. And Banksy was like, yeah, but the problem is there's a lot of civilians. And he was like, I don't care. And Banksy was like, whoa, bro.
Yeah, he was on the level, bro. I can't believe he jumped on to defend what he said, and then he tried to style it out, bro. You should have.
Yeah, I think I understood the point. The point was like, hey, my tribe is the ravers. Like, my tribe are the European ravers at the festival. And you attacked, and ironically, it's very similar to the Israeli sentiment, and is essentially what they use as a kind of block to any criticisms of like genocide or the inhumanity of the state of Israel. But they say like, oh yeah, but look what happened to my tribe, look what happened to my people, and it like justifies this blind rage, and that's what he essentially wanted to kind of tap into.
When he came on, he literally said, but those people were high on ease, and can you imagine how much worse that makes the experience? And like, he even said that I guarantee you. And then I said to him, but like, that's irrelevant. Like, seeing people's limbs blown off or whatever around you and being in fear of death and, literally face to face with it, it's going to have that effect on you, whether you've got ease in your system or not, or whatever. And he was like, yeah, but I don't know, he said something like, you don't know what you're talking about, as if him being a fucking E-head or a crackhead in his life means that he knows what he's talking about here. And I know.
I ain't gonna lie. And I was like, what I heard was like that. Like, listen.
That's why I wanted him to say more, because he was going further with it. He was more than doubling down.
Acid and that.
Yeah. I don't know. That was like the gayest take. No pun intended. But I'm not trying to I'm not trying to use the trope to be like a pejorative. It's just like that was like a very gay
What
take.
race is that, Simon? What race is he? Is he mixed race or what?
Oh, he's a white guy.
Is it? Okay.
I think he's a white guy.
Alright.
I feel like I've seen him before. Like, he's just like some proper old, decrepit. He just looks like he's doomed or something.
Yeah, it's true.
He's like Skeletor. Like crackhead Skeletor. Like 3 teeth.
It's an insult to gay people, isn't it? Saying he's gay.
Yeah. You know what? It's not that he's got HIV. It's just that everybody finds him repulsive. They just treat him like he's got HIV.
You're
I
so
love
old.
it. I love this.
When you're claiming sexuality. You're so old, bro.
He can't be gay. He's like you have to find people sexually attractive and be capable.
Yeah. Oh, he's ruined it, bro.
He's a proper wrong un though. Sorry, nothing to do with sexuality, but he's like a proper wrong un. And the thing is, he could.
Should I tell you about a proper wrong un? Yeah, do you remember one night months ago? Yeah, this geezer came on, this American guy. He was a homosexual. I don't know, for some reason, because he's a new person on the panel and that, I was just like being nice to him and just exploring, his ideas. Bruv, do you know where it turns out his ideas were? I can't believe this. Yeah, someone must remember. Someone in the chat will remember. Yeah, he said that as a homosexual, he thinks that the world, the society of the world, is oppressive to homosexuals, and in fact, they are the best group of human beings. And he envisions a future where the homosexuals take over the planet. They breed a small percentage of men and women to create more homosexuals.
Who's he on about?
they make up
Simon. I don't know, Simon.
And I'm thinking, like, what the flip is wrong with you? And then at first I thought he's trolling, but I talked to him for about an hour, bro. This guy, I think he was serious because, like, you know, he just
is he that guy that used to go on Ralph? It's like American or something.
I'd never spoke to him before ever in my life. I'd never seen him again after that. That one day,
he's like a white guy, he's like a young kind of white guy.
Yeah, young white guy.
And he has like his camera on and stuff, right?
No, I don't think he had his camera on. Actually, I can't remember that.
Is he like kind of relatively articulate? You know?
Yeah, a bit like, yeah. No,
I think that's the guy that used to go on Ralph's.
He weren't smart. He weren't smart, but he weren't like fully uneducated.
Okay, no, mate, the guy on Ralph's was kind of smart.
But his ideas, bro, coming from his ideas, I'm just judging him on that. It was just ridiculous.
Oh, what happened to the Asian guy who talked about matriarchy all the time?
Esau, you there? I'm not Esau. Are you there?
Esau's playing the recording.
Just to let you know, it's on Sky Cinema.
Look, let me let on this fucking weirdo.
One Love, and if you want to see his biography, it's out there. He's got a biography out there.
Okay.
So, anyways, I'm off because them lot make me cringe. So I'm off. So peace out, guys.
Right.
Peace.
The question about being gay, yeah. Based on what Scientific and James just said, right? Based on this other guy's theory. Would you say that in your experience, homosexuals are better people than normal people?
I'd say they're mainly different. Some of them
are they like more intelligent or less intelligent?
Both.
Okay.
More intelligent, less intelligent.
So there's no correlation between intellect and homosexuality?
You get a lot of straight men who are really camp, who are kind of poets.
Okay. I don't know, I'm asking you.
Oops. I might go to sleep actually.
Tired?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh God. Well, look, we'll be up in the morning. We'll probably, myself and Esau might do a bit of a short live in the morning time. But I'm gonna capture some of Felly's. I like that guy. I like that guy, James Jones.
Do you? What I do on
yesterday I do.
Tomorrow night on the second channel, I might do a karaoke.
Nice.
That'd be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it will be. Absolutely.
Okay, Bleeding, thanks for coming on.
Big pleasure.
And yeah, you reckon you might do a live early hours in the morning, about 4-ish
yeah,
or something?
Probably.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant. I'll most probably wake up by then.
We'll do like maybe a short one to recap.
Yeah, I'll come on then. Actually.
All right, okay.
All right, mate.
Later.
See you later.
Bye.